Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Lukas Raatikainen. I'm going to be one of the speakers on your behalf today, walking you throughout this whole expo for the next 4 days. We're going to be actually starting in about 5 minutes, since there's so many people still waiting for their jackets and getting their tags being collected. So you have still time to go get some coffee and then be back here in about 5 minutes, and then we should be all good to go. And if somebody has seen Mervi from Espoo, please let me know. We would like to see her in about 5 minutes as well, because she's supposed to be speaking here then. I can definitely see that you have adopted the culture, taking your personal space and not sitting beside the colleagues you come up with here today. There's still a lot of people coming into the room. We still have plenty of space, which is always a good sign for the first session. That way we know that the other sessions are also pulling in people, because they have lots of interesting stuff going on there as well. A couple more minutes and then we should be all good to go. So feel free to enjoy the show and be prepared for 4 days of extravaganza of Winter Satellite Workshop. Couple more minutes and then we're good to go. I guess, Jan, is that so?
Yes, Lucas, this is so. We still have a couple of more minutes, but we are going to present very soon.
Excellent. Thank you, Jan.
Aloitetaan.
Excellent. It looks like we have our presentation ready. Most people have found out
Do we have a clicker?
the correct room to start out today. First of all, my name is Lukas Raatikainen and I welcome you to Winter Satellite Workshop 26. I would like to first start out with a question. Who are attending this event for the first time? Please raise your hand. We have lots of newbies attending today, so I will now give you the gentle care of our maestro of this week with a round of applause, Jan!
Okay, thank you very much, Lucas. Thank you very much, and thank you for the point that I was almost missing that already. It's super nice to see all you here, and I know there are also old friends, many of the old friends of Winter Satellite Workshop here among the audience. And the first session is about collaboration, and first we are also going through a little bit further what the Winter Satellite Workshop is and how we got here. But first of all, I would like to introduce to the stage Mervi Katainen, who is the chair of the board of Espoo City, and Mervi is giving a couple of words for welcome to Espoo. We are one of the biggest conferences in Espoo. Espoo is a wonderful conference location, and although sometimes people are confused what is Helsinki, what is Espoo, we are in Espoo. We are proud to be Espoonians. All right, Mervi Katainen.
Dear participants of the Winter Satellite Workshop, it's a great pleasure to welcome you all to Espoo, Finland's second largest city, and a place where northern nature meets science, technology, and sustainable innovation. Our forests, lakes, archipelago, and the Baltic Sea form a unique environment that inspires exploration. And that spirit of curiosity is very much alive here today as well. Espoo is a city where groundbreaking ideas become reality, where proteins are created from air, where satellite data helps optimize crop growth, and where textile waste becomes new high-quality fibers. Innovation is not a slogan for us, it is our everyday way of working. This makes Espoo a natural home for the Winter Satellite Workshop, and we truly are honored to host you here. Your work represents exactly the type of multidisciplinary, future-driven collaboration we value in Espoo. The city develops together with universities, research institutes, companies, communities, and residents. Partnerships and trust between people and organizations form the foundation of innovation ecosystem. I would also like to highlight something particularly important for us today. Espoo is one of Europe's strongest and most dynamic hubs for space technology and the industries that intersect with it. Here you will find globally significant players such as ICEYE, the world-leading synthetic aperture radar satellite company, ESI, Big Finland, the European Space Agency's business incubator supporting new space enterprise, and ESA Phi-Lab, which accelerates groundbreaking space startups. Around these anchors, Espoo has developed a powerful cluster where space meets defense technology, semiconductors, and quantum technologies, health solutions, and advanced computing. These cross-industry combinations are shaping the future of Earth observation, security, sustainability, and planetary well-being. For us, your presence here is not just an event. It is a part of a broader vision in which Espoo plays a meaningful role in the global space and technology landscape. The Winter Satellite Workshop gathers an exceptional international community. Experts in satellite data, remote sensing, instrumentation, and novel applications. Your discussions, collaborations, and new ideas contribute not only to scientific progress, but also to how we understand and protect our planet. As a politician, I'm actually quite happy that I probably don't even fully understand what you all do. It means that it's something new, it requires a high level of expertise, and it's something pretty cool. I truly hope that you enjoy your days here in Espoo. While your schedules may be full, I warmly encourage you to experience Espoo beyond the workshop, whether it's our nature, cultural life, architecture, or local activities. No need to go to Helsinki. On behalf of the city of Espoo, I want to express how deeply meaningful it is for us to host you and host this event. We want you to feel welcome, inspired, and like you would be at home during your stay. I wish you an excellent workshop and memorable days in Espoo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mervi Katainen. So, as you probably learned already, Finland has a lot of satellites, and did you know that almost every single one is built here in Espoo, just like maybe 1 kilometer radius around here is the most productive northern satellite source. Okay, but let's go forward, and I'm giving also you a short overview what the Winter Satellite Workshop is. So Winter Satellite Workshop actually has its roots deep in the CubeSat awakening somewhere years ago. And one of the very first winter seminars, it was not the workshop, this one, was 2011 when we started to work with CubeSats. And you might see some familiar guys there. It was really small, like 20 people, and we started to build a satellite. We had actually a whole series of different kind of events on this type, and the first satellite workshop was 2012. And I'm super happy to introduce from this picture Abe Bonema, who is also among the audience. So Abe has been coming back more than 10 years to Espoo to visit us, and you can see actually many space leaders of today here on this picture more than 10 years ago visiting Espoo, a very small student team who started to build satellites in Finland. The first satellite workshop, which was Finnish Satellite Workshop by then, was arranged 2018, straight in January, and this was part of the Finnish Center of Excellence in Research of Sustainable Space. We needed a bigger seminar, we wanted to have more people around it, and then already 2017 in autumn we started to make a seminar. It had 2 days and approximately 150 people, no exhibition, no nothing yet then. And then we come to today. So this is the graph which is showing how the registrations are developing to this event at the moment. We have a very ad hoc event. So this is a student-arranged event. It's ad hoc. It's a very free and non-formal event to network, to see who is in the field and what is happening. And as you can see, we are accepting everybody who are just registering, and we are crossing the 2,000 limit yesterday evening somewhere. So we have more than 2,000 people registered here. Probably we're going to have around 600-ish people every day on the site. Many are also watching it from the YouTube. And here is also a short overview what type of people we have. So the majority is experts, space experts, and then we have a big chunk of young experts. That means aspiring students who want to go to the space area. We have enthusiasts, and then a big part is also entrepreneurs and executives who are actually building these space systems and making the business with the space systems, and then academic community around this area as well. I believe personally that this is the most important and most ideal combination of all these fields. We cannot do space alone. Enthusiasts cannot do it alone, business cannot do it alone, scientists cannot do it alone. So let's do it all together. We have in this event here, part of Winter Satellite Workshop is the Finnish FinCospar event. FinCospar is a biannual event which is bringing together all Finnish and Nordic space scientists. I'm also at the moment the COSPAR chair in Finland, so welcome to the COSPAR event. We have a lot of topics covered. First time this year we have astronomy, 2 big sessions of astronomy, many posters, a lot of space science, plasma physics, space weather, and then we have situational awareness and small satellites and like everything. Then Finnish Remote Sensing Club has responsibility for another long track, which is Earth observation and remote sensing. Remote Sensing Days is part of this event as well. Remote Sensing Days has been started decades ago and has been grown as a part of this event over the years. And we have almost half of the presentations coming, let's say, maybe 1/3 plus, coming from Earth observation side. We have the whole track. Every single day we have Earth observation presentations. This is our this year program committee and organizers. Of course, the actual organizer amount is much bigger, but every single one has been contributing very strongly to the program, bringing keynote speakers, bringing sessions, bringing people in with their ideas and new presentations. We have largest ever amount of keynote speakers. As I said, our keynote speakers are coming from the top of the European space ecosystem and from the top of Nordic and Baltic countries. So thank you very much for coming here. We're going to listen really interesting talks. And Winter Satellite Workshop itself sort of covers technology, communication, a lot of student stuff as well. We have CubeSats, we have 4 sessions of CubeSat technology, we have student rockets, we have education, so we really try to bring the young audience up to the speed of this event as well. This year we also have startups stepping up, the largest ever expo we have arranged. We have Startup Expo on the first floor. We have universities and institutes all around, and we have more than 50 participants here. I hope you will check all these booths. They have really important and interesting products and possibilities to participate in space research or space exploration or utilization. Here are our companies on one sheet. And we have sponsors this year, first time. The biggest sponsor of our event is Messukeskus. It might be a hint, maybe we need to go to the bigger facilities in the future. Nanovac, Exolaunch, Elisa, Bittium, and City of Espoo are helping to arrange all these social events which we have after this long day of science and presentations. So, welcome everybody to Winter Satellite Workshop, and have a nice Winter Satellite Workshop for the next coming 3 days. Welcome everybody.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you for making this event possible once again. It's great to see somebody so enthusiastic about their, I would say hobby, but I think you're working on this thing by now at this point. First off, we're going to have a couple of keynotes to kickstart the sessions in this room today. We're going to be actually taking... Ota se pois päältä. First off, we're going to have somebody who was actually talking on the same stage with me about a couple of months ago at Geoforum Summit some time ago. At that event, he had a really good speech, and I have my utmost faith in Tero having again an utmost great speech for you guys. So let's get Tero Vihavainen with great round of applause to the stage. Tell you something interesting, most likely. Welcome.
It's super nice to be here today again. Okay, please wait a minute.
Thank you so much. I should have said you can come to us before coming here. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. As said, this is an informal event, and maybe that's one reason why it's so nice to be here. I think this Winter Satellite Workshop is the greatest event of the year. I have to say that I have been waiting for this until last January. And last evening I was wondering what makes this event so special. And it's the concept and the atmosphere we have here, I think. Jan said that now we have over 2,000 participants. But at the same time, we have also over 200 talks or speeches, which means that every 10th of you will present something during this workshop. And I think it's a really unique concept that people are not just coming here to listen, but they are also coming here to give something. And that's why I think the name workshop still works nicely for this event. And it's amazing that this event is organized by volunteers and by one professor in practice. So I think I want to thank them, all of them, and let's give once more big hand for them. Thank you. The world around us is chasing faster than ever. Every morning you wake up, you want to check what is happening in Ukraine and in the Middle East, what is happening in Greenland, what is Russia doing today, and what is the mood of US today. After that comes China, Taiwan, and all the European issues. All of this is affecting also to the space domain, as space activities strongly reflect geopolitics. Of course, there are also other trends shaping our domain as well. I would like to start by taking a brief look at the key trends shaping space activities globally, and then I would like to continue with a couple of words about ethics and moral perspectives. Here I gathered some trends that I'm facing every day in my work. These trends are affecting how we explore, operate, and benefit from space. First, the technology race is accelerating on an unprecedented scale. Nations and companies are pushing the boundaries of launch systems, satellite platforms, autonomous operations, and on-orbit services. What once took years to design and deploy can now be achieved in months, redefining what is economically and strategically possible. Space belongs to the list of hottest technologies in addition to AI and quantum. Really, space is hot. Second, we see the rapid rise of commercial service providers. Space is no longer the exclusive domain of national agencies. Private companies now launch rockets, operate constellations, and deliver a full range of space services, including Earth observation, connectivity, but also navigation and situational awareness. Their agility and cost efficiency are reshaping the entire value chain. Commercial small satellites provides opens an opportunity also for the smaller countries to become a spacefaring nations. The number of actors in space is growing heavily. Third, security and defense have become central drivers for space activities. Satellite-based systems provides a new layer on high-value data and functionalities for national civil security and also military systems. Many of the space-based services benefits also our everyday applications and critical infrastructures like energy production and mobile networks. Space becomes more and more important for the resilience of the whole society. Closely connected to this is growing pursuit of sovereign capabilities. Governments increasingly want the autonomy to design, build, launch, and operate systems. By doing this, they want to strengthen resilience, reinforce national security, and ensure trusted supply chains. Finally, these developments are supported by increasing investments. Public and private funding continues to expand, enabling innovation, competition, and the emergence of entire new market segments. Governments see space as essential infrastructure. Industry sees it as a frontier of opportunity. In summary, technological progress, commercial expansion, security imperatives, national ambitions, and strong investment momentum are reshaping how we use space and who gets to take part. However, if we compare this list back to 5 or 10 years, something very essential is missing. All of the list items represents hard values, technology, money, and security. As we expand our role in space, and even if the world around us is changing with a breathtaking speed, ethical values must remain in the foundation of all our activities. Responsibility and transparency are essential not only because the space environment is becoming more crowded, but because the systems we operate have a direct impact on our society. This includes also responsibility to the planet. Space-based assets are vital for monitoring the environment and understanding climate change. Ensuring the reliability of these missions is not just a technical requirement, it is a moral obligation to future generations. Of course, living in peace would be good for our planet as well. As space capabilities play a growing role in security and defense, ethical principles must guide our decisions there as well. We must ensure that the systems we develop support stability, avoid unnecessary escalation, and respect international norms and human rights. We must commit to fairness, openness, and ensuring that the benefits of space are shared widely and that the orbital environment remains safe and sustainable. Ethical values are the compass that ensures our activities contribute to safer and more sustainable world. As space activities grow in scale and importance, our legal and moral responsibilities must evolve as well. The responsibilities differ between actors, yet together they define playing the rules of entire space domain. We can see the law as a minimum set of rules that can be expected every player follows. Moral responsibilities are something more foggy that comes many times in addition to legal responsibilities. I see morality as a built-in expectation of the culture of surrounding society. The big question is how much binding regulation do we need and how much can we rely on moral responsibilities? I have learned that a certain amount of regulation is good for everyone, but too much regulation is really too much. But where is the optimal balance? For example, in my ministry, Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment, our main task is to ensure an economic growth in Finland. Under that umbrella, we also have a responsibility of national space strategy and space regulation. Our legal duty is regulate national space activities, uphold safety standards, and ensure compliance with international agreements. But the deeper question remains, if we fulfill our international agreements, can we, after that, aim only for the maximal economical growth, which is the main task of my ministry? Or do we have a moral responsibilities to support global stability, promote sustainability practices, and ensure that orbital resources remain usable into the future generations as well? For the research community and academia, legal responsibilities include adherence to ethical research rules, data governance standards, and regulatory requirements. Morally, their work must contribute to societal well-being, supporting climate research, improving safety, and advancing knowledge in ways that benefits humanity. For private companies, the first legal obligation is clear. Their primary duty is to generate profit for their owners. This is the basis of the corporate model and an essential driver for innovation. Additional companies also carry other important legal responsibilities, like to avoid actions that created debris or introduce unnecessary risks. They also have to comply with the export control rules, etc. But what are moral responsibilities of private companies? That's a good question. However, if you look at the law book, the regulation framework is quite thin. It leaves a lot of room for innovation and adaptation to new technologies and application. It leaves room for development and growth. Same time, it counts a lot on moral responsibilities, which means that we trust that our space actors are willing to behave in a good manner. Until this, you all have shown that at least in Finnish space ecosystem, this approach really works. in space administration, we can really be proud of you. And I really hope we can be proud also in future. However, we are not operating alone in space. Our most important partners are European Space Agency ESA, European Union, and EU SPA. It's a great pleasure to see all of these organizations present here today and tomorrow. We collaborate also bilaterally with many like-minded European and non-European countries. I see that many of those are also present here today. I would welcome all of them to Finland and Winter Satellite Workshop 2026. Here are my pro tips for the event for everyone. Actually, this is my plan how I will spend my time here this week. I'm planning to listen a lot, learn a lot. I am going to meet my old friends, meet my new friends and coming friends as well. It's called networking. I'm going to let my brain to bubble. I call it innovation. But with these words, I want to wish you interesting and fruitful event. Thank you.
Thank you, Tero. Thank you for being here today, and hopefully you have a fruitful event as well.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Do we have any questions from the crowd to Tero? We have time for one question if needed. I'm not gonna let you off so easy here today. Do we have any questions in the crowd as of now?
Hit me.
If you don't take the chance, I will take a chance with a really hard question. So.
Please.
Okay, I'll let you off with an easy question this time. What do you say in the next 5 to 10 years? What is the most important thing Finland and Europe needs to progress in this satellite area to be competitive? An easy question.
Very little question. So you said we have 1 minute.
Yeah, 1 minute. 1 minute answer to this question.
I think the most important thing is to understand how we can benefit from space data and space services in our society, in other sectors. Because it's nice to build cool satellites and operate them, and it's nice to have cool companies, but real benefits comes when we integrate satellite data and services to our everyday applications in society. So I think that's the most important.
Good answer. So finding out, understanding, and realizing the benefits.
Yes.
That is a really good answer.
Good summary.
Yeah. Thank you once again, Tero, and hopefully you have a good event. Now I'll let you off from the stage. Next up, we're going to be jumping across the pond from Finland to Sweden. We're going to be having somebody who actually knows what Sweden is doing with their National Space Agency. With a round of applause, let's welcome Ella Karlsson to the stage, Director of Sweden's National Space Agency.
Works. Thank you. So I see a lot of persons standing in the back. So there's empty rows in the front, so come on over. I don't bite. Oh, it's okay. You can come. No? No one? You want to stand? Okay. So good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here at this workshop. It's actually my first time attending, so I'm really looking forward to this. My name is Ella, and I'm the new Director General for the Swedish National Space Agency. I've been at my post for about a year, and before that I was a military officer. I was in charge of developing space capabilities for the Swedish Armed Forces. So this event is truly unique and arranged by students. That's fantastic. and they are our future space leaders, and bringing together researchers, academia, students, industry. Yeah, I'm going to come back, I promise. And I also heard it's more than 50 countries represented here, and we also heard it was 2,000 persons, so that's amazing. So I was asked to tell you a little bit about what we do in space in Sweden, but before that, I would briefly like to set the scene by saying a few words about the current global space environment. So space is no longer an exclusive domain for a few nations. It has become a vital and integrated part of our daily lives, and we all know about this, right? We've seen this explosion of small satellites, constellation. This enables rapid innovation, but also new challenges. Space traffic management, sustainability, and security. Also, AI and autonomy are becoming central to handle this complexity. We're moving from satellites that we're buying to space services. And a perfect example of this is the Finnish company ICEYE, which provides SAR data as a service, making advanced space capabilities accessible through subscription. I think that's pretty cool. So the global space environment is becoming more uncertain with increasing geopolitical tension. NASA are dealing with proposed budget cuts that has created an uncertainty around its long-term missions. And at the same time, China is rapidly expanding its space ambitions from lunar exploration to satellite constellation, and is building partnership with developing nations as part of a broader strategy to grow its own influence. And Russia, whose space sector continues to decline under the sanctions, is also turning outward in search of new partners, such as India, Iran, and China. So space has become a contested domain with threats from space, in space, and against space. And in the Baltic Sea, GPS interference is now routine, driven by intensified electronic warfare activities. And at the same time, counterspace capabilities have intensified, including jamming, spoofing, cyber attacks, and also proximity maneuvers up in space. In this shifting and unpredictable global landscape, it becomes even clearer that we cannot afford to stand alone. So for the Nordic and Baltic countries, and also the whole of Europe, strong cooperation, it's not just beneficial, it is essential. Okay, I have a tech device here. Yay. So, Swedish National Space Agency, it was established in '72, and don't say it's old because I was born this year. Don't. So we're a funding agency. We fund projects, research projects, technology development, and other things. So we do not do our own research. We do not do our own technology development. And most of our budget goes to the European Space Agency. So 2018 was historic. It was like a milestone for Sweden. For the first time, we adopted a national space strategy. It's like a foundation for our long-term ambitions in space. And in 2024, we took the next major step with our first defense and security space strategy, recognizing that space has become a contested domain and vital to our own security. Here you see a snapshot of our core strengths in the industry. We have companies that deliver advanced electronics, strong competence in satellite platforms and propulsion, and ground segments for TT&C, telemetry, tracking, and control. We also have companies with expertise in AI-driven space data processing. And altogether, this reflects on innovative and competitive ecosystem reinforced by Sweden's engagement in the ESA programs and also by our own national programs. Okay, So the Swedish space research ecosystem. So our agency plays a central role in supporting space science. We invest in a wide range of space research areas, from studies of the universe to space plasma physics. I did my PhD actually looking at sensor data from sensors orbiting Mars. So I've been doing space plasma physics and I love it. I can talk about Mars for many hours. Don't get me started. Our long-term approach gives Swedish teams the stability they need to take part in major international missions, such as the JUICE mission, the ESA JUICE mission, to go to explore the icy moons of Jupiter. We have 2 instruments out of 10 from Sweden at the JUICE satellite. And we also stay closely connected to the research community, working in partnership with the National Network of Space Scientists. And every year we see well over 100 proposals from researchers across our nation. Some say that the Swedish space journey started in 1957 when the Swedish Institute of Space Physics was established up in Kiruna, up north in Sweden. In the 1960s, we carried out our first launches of sounding rockets from S-Range, also up in Kiruna. I'll come back to S-Range soon. In 1986, Sweden launched its first satellite, Viking, a major milestone for our space research. And we have also developed and built 7 satellites altogether, and 2 of them, with the green boxes, still remains operational. And Mats, the last one, focuses on atmospheric waves and noctilucent clouds. So Odin, we're very proud of Odin. It's been a cornerstone of atmospheric research in Sweden for nearly 25 years. And it was developed together with Canada, Finland, and France. And it has delivered long and high quality data sets from ozone and climate studies. The mission is now coming to an end. The spacecraft will enter the atmosphere and burn up, go into pieces. And we're going to celebrate its 25th anniversary in Stockholm, February 19th. And if you'd like to join us, you can register on our website, Swedish National Space Agency. And before we move on, I would also like to highlight the Arctic Weather Satellite. That's an ESA mission built largely in Sweden. And the Arctic Weather Satellite provides essential data for monitoring the Arctic weather situation, forecasts, which is especially important here in the Nordic region. And this is a clear example of how technology development missions within ESA can lead to major industrial purchases, procurement. So EUMETSAT are now planning to purchase about 20 satellites for their new constellation Sterna. So we're very happy with this project. And if you're interested to hear more about this, I strongly encourage you to go to the keynote by Adam Dubrow today at 11:15, Arctic Weather Satellite. I love this image. So this slide shows ESA missions through our solar system. And it's also a small footprint of Sweden in the solar system. We may be a very small country, but our scientific presence reaches almost every planet, and even a comet, Rosetta. I mean, I can't find the bar 2 blocks away, and these satellites, they're like traveling all over this solar system, and they find comets and planets, and I think it's mind-boggling, pretty cool. And all of this is possible because of the work through ESA and through strong international partnership. S-Range, we have S-Range. It's been operational since 1964. It's owned by the government. It's the Swedish Space Corporation. That's the name of the company. It has a strategic location high up north, almost 68 degrees north, which is perfect to talk to satellites in polar orbits. So, what's new in Sweden? So, the Swedish government has made the largest space investment in the history of Sweden. This happened last year. So, we have a new satellite program, And the plan here is to design, build, launch, operate the satellite from Sweden. We also have a dual-use program, a new space data program, and a new graduate school for space. And we're very happy about these 4 new programs. And also our military has received funding for their space capability development. So a lot is happening in Sweden right now. Oh yes, so Sweden and Finland, we have taken an important step with the new FMV and ICEYE agreement. FMV is the procurement agency for the armed forces, and that is to strengthen the Swedish space capabilities. We're also working with Canada and the Nordic countries on future Arctic activities, including discussions on the Arctic Observing Mission. Deepening Nordic cooperation, it's not just valuable, as I said before, it's essential. Together we can build resilient, interoperable space systems that support our security and our societies. So I am really looking forward to this workshop, and let us use this day to be inspired, inspire each other, build networks, and lay the foundation for future collaborations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ella, for the great news. I always knew that Sweden is doing great on these things, but now you have my utmost faith in you as well. Do you have any questions for Ella regarding these topics? No questions? As of now, there's one question. Surprise, surprise. He's gonna grill you now hard. Be prepared.
So
Bring on the heat.
Thank you very much. So this is a big collaboration conference. How would you see that Nordic countries can put their power together and create something new? Maybe a scientific mission, maybe a dual-use mission. Do you think it's possible?
I think it's possible. I've been thinking for years to have a constellation together, actually. I think we have many good, technologies from different countries. We have the SAR from Finland, and I think Norway also are very strong in some areas. We have actually a cooperation with Denmark. I'm not sure if you're going to talk about it. We have a, okay, I'm not going to say, but we have a cooperation with the satellite, with AI. It's pretty cool. So I think we can have a constellation together with SAR, optical, SIGINT, AI. Yeah, that's the future.
That is good. And in case, I would like to comment that you have really cool names in your Swedish satellites. When Finland launches our next satellite, I'm just bringing it out that Perkele 1 would be a nice name for a satellite. Just putting it out there for everybody to listen. But yeah, one round of applause for Ella. Thank you for presenting. Next up, we have once again somebody who actually really knows what they're talking about. So let's welcome to the stage Heidi Kuusniemi, Professor of the Year, talking about space economy. Welcome to the stage.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction, and good morning everyone. It's exciting to be here, the best week of the year Winter Satellite Workshop. My name is Heidi Kuusniemi. I'm Professor of Wireless Systems at Tampere University. I'm a GNSS expert. Satellite navigation is and has been my whole career the focus, and I'm really glad to represent to you the National Space Economy Consortium and the work that we are here in Finland working on. So from space to societal value, and what Tero mentioned as the most important thing, how can we bring space data as benefits to the society in all of its corners? That's what we strive to do in this 6-year project funded by the Research Council of Finland. So I represent the whole consortium of 8 organizations in our space economy project, which is part of the VELEC program, Economy and Welfare in the Era of Strategic Competition. So what we strive for is here in Finland how we can boost the space economy even further. We want to strengthen the ecosystem, raise the competence levels, the demands that the industry, science and society has, and how we can bring benefits to all of the areas. So, what is space economy? We all here at the event, at the Winter Satellite Workshop, we are very aware of this, and in this project we also want to raise the awareness further to the society. We use space everywhere. It's an invisible backbone in our society. Directly we use satellite navigation signals, information related to weather, telecommunication, timestamps from satellites in, for example, banking systems, and of course indirectly all the vast amount of applications related to remote sensing, emergency response, environmental monitoring, and so on. And this field, as we know, has been growing the past decade plus, and it's increasingly growing according to numbers from World Economic Forum, for example. And the increase, as we know, is visible in the amount of launches, here exemplified by the payload launches into the lower Earth orbit, which we see from the ESA figure with the increasing amount of launches. Of course, the reason for the exceeded amount of sensors in orbit is the lower costs of launches, and expectation is to have this heavily increased in the next years. So we are in the new era of space economy. We have an increasing amount of activities from satellite remote sensing data, and the economy, the businesses, the market is growing and growing. And likewise, in the GNSS and the position navigation and time domain, the market has been growing and is growing, enabled by higher accuracy and better resilience as an answer to the increasing vulnerabilities that the position navigation and time field and community is facing. Finland now is a superpower in space. And Tero mentioned a few highlights from the Finnish space ecosystem, and as we know, the increasing amount of activities has been also the driver to the increasing growth of this event. We have science and education-driven missions that has resulted to increasing amount of businesses, and this is growing a lot with the excellent companies that we have here in Finland and we have here in the exhibition in this event as well. And what our project, the Space Economy, is all about is to accelerate this growth even further. So what we want to do is to make sure that the field here in Finland is not fragmented but cohesive and working together as a strong ecosystem. We want to address the shortage of experts that this field is facing, and we want to make sure that the space-based data, satellites, and all of the enabling benefits are well integrated into the society nationally in all regions. In this project, we are addressing how we can utilize more and more AI in the analytics of space-based data. how governance and regulation can contribute to a sustainable and economically viable space economy and broader societal economy. And then resilience issues. Space-based infrastructure are critical infrastructure in our society today, and we need to make sure that they are resilient. We have 8-partner consortium in space economy. The main actors from the academia research field. Tampere University is leading this effort and partnering with University of Helsinki, Aalto University, University of Turku, University of Vaasa, and then 2 research organizations from the government, Finnish Meteorological Institute and the Finnish Geospatial Research Institute of the National Land Survey. And we also have communications experts from Kupla Productions, paving the way how we can bring space science and technology and data analytics to the society and make a stronger Finnish space ecosystem. In our activities, we focus on space-based data, open data and commercial data, and how to provide that more broadly into the society and work together, share data and the tools related to it. Then education, science-based education. We are forming better alliances between institutes of higher education, universities and universities of applied sciences, sharing courses to students, making open courses, and making sure that the students have access to state-of-the-art, high-quality education, and that meets the needs of the industry. Then we are looking at entrepreneurship, productivity growth, what kind of business models do we need, how can the society support our entrepreneurs better and better. Then we are looking at the governance models and the policies, what is needed in Finland in order to make these improvements. And then as well, the resilience, the national preparedness for maintaining strong space-based infrastructures. And then we are looking also towards the future, so economic impact assessment and future foresight in the space sector. And strong communication work package where we are talking about space, making awareness to all parts of society about this important field, a critical field to many areas. This workshop is also one part of our project in this 6-year timeline now. We started in October 25 and we are very, very happy to lead these efforts forward. So please join us. We have lots of opportunities for collaboration. That's the point of our space economy project, to create a stronger ecosystem, whether you are in industry, an entrepreneur, or a researcher in the scientific domain, or a student, or then anyone interested, we have opportunities for collaboration of various kinds, and please come and talk to us. We have a booth at the first floor. We have many of the large consortium that we have here ready to discuss how we can work together for a stronger space ecosystem. Also, look us up on LinkedIn and take a look at our newsletters. So we are very, very happy to collaborate and work together. Thank you for this.
Thank you, Heidi. Thanks for joining us here today and for the great presentation. Do we have any questions from the crowd to Heidi? There's one question over there. Can we get the mic there? Indeed, we can.
Hi, I was just wondering about cybersecurity. Any discussions about that? And are you planning on using KQD, like quantum, to be able to do that? I mean, there is any plans for cybersecurity?
Yes, in the resilience work package and the preparedness work package that we have in this 6-year project, we are looking into the safeguarding of space assets, including GNSS. That's one of the focus areas that we are looking into. Yes.
Good question. Is there any other questions in the crowd? There's one over there.
We are very interested in international collaboration, and we have a large group of professors in this consortium, and they are all very connected, and we are also having an international advisory board where we're looking at similar activities in other countries. And for example, tomorrow we have here the Nordic and Baltic Space Cluster meeting that we are also partly organizing. So we are very interested in international collaboration.
Good. In case there's any further questions, you can go ask them from Heidi at the booth later on at the coffee break. Let's hear one more round of applause for Heidi for this presentation. Thank you. To make sure that we cover at least half of the Nordic countries, we also invited the Danes to talk about the space sector of Denmark. So let's meet the Danish space sector. Let's welcome to the stage with a round of applause, Søren Gran Risgaard.
Thank you. The world's second happiest country.
Oh, hey!
I don't want to go into detail with who number one is on that list, but of course, this is not supposed to be a competition. We all have lovely countries, lovely economies, beautiful parts of the world, and today I'm going to take you on a journey as your tour guide of the Kingdom of Denmark. Now, how many here has been to Denmark? Let's see a show of hands. Look at that. Amazing. Isn't it incredible how we have this? We can have an event in Finland and you just have people who've been to the entire region, whether professionally or on vacation. I think that's really special. Now, maybe you've been reading the news, and I'm in the unfortunate position here that I'm representing Denmark at this event, so make sure you come and have many conversations about many different topics. The interesting thing is I don't represent government, so I can say whatever I want, which makes for a much lighter presentation, I would say. There are two main priorities, two main drivers of space sector development in Denmark. There's research, science, technology, innovation, which is primarily driven by the Danish Space Division. We don't have a space agency in Denmark. Some people disagree with that, but the official line is we don't need a Danish space agency. Then secondly, of course, security, defense. And these are some of the things that I think will take up a lot of space at this particular conference, in particular at this time. I'll get back to Greenland a little bit, I promise, but first of all, let's see here. I want to take you back a little bit, because in 1999, Denmark became a spacefaring country. Who knows what this picture shows? Does anyone know? This is the Ørsted satellite, Ørsted. The purpose of this particular satellite was to map the Earth's magnetic field. It did so, and it did so well, and I believe the latest update is that we're still talking to it. So we know what we're doing when it comes to space technology, and particularly satellites. Now I want to fast forward to last year, where we saw the launch of the Bifrost satellite that the representative from the Swedish Space Agency hinted at. This is an incredible collaboration between Denmark and Sweden. It's procured by the Danish and the Swedish defense acquisition bodies. It's developed by the company Space Inventor, who I think will be, I think it's Dennis, is he here somewhere? Who will be talking about this particular satellite project tomorrow during the defense and security track. So do keep an eye out for that. It's a surveillance satellite using AI capabilities, really advanced technology. You know, it can detect the ships that turn off the AIS tracking. Very special project. And it marks a couple of trends, I think. The move from focusing purely on space for scientific purposes into focusing on space for security. It's also a move to industry-led space collaboration, and it's Nordic collaboration. This is a true Nordic collaboration project. And this is the first one. I think if you ask Space Inventor, if you had 20 of them, you'd be able to offer 24/7 surveillance of the Arctic maritime territories. Let's see where that goes, right? But I wanted to bring it because it's such a good example of what we're talking about here today. So to offer a little bit of a framework around this presentation, I'm going to talk about the Danish universities, about some of the industry, about the government I mentioned before, and some of the funding opportunities, as well as opportunities to engage with the space ecosystem that you might find useful. First of all, though, the commercial spiel, because Space Denmark is a company. We are the independent national umbrella for Denmark's space sector. And I think it's really important to emphasize this national, and really I should say kingdom-wide, focus on space, because just like it's been mentioned before in some of the other presentations, our national ecosystems tend to be quite fragmented, and Space Denmark is trying to make a change to that, not only in Denmark but also beyond its borders. So it's a network. It's a network for Danish actors, for international actors, and I want to talk more about that at the end. And then we're a marketing and consulting firm. So if you need any help in connecting with the Danish space actors, feel free to find us. We'll be here the whole week. But first, a geography lesson. This picture is from 10 days ago from a NASA satellite that captured a beautiful, beautiful picture of Denmark covered in snow. And it offered a good opportunity to talk about some of the space clusters that we have across Denmark. My hometown up north is Aalborg. Aalborg University is one of the top engineering universities in Europe, and it also is home to many of the Danish space companies. Companies like GomSpace, Space Inventor have their headquarters in Aalborg. Then you have Aarhus University, which is also home to the Danish defense and space company Therma. We have the University of Southern Denmark, SDU. They are home of robotics, I think is the framing that they prefer to go with. Robotics, AI, they have a really interesting drone industry that's also developing there. Then you have DTU, you have the University of Copenhagen in the capital region. And DTU, I mean, they've been part of hundreds of space missions to date since that first satellite project in 1999. These are some of the companies we have. And I could go through the list of some of the capabilities, but really the message is that if you're lacking some kind of space capability, maybe you'll be able to find it in Denmark. Unless it's SAR. We don't really do SAR. There are some strong actors on that elsewhere in the region. And I think it's really important to emphasize we don't need to be able to do everything ourselves. We have such strong collaboration in the region that really it's important that we look at what we have and what our gaps are, and then where we might be able to find those in neighboring countries. So you might recognize some of these logos, Therma, Space Inventor, GomSpace I've mentioned. Then we have some of the lesser known companies, and actually 3 of them have come with us here, and they're co-exhibitors at the Danish booth. Ceramic Speed makes hybrid bearings. They are maybe originally known from their bicycle parts, but they have 25,000 parts and counting in orbit right now. Phase 1 makes cameras for space applications, and VacPro is a distributor of systems and services related to vacuum pumps, vacuum solutions. So if you need any of that, come talk to us at the booth. Now, I promised to talk a little bit about government, about some of the main actors that you should know about. So I mentioned the Space Division. They're under the Ministry for Higher Education and Science. And again, you can question whether that's the right place to have the space remit in this time. That's certainly being questioned by certain actors in the Danish community. But they are very focused on ESA, they're very focused on science, they're very focused on education, which of course underpin everything we're doing in space. So I think that's extremely crucial. Then we have the Ministry of Defense. They're also amping up their investment in space capabilities. And I brought some figures along, and these have all been announced in 2025. So the Danish Space Division has announced, or the Danish government has announced investment of more than 360 million euros in the space domain over the next 4 years. Some of this will be going, most of this will be going to ESA projects. Some of it is set aside for 4 national projects. MANI being the first one that has been announced. This is about mapping the surface of the moon using Danish capabilities and Danish actors. And then some of it is also set aside for funding that can be bid on for a variety of different projects. Then, of course, there's the Ministry of Defense, and this is the part where I get back to Greenland a little bit, because Arctic security is important to all of us. And the Danish government has announced in just the last year that they want to invest more than 5.6 billion euros in strengthening Arctic security. This is, of course, not all space, right? But some of it is, and some of it is satellite connectivity and surveillance in the region. So that's something I would keep an eye on if I were you. Then I also brought this one along because Innovation Fund Denmark is the public grants body in Denmark. And some of this money that has been set aside in the Danish space strategy is actually going to be paid out through this body. They have something called the Grant Solutions Call, which is open to international actors, and the deadline for sending in expressions of interest is the 3rd of March. So the only rule is there has to be a Danish lead on the project, and I would keep that in mind for any innovation research projects that might fit in the Nordic collaboration context. Coming towards the end here, I wanted to highlight 2 major events that also, again, emphasize the duality between the defense and science split in the Danish space sector. So we have Dalo Industry Days. How many has been at Dalo Industry Days in this room? Not that many, a couple people. This is the largest Nordic defense expo. And it has always been happening in the greater Copenhagen area. Now it's moving to Jutland because they're realizing most of the defense sector is in the peninsula part of Denmark. Really big event. Space will take up more space there than it has previously this year. So I would keep that one in mind. Then there is the largest national space conference happening. This year it's also coinciding with the ESA Space for Inspiration conference. It's on the 1st and the 2nd of December, and the focus is exploration. So that's much more focused on the outer space science part of things that I don't know very much about, but probably you guys do. And then I wanted to mention a new project that we've introduced in Space Denmark called the Space Denmark Global Alliance. This is the international part of our network, and if you want to hear more about how you can become part of that, come by our booth. You should also make sure, if you're here on Thursday, to come by on Thursday from 10 to 11, where we'll be featuring some Danish treats. We'll try to compete with the Finnish licorice, and there will also be other things for those people who don't like licorice, myself included. And then finally, I just wanted to say, engage with our delegates. They're helping sponsor our presence here. When I was at the expo 1 year ago, there was not a mention of Denmark across hundreds of presentations, and I thought that was a mistake. So now we have a really prominent position out there in the main expo area. So make sure you come by, scan the QR code, or go to spacedenmark.dk/delegation to download the brochure, to learn more about us, learn more about our delegates. And then I just hope that you have a fantastic conference and that you want to stay in touch with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Soren, for the great presentation.
Thank you.
I'm going to let the audience once again grill you if they have any questions as of in the crowd. Do we have any good questions, bad questions? Everything is taken into account if necessary. If not, you can always go ask Soren questions later on at the booth. But I would like to point out that it's great that Sweden and Denmark and Norway, you have waged wars for centuries over like who is eating rotten fish the wrong way and the right way, and now we have collaboration in the space industry, which is great news for Scandinavia as a whole. But yeah, you can go bug him out in these topics at the booth. One more round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You're off the hook for now. As of now, we're going to have a coffee break, and it says press conference also in the brochure. I have no idea what that means, but I know what coffee means. So let's go have a coffee for now, and we're going to be back here in half an hour-ish. Until then.
Is this working? Yeah. We changed the language now because of the press conference will be targeted to the Finnish audience, Finnish journalists, but you are most welcome to stay over here, but warning, this will be in Finnish.
Eli suomeksi pressikonferenssi tässä tilassa.
The next session is about the future of space happening right now.
Tullaan kaikki tänne ylös. Tänne tulee vähän meteliä. Odotas. Ja Jaan. Mitä? Aivan.
All right. Yes.
Kokouksen aikataulu on niin tiukka, että tämä pressikonferenssi tai tilaisuus päätettiin järjestää tähän kahvitauolle. Meillä on täällä lavalla nähtävästi nyt kaikki jo paikalla. On tietystikin professori Jan Brax Aalto-yliopistosta, koko tapahtuman isä. Sitten on Pekka Laurila ICEYesta tuolla. Janne Kuhno on puolestaan Kuvaspaceista. Perttu Yliopas Aurora Propulsion Technologies, Matti Anttila, joka edustaa täällä Huldia ja GoForea, mutta myös PIAta, palaamme siihen kohta. Ja sitten on vielä Heidi Kuusniemi, Tampereen yliopisto ja Space Economy-tilaisuus. Mennään nopeasti asiaan. Meillä on ainoastaan puolisen tuntia, ei ole enää sitäkään tässä aikaa. Ja kysytään aluksi Jaanilta, että tuolla on mikrofoni, jokaiselle ei ole omaansa. Oikeastaan sä pidit aikanaan aamulla täällä jo pienen esityksen, jossa kerroit, että mistä tähän on tultu. Eli tämä on 8. kerta jo nyt, kun Winter Satellite Workshop järjestetään, niin mistä tähän on tultu? Mikä on tarina 2 minuutissa?
No, tarina on se, että maailma avaruus kasvaa ja Suomi on hypännyt siihen sen junan, sanoisin etupään vaunuihin ja me mennään todella, kasvetaan kovasti ja Suomessa tarvitaan tämän kaltaista tapahtumaa, missä avaruusihmiset tapaa kerran vuodessa ja on ilo olla mukana siinä, että meidän tapahtuma sitten kasvoi niin suureksi, että otti sen paikan.
Mitkä on päivän luvut? Kuinka paljon meitä on täällä paikalla?
Sitä en tiedä paljon paikalla, mutta rekisteröityneitä on yli 2000 ja esitelmiä on melkein 400.
Tuossa aamulla jo huomasin, että tämä paikka todellakin alkaa käydä jo aika pieneksi. Tämä on opiskelijavetoinen projekti tällä hetkellä ja sen huomaa siinä, että tässä on vähän tällaista niin kuin opiskelijamaista innokkuutta. Mikä on tulevaisuus? Kauanko jatketaan tällä tavalla?
No katsotaan, me itse asiassa neuvotellaan jo seuraavasta paikasta, joka olisi vähän isompi, koska tämän ihanan ja mukavan talon liitokset jo natisee, kun me kaikki tullaan tänne saman aikaan paikalle. Varsinkin Expo-alueen tämän teknisen näyttelyn järjestäminen käy melko mahdottomaksi näissä puitteissa. Eli me etsitään aktiivisesti uutta tilaa ja meillä on hyvin pitkällä tällä hetkellä keskustelut yhden meidän pääsponsorin kanssa ja voipi olla, että löydämme itsemme ensi vuonna paljon isommista tiloista.
Kuinka paljon nukuit viime yönä?
Aika vähän.
Kyllä se siitä. Kohta tapahtuma on ohitse. Mutta tosiaan Winter Satellite Workshop on kasvanut aika tavalla samaan aikaan, kun suomalainen avaruusteollisuus on mennyt eteenpäin ja kasvanut, ja kaikkein näkyvin oikeastaan suomalaisen avaruusteollisuuden edustaja on ICEY. Eipä oikeastaan päivää tule, ettei ICEY kertoisi, että ovat myyneet satelliitteja sinne ja tänne. Teillä on käsittääkseni 64 satelliittia jo tehty. Ja mä muistan itse asiassa tuossa 10 vuotta sitten, te taisitte olla tuolla Metallimiehen kujalla. Se oli aika pieni toimisto siellä ylhäällä ja siellä te paukuttelitte kasaan ensimmäistä satelliittia. Oisitko voinut silloin kuvitella, että tässä ollaan nyt?
No, totta kai. Tähänhän me tähdämme. Totta kai jos lähdetään tekemään startuppeja ja siinä kasvamaan, niin suunnitelmat on isot. Me ollaan vasta puolessa ja mihin ollaan tarkoitettu kasvamaan. Että vähän hitaan, vähän niin, jos ajattelet vaikka kun Elon Musk esittelee suunnitelmia, niin ainahan ne on vähän nopeampia, kun oikeasti tapahtuu. Ei haluja.
Siis puolessa välissä olette nyt, kuuliko mä oikein?
Jos ajattelee logaritmista.
Joo. Mitä siis tarkalleen ottaen te teette? Siis satelliitteja, SAR-satelliitteja, tutkasatelliitteja, mutta kerro minuutissa, että mikä tämä business core oikein on. Joskus mainitsin, että te ette ole avaruusyhtiö lainkaan vaan tietoista.
Joo, siis meidät tosiaan tunnetaan siitä, että me suunnitellaan, valmistetaan, operoidaan kuvaavia tutkasatelliitteja ja niillä voidaan tuottaa kuvaa tai dataa maanpinnasta yöllä, päivällä, pilvisellä säällä, kaikissa keliolosuhteissa. Ja se johtaa sitten siihen, että sen päälle voi rakentaa palveluita, jotka on tällainen luotettavan tiedon lähteitä nimenomaan reaaliaikaisesti. Pieniä tutkasatelliitteja, joilla voidaan sitten laukaista niitä paljon ja sitten voidaan olla tosi nopeasti jossain paikan päällä ja sitten kun tutkalla kuvataan, niin sillä voi tuottaa sen kuvan aina.
Kyllä vaan. Ja tarkoitus on pysyä nimenomaan tällä trackerilla.
No,
vai onko jotain uusia?
Kyllä, siis sanotaan näin, että kyllä se tästä laajenee vielä aika paljon. Että tämä luo sellainen pohja, eli se tavallaan palapelin kriittinen pala on sillä tavalla paikallaan, että voidaan tuottaa tietoa aina kaikissa olosuhteissa. Mutta sitten kun halutaan tuottaa hyvin tietynlaista tietoa tai tietyllä vieläkin tarkemmalla resursseilla, niin sitten se paletti kyllä laajenee niin platformeissa ylös ja alas ja tyypeissä.
Avaruusalalla on se hyvä puoli, että meillä taivaskaan ei ole rajana, mutta kuinka paljon ICER, tai siis totta kai ICER voi kasvaa vielä ainakin paljon, mutta onko sulla jonkinnäköistä ideaa siitä, että missä te olette 10 vuoden kuluttua?
Eikö mä sanoin, että jos ollaan logaritmisella asteikolla, niin 10 vuotta sitten oltiin satojen tonnien liikevaihdossa, kun ollaan satojen miljoonien liikevaihdossa, niin siitäkin mennään seuraavat 2 vuotta 10 ylöspäin, niin sitten ollaan satojen miljardien liikevaihdossa. Että siellä ne Googlet ja Amazon Web Services muut toimii tavallaan, että jos ollaan niin maailman digi-infrakiittisiä toimijoita, niin silloin ollaan siinä.
Hyvä. Kiitoksia kyllä se tästä. Ja tosiaan meillä on aika tiukka aikataulu, että tässä enää vartio ovat jäljellä, mutta he kaikki ovat jälkikäteen tässä vielä tavattavissa ja jututtavissa. Seuraavana on sitten Janne. Ja se tulee Kuvaspaceista. Kuvaspace ei nyt varmaan voi sanoa, että mikä on iso ja mikä pieni, mutta teilläkin on suunnitelmia lähettää 100 satelliittia taivaalle. Ja te olette tehneet kaikennäköistä tässä niin kuin historianne aikana, joka muuten on 10 vuotta tänä vuonna, ellei väärin tiedä. Tiivistä 10 vuotta 1 minuuttia tai 2.
Herranen aika. Mehän aloitimme aikanansa tekemällä softasatelliittia Reactor-nimiselle firmalle. Että ajatuksena oli, että piti tehdä satelliitti, jolla voidaan ajaa softaa ja JSONia, ei kun Node.js avaruudessa. Niin siitä ollaan sitten muutaman polven ja muutaman Euroopan avaruusjärjestölle tehdyn satelliitin kautta, eli yhteensä 3 satelliittimissiota ollaan nyt operoitu erinäisille asiakkaille loppuun asti, aina onnistuneesti aina kiertoradalta palaamiseen asti. Ja sen lisäksi ollaan nyt rakennettu vielä sitten viime vuosina tätä meidän uutta strategiaamme tukemaan 2 hyperspektrikuvantamissatelliittia, jotka ovat ensimmäiset palaset tässä meidän tulevassa 100 satelliitin konstellaatiossa.
Hyperspektri. Mikä on hyperspektri? Me tiedetään, mutta kaikki eivät tiedä.
Kyllä. Eli hyperspektri voidaan kiteyttää se yksinkertaisesti silleen, että hyperspektrin kuvantamisella voidaan saada tieto mistä tahansa materiaalista, jota kuvataan. Pieni pois sulkevin ehdoin, mutta suurimmasta osasta materiaaleja, mitä kuvataan, niin voidaan saada tieto kaukaa esimerkiksi kiertoradalla siitä, mitä materiaalia meidän kohteessa on. Eli niin sanotusti materiaalin spektri pystytään hyperspektrikuvantamisella saamaan.
Te olitte aikanaan, siis Reactor Space Lab oli teidän alkuperäinen nimi silloin aikanaan, niin te olitte yksi näistä spin-offeista, jotka tuli käytännössä Aalto-1-satelliitista. Millaista silloin oli perustaa firmaa? Sen kun ajattelitte, että no nyt me pistetään avaruusfirma pystyyn.
No, se oli justiinsa luonnollinen. Silloin kun 10 vuotta sitten firma perustettiin, niin silloin oltiin aika alkukengissä suomalaisen niin New Space-avaruusteollisuuden puolella, että tosiaan Jaanin ryhmästä alun perin ICEYE oli lähtenyt meidän edellä ja ICEYEn jäljissä, sanotaanko, oli hyvä seurata, lähteä suurin piirtein samaa mallia pitkin eteenpäin ja sitten siitä aika nopeasti luonnostaan oli semmoinen tyhjiö tarjontaa nimenomaan Pohjois-Euroopassa tämän kaltaisesta kyvykkyyksistä, jossa sitten pystyttiin lähteä näitä ensimmäisiä missioita tekemään. Ja sen jälkeen siitä sitten pyöräytettiin, kun tehtiin nämä testimissiot, niin sen jälkeen saatiin myöskin kuva siitä, että mitä firman kannattaa tulevaisuudessa tehdä. Ja se on nimenomaan data-analytiikka tällä hyperspektridatalla.
Joo, eli periaatteessa vähän samaa kuin ICEYE.
Ehdottomasti meidän polku menee samaan suuntaan, että data ja data-analytiikka on se, missä se raha pesii ja sinne me tähdätään.
Nykyisin ICEYE-satelliitteja on melkein jokaisessa laukaisussa, mutta milloin teillä on seuraava satelliitti, joka on lähdössä taivaalle?
Meillä on seuraavat satelliitit lähdössä myöhemmin tämän vuoden loppupuolella ja sitten siitä lähdetään rämpäämään silleen, että 2030 lähestytään sitä 100 satelliittia.
Hienoa. Sitten mennään eteenpäin. Verkkoon ja Aurora Propulsion Technologies yhtiö. Sä teit aikanaan täällä opiskelijana et Aalto-1 niinkään, vaan hybridiraketteja puuhastelit. Silloin oli se Pollux-niminen opiskelijajärjestö, ja siitä sitten sait ajatuksen, että ruvetaan tekemään raketteja, ja päädyit tekemään höyrykonetta.
Joo, vedenkeittimiä tosiaan päätettiin tekemään. Siis opiskelijana tosiaan Aalto-1 sun muut oli jo olemassa olevia projekteja ja piti jotain omaa keksiä. Lähdettiin kehittämään sitten hybridirakettimoottoria ja saatiin semmoinen kokoinen moottori, joka tuottaa 81 eli 8 kiloa työntövoimaa tehtyä ja sitten lähdin hakemaan, että miten tätä pystyisi kaupallistamaan, että pystyisikö tätä myymään johonkin. Ja ensin mietin, että laukastaisi pieniä raketteja yläilmakehään, mutta ei sille ollut mitään markkinaa, mutta sitten löysin co-founderani Roopen ja todettiin, että lähdetään tekemään tosiaan satelliitin moottoria, joka on se ainoa komponentti, mitä esimerkiksi nämä kaverit eivät itse rakentaa. Ne pystyy rakentamaan kaiken sen elektroniikan, kaiken softan, mutta propulsio on niin monimutkaista, että jonkun muun täytyy se tehdä. No, käytännössä sitten alettiin kehittää moottoria. Noin 5 vuotta meni tuotekehityksessä ja nyt ollaan sitten päästy markkinoille ja alettu oikeasti myymään tuotteita asiakkaalle ympäri maailmaa.
Mihin tarvitaan sellaista niin superpientä rakettimoottoria?
Käyttökohteita on aika monta. Tämä Sustainable Space on yksi suuremmista, missä siis varmistetaan, että satelliitti ei jää lopuksi kiertoradalle eikä törmää toisiin satelliitteihin aiheuttaen lisää romua. Eli näin moottoreilla pystytään tekemään väistöliikkeitä, jotta estetään törmäykset, mutta pystyy myöskin muuttamaan satelliitin kiertorataa siten, että satelliitti pääsee sille operatiiviselle kiertoradalle, mihin sen tarvitsee päästä, tai esimerkiksi toimii toisen satelliitin läheisyydessä, eli voidaan laukaista satelliitti, joka lähestyy toista satelliittia, voi esimerkiksi yhdistyä siihen niin kutsutusti docking-manööverillä ja esimerkiksi lisää polttoainetta sinne tai tehdä jotain muuta luontotoimenpiteitä.
Teillä on ensimmäiset satelliitit nyt taivaalla, jotka eivät ole oikeastaan kuin teidän satelliittia, mutta te olette mukana toisessa missiossa. Teidän toinen tuote, plasmajarru, sitä on koitettu jo monta kertaa, mutta kun puhutaan näistä rakettimoottoreista, niin miten menee nyt tällä vastalaukaisella satelliitilla, jossa on teidän moottori mukana?
Joo, tosiaan ne on nyt 3. missiolla mukana. Juuri joulukuussa ehdittiin saada ensimmäiset tulokset, että kaikki 4 klusteria, jotka siellä on hyvässä kunnossa ja vastaavat ja lämpenevät. Ensimmäiset poltot tehdään tässä seuraavien viikkojen aikana ja varsinainen missio alkaa, kun satelliitti on saatu käyttöön. Ja samalla missiolla on myös plasmajarru, joka aukaistaan tuossa loppukesästä. Näillä näkymin riippuen toki, miten alkumissio sujuu.
Kuinka paljon näette markkinoita näille moottoreille jatkossa?
Markkinat on aina vaikeita ennustaa, mutta suuri tekijä tässä on regulaatio, joka vaatii joka ikistä satelliittia pystymään paitsi itsensä poistamiseen deorbittaukseen, myöskin tähän törmäyksen väistöliikkeisiin. Joten tällä hetkellä hyvin pienessä osassa etenkin näitä kubesatteja on mitään propulsiota, mutta regulaatio vaatii, että kohta joka ikisessä satelliitissa pitää olla propulsio, jolloin markkina on kasvamassa ihan valtavasti nimenomaan tämän regulaation luoman pakotteen kautta.
Hyvä. Eikö olisi mitään halua tehdä isompia moottoreita? Nehän olisi paljon kivempiä.
Isot moottorit voi olla kivempiä, mutta se on isosti markkinakysymys. Me ollaan itse asiassa juuri aloitettu 10 kertaa suuremman klusterin kehitys. Se on silti aika pieni moottori, mutta ollaan menossa vähän suurempaakin suuntaan, jotta pystytään toimimaan myöskin 100 ja 200 kilon satelliittien kanssa, etenkin näissä Proxmox-käyttökohteissa.
Kyllä. Siirrytään sitten eteenpäin vähän niin etabloidumman avaruustekniikan puolelle. Matti Anttila alkaa olla jo myös vähän niin seniori tässä suhteessa. Se oli aikanaan mukana Space Systems Finland-nimisessä yhtiössä, joka oli Suomen ensimmäinen pääasiassa avaruusasioihin erikoistunut firma. Se sitten fuusioitui ja tuli Hulk ja nyt teistä on tulossa Gofore ja näin edespäin. Ennen kuin mennään sun toiseen hattuun, joka on pian, eli Suomen ilmailu- ja puolustus- ja ilmailuteollisuuden avaruusryhmän puheenjohtajan hattu, niin kerro pikkusen, mitä Huld/Gofore oikein tekee avaruudessa.
Gofore ja Huld on IT-talo lyhykäisyydessä. Me ollaan digitaalisen transformaation ja isojen IT-järjestelmien asiantuntija. Ja itse asiassa tähän viittaa se, jos mainitsin Space Systems Finland, joka aloitti vuonna 1989 avaruusteollisuuden parissa. Ja Space Systems Finlandin ydin oli tehdä avaruusohjelmista ja sekä sinne lentävään komponenttiin, eli satelliitin instrumentteihin, satelliitin ohjaustietokoneeseen ja sitten maassa käytävään prosessointiin. Samaa me tehdään edelleen. Ja se on oikeastaan se, mitä tästä tuli esille sekä ISAin että myöskin kuvan ja myöskin Auroran kautta. Ja puhutaan siitä satelliitin tehtävästä ja mihinkä satelliittia käytetään. Lopulta se softa on aika suuressa osassa siitä, mihinkä palveluun, mihinkä asiakaskuntaan, mihinkä tarkoitukseen sitä käytetään. Kannattaa olla siinä mukana, koska se kasvaa myöskin siinä.
Niin, harva tuli ajatelleeksi softaa satelliitista puhuttaessa.
Se on sitä avaruutta.
Se pyörii kaikille, kyllä. Mutta tosiaan sä olet pian, eli tämän puolustus- ja ilmailuyhtiöiden järjestön avaruusryhmän puheenjohtaja myös. Miten avaruus näkyy nyt esimerkiksi suomalaisten avaruusyhtiöiden toiminnassa? Varmaan myös kasvava trendi sielläkin puolustussovellukset.
Kasvaa tosi paljon sekä työnantajapuolella että myöskin liikevaihtopuolella ja sitten totta kai myöskin liikevoittopuolella. PIA ry, eli puolustus, ilmailuteollisuus ja avaruus on se A-kirja tosiaan siinä, niin siihen kuuluu noin 260 yhtiötä tällä hetkellä. Puolustusalan liikevaihto PIA jäsenillä on 2,95 miljardia tällä hetkellä ja avaruusalan liikevaihto on kasvava siitä myöskin. Se on itse asiassa vaikea vetää ja tämä on oikeastaan se avainkysymys, on vaikea vetää viivaa siihen, että mikä on enää avaruusliikevaihtoa, koska avaruus on osa arkielämää. Haetaan vastauksia jonkin kysymykseen, onko se vaikka maanviljelyn tehostaminen, puolustusteollisuus tai ihan vaikka viihde. Se avaruus näyttelee yhtä mahdollista repertuaaria siinä semmoisessa päätöksentekoketjussa. Se on ehkä harvoin se ainoa, että siinä vaan se lentautuu siihen päätöksentekoketjuun mukaan.
Mitä puolustustekniikkaa avaruudessa on? Siis kuinka sodankäynti ja avaruus ihan konkreettisesti liittyy toisiinsa, paitsi vakoilusatelliitit ja sellaiset?
No, kaksoiskäyttö ja avaruus on yhdessä tässä tilanteessa. Puhutaan tilannekuvasta, puhutaan paikannuksesta, puhutaan sattumista ja kaikki liittyy siviiliteknologiaan ja kaikki liittyy liiketoiminnan kehittämiseen. Sama teknologia, mitä käytetään Volt-lähdin paikantamiseen, voidaan käyttää taistelukentällä. Me ei tehdä varsinaisesti pesäeroa siitä, mikä on military space tai mikä on civil space, vaan se on kaksoiskäyttöä.
Eli siis hyvä esimerkki on justiinsa tuolla Aisa ja kuvassa. Satelliitteja voidaan käyttää vaikka tulvatilanteen kartoitukseen tai katsomaan, että missä se vihulaisen tankkirykmentti oikein on.
Se on juuri näin. Ei se sensori tiedä, mihin sitä dataa käytetään. Se on se softa ja asiakaskunta, joka sen päättää.
Mikä on sun henkilökohtainen ajatus siitä, että milloin avaruudessa aletaan oikeasti ampua? Toistaiseksi ei tällaista ole ollut. Tämä tuli vähän yllärinä, tiedän sen, mutta
se tuli vähän yllärinä. Vastaan siihen, että toivottavasti ei koskaan.
toivotaan näin. Mainitsin äsken, mennään eteenpäin, Heidi Kuusniemi, Space Economy-hankkeen vetäjä. Ja tosiaan tämä kuvaa vähän nyt sellainen, että meillä on ensimmäisen aallon avaruusyhtiöt ovat tulleet, ja sen jälkeen on paljon muitakin yhtiöitä tullut avaruuteen. Täällä niin näyttelystäkin näette, niin täällä on paljon avaruusyhtiöitä, mutta jotenkin tuntuu siltä, että tahti on pikkuisen hiljentynyt, ja lisäksi tosiaan avaruus on tullut osaksi, niin tärkeäksi osaksi nykypäiväistä elämää, että kukaan ei oikeastaan huomaakaan, että juuri nyt tässäkin mä käytän avaruustekniikkaa hyväkseni. Ja Space Economy koittaa nyt puskea tätä vähän eteenpäin. Kerro vähän Space Economy-hankkeesta.
Joo, Space Economy-hanke on tosiaan strategisen tutkimuksen neuvoston Suomen Akatemian alla rahoittama 6-vuotinen ekosysteemin vahvistamisen ja vahvempaan talouskasvuun pyrkivä hanke, jossa me akateemiset tutkimus- ja yliopistotoimijat yritämme sitten vahvistaa omalta osaltamme tätä avaruustaloutta ja sen jalkauttamista yhteiskuntaan hyvin laajasti. Meillä on hyvin monipuoliset tavoitteet tässä hankkeessa tutkimuksesta liiketoimintaan ja satelliittidatasta yhteiskuntaan. Eli siellä tieteellisellä vahvalla osaamisella halutaan auttaa yrityksiä ja sitten halutaan auttaa kaikkia julkisia toimijoita hyödyntämään paremmin kaikkea sitä satelliittidataa ja sen avaruusteknologian mahdollisuuksia, mitä on, kasvattaa tietoisuutta.
Niin, se, mitä monesti ei tule ajatelleeksi, on se, että Aalto 1 oli myös akateeminen projekti aikanaan. Aalto-yliopiston satelliitti-opiskelijaprojekti, niillä oli tieteellisiä tavoitteita ja siitä tuli sitten tämä valtava ryöpsähdys yhtiöitä tänne näin. Ja tässäkin on taustalla periaatteessa sama konsortio vähän laajennettuna, jotka on nyt tässä Space Economyssa. Mehän me voitaisiin lähettää satelliitti myös projektin nimissä avaruuteen ja sitten aloittaa siitä uusi aika.
Kyllä, niin kuin nähdään nyt meidän menestystarinat Suomessa, ne on lähtenyt sieltä yliopistomaailmasta, opiskelijasatelliiteista ja tämmöistä me halutaan koko Suomen laajuisesti nyt vahvistaa. Että me saadaan uusia osaajia, jotka tietää mitä tekevät ja näkevät visioita ja innovoivat ja sillä lailla saadaan uusia menestystarinoita, joita meillä jo on tässä hyvin esillä, mutta lisää kiihtyvään tahtiin ja sitä kautta talouskasvu.
Luuletko, että tuolta löytyy se uusi Nokia Suomelle?
Kyllä toivomme niin ja paljon uusiakin avauksia vielä tähän lisäksi. Avaruudessa on niin valtavat mahdollisuudet ja Suomessa on sitä osaamista ja meillä on infrastruktuuria ja järjestelmiä ja prosesseja tukemaan tätä, joten nyt on aika rummuttaa ja tehdä.
Hyvä. Kiitoksia. Meillä on nähtävästi 2 minuuttia aikaa ennen kuin seuraava ohjelma alkaa tässä. Jos nyt tulee nopeita kysymyksiä, niin voidaan ottaa sellainen, mutta mä melkein suosittelen, että me voidaan jalkautua tuonne alas, ja jos jollain on kysymyksiä esitettäväksi, niin joko koko joukolle tai yksittäiselle voi esittää tuossa. Ja tosiaan kannattaa kiertää myös näyttelyä, ja on myös avoinna huomennakin ja ylihuomennakin mennään ovien ulkopuolelle, koska ei häiritä täällä toimintaa. Niin tosiaan tämä on erinomainen katsomispaikka paitsi Suomen avaruusteollisuuteen, niin myös vähän laajemmaltakin Eurooppaan. Kiitoksia kovasti. Ja nyt tosiaan mennään oven ulkopuolelle, siellä he ovat tavattavissa. Ja ohjelma voi jatkaa. You can continue with the program now in English or whatever language.
So this year we don't have the bell. Maybe I should fetch it for tomorrow so people know that session is starting soon. And this is one of the most interesting sessions for me, actually, because we are living in an expansive growth of space. Innovation has been driving us to this point, but we want to go further, and the business will now use the solutions which are made and expanding to fulfill the market's needs and do everything as quickly, as rapidly as possible. And for this, we need a true serial production in space. And today we have here in this visionary session one who is giving the vision and the big picture and the two practical implementation presentations, how serial production in a real industrial space environment, in new space, actually can and should happen. But with this introduction, I would open the session for the future of space. And the first talk is coming from Erik Kulu from Estonia. Erik is the author of one of the most influential databases for nanosatellites and production in space. It's called nanosats.eu, and space production, I don't remember exactly what was the name of the web page, but half of the world is using the data from there, and I'm very grateful to Erik that you have been making this free to use for the whole community, so we can show how the space is changing and how it is growing to our funders and so on. But Erik Kulu, you are welcome to the stage, and your presentation is going to tell about real new space trends based on data.
Thank you, Jan. Yes, hello, I'm Erik. Professionally, I'm a space system engineer and now also a startup founder working on in-space assembly and manufacturing for large space structures. But as Jan said, I've been also curating 3 leading new space databases: Nanosats, New Space Index, and Factories in Space. Together have been tracking over thousands of companies for over 10 years now. So there's a lot to get through, so let's get started with what's happening in general. And here we have rocket launches per year. So last year, a new world record, 329 launches ever. But then if you go a bit deeper, we see that most of the growth is actually coming from SpaceX, and that's mostly Starlink, and then China, and only a tiny bit from others. Moving on to satellites launched per year, here we had another record, over 4,500 satellites per year. But as you may have guessed, most of them is Starlink by far. However, now 2 Chinese constellations and Amazon Leo, Kuiper, are starting to get into hundreds also and growing fast. And then we have a bunch of nanosats and a bit of growth elsewhere, but yeah, it wouldn't be that noticeable. So first, let's focus on nanosats and CubeSats. So here we had another record, 401 nanosats launched last year, and then most of it was single satellites from just a lot of organizations. The biggest constellation was Planet with 72 CubeSats. Here we have the cumulative total of those yearly launches. So end of last year, we had over 3,200 nanosats launched in total, and very nearly 3,000 CubeSats. Actually, we passed the 3,000 CubeSats last week with a failed PSLV launch. 94 countries have nanosats now. United States is still very far ahead. Russia has also become very active in recent couple of years. Lots and lots of educational and commercial satellites. And in relative terms, South Korea, Japan, and Turkey have also increased quite a lot. So here are some of the facts as a summary. Something else to point out that we are now at 99 Pocket Cubes launched to orbit and only 18 CubeSats sent beyond Earth. So hopefully in the next years we'll see way more deep space missions. I think there is a growth opportunity there to do real science. Great, so now moving on to commercial constellations. There are over 450 in the database, and here we have their launch amounts. So Starlink is split into multiple here because together it would be over 11,000. No one else has been even past 1,000. Closest are Planet and OneWeb just below 700. But as I said, 2 of the Chinese constellations and Amazon Leo are scaling up fast now. So they will likely pass the 1,000 in a year or two. And here we have the most popular constellations by type. So IoT continues to be the most popular. However, there isn't that much business going on. A lot of them have failed or pivoted to direct-to-cell Bluetooth, followed by different types of Earth observation, broadband internet, and SAR. In the recent years, many new orbital data relay constellations, not really sure what's driving it, and also the first one to want to do like a fully reusable satellite constellation with those re-entry capsules. Here we have the founding dates of those constellation companies. As we see, the peak was already now 10 years ago when the new space hype started. But yeah, the founding has not stopped. So now it's less about completely new ideas, more like the old ideas coming back in new waves, or in countries where commercial space is now booming, for example, India or South Korea. So. Some final thoughts with constellations. Planet, for example, is now cash flow positive, which is a great achievement. Very few have gotten there. However, it did take them at least 4 years since going public, and they're 15 years old, and they're still not profitable. So, and they're one of the better ones. So yeah, most doing worse. Also, yeah, we have seen many new recent deals, again with Planet or ICEYE, but it seems that a lot of, they're doing better by selling satellites, not by data actually. So yeah, it's not the original idea for constellations. And then Starlink has passed 9 million customers, so making billions in revenue with that. Great, moving on to small rockets now. We are seeing lots of growth here also, so this is the number of small launches per year. Rocket Lab is doing about 40% of that. We also have many failures, especially the maiden launches. So it's clear there is some market for small launch. It's just not near $1 billion anytime soon. And I do think there is a demand for a cheaper rocket compared to Electron, which is close to $8 million now. And here we have the founding years of all those rocket companies. So we see the peaks was similarly about 9 years ago, and we see a lot of red, meaning that over half of the rocket companies have now shut down or quit. So yeah, the hype was big, and most of them never made it. And yeah, not many new ones being created unless government is supporting heavily in that area. So lots of failures and retirements. And most of them have never made it to the launch pad. So here we have the first orbital launch attempts. Last year we had 3, ISAR, Gilmore, InnoSpace. All of them failed. So yeah, in general, lots and lots of delays, years and years. And most of the blue ones, yeah, they will never make it, nothing to do about it. So to summarize the small launchers boom that we really had a few years ago, many companies went public at multi-billion-dollar valuations, and then they were bankrupt a year or 2 later. So really was a boom. However, Rocket Lab Electron is one of the survivors, and the Electron itself is also gross profitable now, so it is possible to make through. And nevertheless, in Europe, we still need a cheaper reusable rocket. Changing topics, satellite manufacturing, another very booming topic. Many companies raising tens and hundreds of millions to scale production, manufacturing, and all they claim that market demand is increasing, but I don't really see it in my data, maybe like American military and Germany, and like some constellations, but yeah, not that much. So I do wonder whether it's like a race to the bottom. It's hard to see how most of them will continue surviving. So one way of looking at all those topics is the Gartner hype cycle methodology. So most technologies and industries go through this predictable cycle of inflated expectations and then a correction. So I've created this chart for new space. The color shows the time to get to the plateau where companies are financially viable. And for many, it will be extremely long. For many, the hype hasn't even really started yet. But the point I want to make here is that in new space, most people tend to be influenced by the amount of companies, the funding news about them, but it's very rarely correlated to actual market demand, especially in business-to-business sense. And another two patterns that are quite common is that, so yeah, we have many of those bold, novel space startup ideas, but so many of them eventually pivot to more mundane, predictable things like satellite manufacturing. It's very typical pivot, because all those new emerging topics, the markets are very small and growing very slowly, so can't build a big company when you have nowhere to make revenue from. So satellite manufacturing, despite the saturation, at least there is measurable revenue. And secondly, often those fancy startups get started in the US, then in Western countries, and then in smaller or Asian countries. So there is like a geographic lag to startup ideas. And often by that time, it can be too late. But now moving on to emerging industries, and most of them fit into this in-space economy, the new extraterrestrial space industries, and starting with data centers in space. So by far, this has been the hottest topic in the last year. Lots of thought leaders have shown their support, like riding the AI bubble. But like, it is clear that a lot of like imprecise claims are being repeated, like space is gold, or like energy is free, and that we don't really know the definition between what is a data center or edge computing. A lot what is talked about actually is just edge computing, so a small computer is not a data center. And then a lot of debate is about technical feasibility. I believe all the challenges are eventually solvable. Question is at what cost? And that kind of profitability is definitely not proven. But positive thing is that like if it can be made to work, there is a big existing terrestrial market, and that's something that's really needed to really make a fast-growing, sustainable business. Space solar power, so this was the hot topic just before data centers. There is actually lots of technology overlap, and also equally very large potential market on Earth. Many startups now have sufficient funding to do demonstrations, so we'll be hearing lots more about these in the future, and long term, I'm very optimistic. Switching to in-space transportation, space dogs, OTVs, again, tracking over 120 companies, but yeah, some cautionary signs, like D-Orbit has done 22 missions, but by my calculations, they are losing money on all of them, so not sure how sustainable that is. And then Momentus went public 5 years ago at like $500 million valuation, but now the valuation is only 13 million. But some companies do keep raising tens of millions, hundreds of millions. It's just, I don't think there is any positive example yet when it comes to like more sustainable businesses. It probably needs Starship and reusability. Going a bit deeper into satellite servicing, also talked about a lot. It turns out actually that a lot of the technologies were demonstrated already 20 years ago, including propellant transfer. And we still have only 2 commercial missions from 2019 and 20. And the follow-up to them has been delayed by many years. So if the demand is really that high, as some articles claim, there doesn't seem to be much urgency. Switching to in-space manufacturing, so making novel materials in microgravity for Earth, or building very large structures in space. Another quite popular topic in the recent years, like lots of talk about semiconductors, pharmaceuticals. But here also, there are only 2 known commercial deals in history. The perfect latex balls in the 80s, and optical crystal by Redwire a few years ago. and that's it. And both of them haven't been repeated, only made once. So it's quite clear that we haven't really figured out the killer app for in-space manufacturing yet. But very long term, I'm optimistic that it will become one of the biggest industries. This feeds well into re-entry vehicles, so like small space capsules that come back, tracking 76 companies, also quite popular in the recent years. But as you saw, some cautionary signs about the market. There will be some demand for microgravity experiments anyway, but more likely for a handful of companies, not dozens. And then if I had more time, these would have some further topics I would have covered that might be near the peak or already fading. And yeah, don't be discouraged. So in new space, it's very common that the same ideas come back as a second wave, as I already said. Probably they were just a bit early for now because the markets are too new and too small. So, and finally, what might be next? I think everything related to Moon and Mars, we will be going back to Moon and then to Mars, so we'll need rovers, habitats, and so on. Mass drivers, after Elon tweeted about it, but all of this is still relatively long-term because there are 0 customers and activities on the Moon now. In new space, I'm thinking perhaps some self-defensive and attack capabilities, so it does seem that space is starting to get a bit more militarized soon. So to summary, lots of growth, launches, satellites, companies, funding, but it is concentrated to only very few players, and this kind of sustainable business is still very hard, especially in like business-to-business sense, when a company is not dependent on investors, governments, or space agencies. So we need to figure out those new next big industries in space. So this was just the tip of the iceberg. I have covered most of those topics in detail in many of my papers. And I would be very happy to chat and debate these topics over the next 3 days, so feel free to approach me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Erik Kulu, Factories in Space and Nanosats. So, Erik, I have only one very quick question because time is pressing and we need to rush forward. What do you think about, is there going to be a trend because the launch price is going so cheap that we are going to see really big satellites, like really big satellites, like 10 tons, 12 tons, you don't care, you just have a big...
It seems so, yes. K2 has raised hundreds of millions now, but haven't launched anything. So. But it's likely that we'll see very big satellites, because the capabilities are just 10x, 100x compared to small. And the economics tends to be better also.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Erik Kulu. So we will move forward. Next, I'm really glad to introduce to the floor Johan Littens, who is from Lens R&D, and he has been taking the civil production of new space components and hardware, I think, to the furthest. And you have many important lessons to tell about this. So I hope you are getting your slides, or do you have slides? You have slides there.
I have slides.
Excellent. We have slides. So Johan Littens is going to tell about how actually you should make serial production and what it involves for space components.
Thank you for the introduction. I'm Johan Littens from a small company in the Netherlands called Lens Research and Development. We are specialized in the production of high reliability sun sensors. For this presentation, which is a very nice extension of the previous presentation, I think, I'd like to go back a bit in the history of new space. Before 2000, there were big institutional missions, was mainly governments doing, and we saw the first seeds of what's now they call new space. But the problem is there is no definition of new space. So in the early 2000s, a lot of new space activities were related to CubeSats. And because of the higher utility, people were also building microsats. Yeah, you see now that the more grown-up companies like IG Space from the Netherlands, they build highly reliable CubeSats, but no one-unit CubeSats. There are 3 units, 6 units, 12 units, 16 units, which are actually microsats in the CubeSat form. There was a major shift between 2010 to, I take big chunks, so decades at a time. But there was a major shift to recurring satellites, mainly for telecom applications. So we saw the OneWebs, the Starlinks, O3b, WorldView for optical imaging. But look at the weights associated with these satellites. They're nothing like a CubeSat. They're nothing like a microsat. They're several hundreds of kilograms, up to a couple of thousand kilograms. And yes, as the previous speaker said, we see many constellation plans for building factories that can build 100 satellites or 120 satellite constellations. 100 satellites a year. There are several factories, but they have very limited financial backing. And the question is what the utility of these satellites are going to be, especially if you look at the real constellations and the size associated with it. If we look at the next decade, we'll see even heavier satellites. Yeah, you see these constellations moving into orbits that are less occupied. So they're going to 1,000, 1,200, 1,500 kilometers. Problem with these orbits is that not only do you have a lot of thermal cycles because you're in a low Earth orbit, but you also start to get into the Van Allen belts. So you need a lot of radiation tolerance. Nothing like 10 kilorats or 20 kilorats, several hundreds of kilorats or megarats if you're on the outside of the satellite, like our sun sensors are. I said IRIS squared, more, definitely much more than 200 kilos, but depending on whether you talk the LEO or the MEO part, it's probably going to be something like 400 or 1,500 kilograms. All of these missions require a 7 to 9 year orbit lifetime. Means that you have a very high radiation loading, but also more than 30,000 thermal cycles. So your products have to be optimized for that. Now, there was mention of Starlink, it's cash positive. But if you go to the internet, I took it from Wikipedia. In May 24, Starlink estimated their turnover to be 6.6 billion. And they increased that estimation to 7.7. But if you look at the tax filing, in December, mind you, in December they increased the prediction to 7.7, but if you go to the tax filing, it's 2.7 billion. So there's a lot of wishful thinking in the financials. And they made a profit of 72 million. Now, I'm not an econometrist, but if I take 72 million and I divide it over 11 billion, I get a return on investment of 0.65%. Whereas the Dow Jones was up 15% in 2024. So in the end, if you want to call this a commercial operation, definitely you'll have to make sure that your profit margin goes up. And of course, you have to invest in getting all the satellites in orbit, you have to invest in acquiring all your customers, but in the end, you'll have to have the lifetime of your satellites to ensure that by the time you have these customers, you don't need to put up other satellites and replenish, because your satellite doesn't have the lifetime required to make a real profit out of your thing. So if we look at the history, I think each of the elements have their place in time. So CubeSats and small sats were very good in attracting new technicians and in advancing technology, getting more rapid innovation cycles, in attracting financial input into the market. But financially, I think the best return on investment is expected from recurring production of quality components that ensure a long lifetime of your satellites. So, sorry. Personally, I think small geo is one of the things to watch. MEO telecom is coming because the LEO orbits are getting largely populated and are basically occupied by OneWebs and Starlinks and the other things. So perhaps there will be a constellation adding precision navigation and timing. But the LEO orbit will mainly be reserved for high reliability constellations doing Earth observation. So SAR imaging, optical imaging, thermal infrared imaging, in my perception. And I even think there is a place for VLEO, so very low Earth observation for high resolution imaging, or an area that is more or less forgotten, I think, is a high endurance, high altitude, long endurance airplanes. So we're a small company. We produce high reliability sun sensors. For those who are interested, I have a small box of hardware with me, which you can see in the end. We're the only company that makes sun sensors that are fully ESA qualified in Europe. So there's one other manufacturer, Bradford Engineering. They make the sun sensors that are also ESA qualified, but they produce them in the United States. We're the only ones that have a radiation-hardened CubeSat sun sensor, and all of them are optimized for volume production. So we have developed our own wire bondable connector. We use vision-based pick-and-place, automatic wire bonding, wafer scale manufacturing of the membranes, and even have developed our own robot for the assembly, so we can guarantee the performance over the sensors without calibration. Which means that we need a lot of equipment, so you need a lot of investments, and it took us 10 years to get the full ESA qualification, so it also needs endurance to get to the qualifications. But now we're in full-scale production. So we had a batch delivered in May. In the meantime, we've got a new batch that was delivered in December. It's back to the manufacturer because it was not clean enough, but it's there. We have another batch coming in May or June. We're optimizing the test equipment so we can calibrate faster and more automated do the data processing just to keep the cost down or to drive the cost down by increasing the volume, but always ensuring that we maintain the quality. The most interesting development is basically the reason why I started the company in 2012. I wanted to develop a single chip digital sun sensor. It will be albedo insensitive, it will have a digital interface, and it will be easy to interface a low power. We'll start with a CubeSat variant, and we're well on track for that, or not on track, because we have the chips produced. They were delivered last year, and it turned out that the designer interchanged the select and select none lines of the camera. It's basically a video camera that looks straight into the sun and measures per pixel whether the intensity is more than 450 watts per square meter. But if you select all the lines but one instead of one line, then it doesn't work as a sun sensor. So we ordered a so-called metal fix. So we changed the metal layers of the chip design to correct that error, and then last week Tuesday it turned out that the automated wire bonder screwed out all 5 prototypes that we were producing. So there is a short circuit between the bond pads and the ground line that is running underneath the bond pads. So I'm a disappointed man because I really would have liked to announce here that the first true digital sun sensor is working. By the way, it's developed in cooperation with ESA using their libraries, so it's latch-up free, it's radiation hardened to at least 250 kilowatts, it's proton protected, it has triple voting redundancy, everything you ever wanted to have on a digital sun sensor, apart from the fact that it's not working yet. So, in summary, I think new space is growing into a realm that is ruled by larger small sats and mini sats. So I'm sorry if I disappoint you, but no CubeSats, no microsats, larger satellites that go to higher orbits, that need to operate 7 to 9 years or even 15 years in geo orbit. We get all kind of requirements up to the mad situations. But radiation tolerance and thermal cycling needs to be designed into the product as much as manufacturability needs to be designed into the product. You have to be able to reproduce the matter. And this quality comes at a cost. Yes, we're not the cheapest on the market, but I'm sure we're the best on the market. We have the best quality to cost ratio. And in the end, I hope that's what counts, because for our customers, it's their return on investment that is important. So thank you for the attention. Our slogan is when quality counts and budgets matter, and that will also hold for our digital sun sensors in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Johan Leikens from Netherlands. And now you have man on the stage and you can have a quick question. And it seems like New Space learns in a hard way that space is hard and expensive. So, do we have a question?
Oh, no.
Any questions? Then I have a question. Johan, do you think the time of CubeSats is totally over?
No, I don't think so. I think CubeSats are a very nice vehicle for people to start to learn how to take on the very complex task of system engineering. And it's a fast track into space. But I do feel that during CubeSat developments, a bit more attention could be given to the final reliability of the satellite. So the first satellite, when I was working at TNO, the students that founded ISISpace were developing Delphi C3, and they had a very simple motto that was KISS, keep it simple and stupid. I think people are trying to make CubeSats much too complex. And I understand that now there are so many CubeSats flying that universities have to show that they do something on top of what all the other people have been doing again. But that gives a friction between learning the students and trying to get the money to launch a satellite. So I think CubeSats in many cases are overly complicated. And I see a task for interplanetary CubeSats where you have very low mass requirements and you want to send a probe somewhere to do something as a secondary passenger on a larger satellite, let's say. I think those, but for real commercial applications, trying to make money, I've seen so many people that come and say, yeah, but I can only afford to build 123 unit CubeSats, because otherwise the project is too expensive. And all of them die within a year. Because if you can't afford to build something that has the quality to do the job that you need to do, and limit the size of your satellite because you don't have the money, then you're on the wrong track, I think. But that's my...
Thank you very much. These are very valuable insights, and I really like that somebody says out loud things. So thank you very much once more to Johan. And now let's move forward with the program. The next presentation is coming from Lithuania, Nanoavionics. Not only ISA is selling satellites, Nanoavionics has been going public with quite a big deal to United States, I believe, where you are building a lot of satellites. Not that you would not build already a lot of satellites for a European scale. So we have the next speaker is Karolis Sevaitis from Lithuania, Kongsberg Nanoavionics, and he will tell about a very novel, serially produced satellite constellation. The floor is yours, Karolis.
Thank you. So it's a pleasure to have everyone here, and I think it was a very good few introductions made in the presentations before me, because I generally like the skepticism, because it brings realism to what we're doing, and probably I will bring a message that space is hard too. And I am Director of Engineering Operations, so I mainly focus on production, testing, and executing those engineering marvels and those deals. And I represent Kongsberg Nanoavionics, so we are a small satellite manufacturer, and we are developing a quite universal and all kind of bus, and we already delivered more than 50 satellites. And we have more than 300 yet to deliver. So I see that there is a commercial need and commercial niche for all kinds of satellites, coming from CubeSats to microsatellites. It's just that it might not always be a mega constellations, and it sometimes be a niche solutions that requires agility. And at the same time, I very much agree that you have to have a quite good reliability. And in our case, what we're trying to do is actually leverage the heritage and subsystems that we have between nanosatellites and microsatellites. And this allows to bring commercial solutions to the market. And now we're looking into expanding and going into a mega constellation. So this year we signed a contract with SpinLaunch to deliver up to 300 satellites that should be launched in a single launch. And this constellation should deliver terabits of capacity of high volume, high capacity, and mass and power optimized solution. And it's probably a good thesis that it's quite ambitious solution, but we're already working on that. And we're leveraging our platform that we already have acquired the heritage with. And this allows us to already start thinking not about how to launch this technology, but how we need to optimize that for a serial production. And combining our flight-proven platform with the new technology of the SpinLaunch is actually allows us to work on the solution that should bring quite the innovative mindset to space. And the manufacturing, assembly, integration, and testing is planned to happen in Vilnius, and I want to talk about a little bit of the challenges and views that we had regarding this. So my main message today is actually to talk about how I see the future of serial satellite manufacturing. And I see it quite adaptive and modular, because there is a lot of different metrics now in the world when it comes to production, when it comes to management. And I see that now, since we have a lot of different KPIs, different ability to measure, it's a really good time to actually leverage that and pick the best practices from what you can get to build what you need. And this comes both from the overall concept that we want to be looking into the manufacturing to the exact designs and solutions. So the good example would be combining the best from batch and flow production practices. Or let's say if we go to a very concrete example, everyone probably heard and talked about workplace standardization. Nothing new I could tell. But if I would ask you what you need to do to have a same workplace that you can use for testing and for production, and that would be easy to scale and replicate, probably the answer would bring you closer to what we're doing and what we're trying to figure out now. And if we would continue this discussion, very likely we will stumble on to the next point, that you would require to standardize some of the interfaces for production or testing capabilities, because this then requires you to replicate. This allows you to have a bigger standardization, a same workplace that you can have for all the operators or major part of the operations. And one of the other very important points is that we probably cannot do everything alone. As much of the confidence as we would have, we require partners. And we want to leverage the experience in the market, the relationship that we already built in these years while we were working in commercial market, and we want to share the risk, we want to share the load, and we want to share the expertise with our suppliers, at the same time having ability to learn from them too. And why that modularity and adaptability is so crucial and so important becomes obvious when we start talking about automation, about testing, because in space, especially when we're working in a line that we want our bus to be compatible with different payloads, we want our platform to be able to comply with the RF missions, to the Earth observation missions, it requires to leave a lot of open options. And each open option that you leave on your system architecture just ripples down in the effects on the testing, on the production, on the interfaces, on the ground support equipment that you need. But at the same time, you need to leave those options. So I'm not here to tell you where to draw the line, but that's the challenge everyone has to figure out. And I'm now speaking as we already building our second generation subsystem rack. We already have that in operations, and we're building on the third generation. And I can see now already how the test equipment has to be the engineering marvel by itself. We often focus in the market about the design and architecture of the satellite itself, but the quite general knowledge that you need a test equipment that is able to test your flight hardware, and it should be able should be as capable or even more capable. And when we need to take into consideration all of those configurations that we have, the load, the engineering load just expands. And it's for sure a concern, you know, if you want to produce not 2, not 3, but 300 of those. And of course, when we're talking about testing, we want to stay close to the main principles that we initially had, and that's test as you fly sequence. It's very common in the market when we're talking about one-offs, but when going into serial production, I think that this methods, let's say, requires to step up. We need to improve on the general method, and if we look from the risk perspective, and how to manage those, so one thing is that we want to cover much more testing early on. So we want to have addressed infant mortality with some early on tests that requires way less impact and way less effort later on in the production chain. Because if we think about the flow production in the final assembly integration and testing sequence, if we need to do any changes there, that's a big effort compared to scrapping down some of the subsystems very early on. The next thing, of course, is the test coverage. If you think about the test coverage that we have in one-off production, it's probably, we're covering more than the actual functional tests because we're doing them multiple times. If we're talking about serial production, the question should be, how should we qualify the satellite so we can optimize the acceptance? And levels are not enough because in a lot of tests, you know, we have workmanship, acceptance, qualification levels. But the question that I'm asking is how you can qualify your design so you can remove the most cost-effective and time-effective tests entirely from later on in your serial production. And of course, initial qualification not only on the satellite design, but on the subsystem level is really crucial. And here we come probably to more engineering, risk mitigation strategies, but the strategies that nevertheless are important in how we scale all the margins within subsystem level, system level, and then probably serial production level. And I mentioned briefly a little bit about the supply chain. And when we talk about serial production, it's a question that we get really often. So how are you going to control serial production? And you probably know that metaphor where there is a struggle and there is people that, you know, help with the struggle, or let's say leaders, and there is a part where you just bring additional resources to yell on the people working. We have this joke locally very much, and when we're working with the suppliers, we actually want to have a good framework that sets obligations, sets KPIs that we track, and sets targets, schedules, pricing. But at the same time, we want to help our suppliers. We don't want to be just, you know, holding them with a firm hand, because this doesn't yield results that we want. We want a quality product, and we want product delivered at the right time. And for that, we need to work with our suppliers. We need to lend our expertise and to see how we can balance their supply chain with our supply chain, our production line with their production line. Because if we keep our margins for ourselves only, hidden from them, they're doing the same, and this ripples once again in the whole chain. So being honest and having a good relationship is something that I see crucial if we want to scale together. And I'm talking from a perspective that I think all the engineering work, all the production work that we put into is actually impacting Europe, impacting our market. Each company contributes to the well-being and benefit of ours. And I'm talking not only about what we do at Nanoavionics, I'm talking about all of the competitors, all of the companies providing subsystems, all of the companies working on the technology development. Each of our development contributes to having a better pricing, having more independence, having better lead times, and having overall better ecosystem to choose from. And when we work with suppliers, I noticed that some of the suppliers are even not considered as space players. But now, after a few years working with them, I can say that, well, even those very, let's say, providing very basic manufacturing services are qualified to be called a space supplier, even though they do for different markets too, the production, because we flow down our requirements, we flow down our expertise, and they manage to step up. And I think one of the important things what different companies are doing who are working for quite some time in space is actually helping some players to step up who are not qualified or not even considered as space players. And with this regard, we are just expanding the market, and once again, can benefit everyone. So to summarize, I think that modularity is rather a necessity than a commodity. And I'm talking from a lot of levels and a lot of trade-offs that we need to consider. And I'm not here, once again, to tell you a secret recipe, but for sure something that each of us who thinks about serial production has to consider and has to figure out. And the design choices really matter. And it becomes very much obvious when you try to think about serial production. I was in the same role when I had to think, okay, so how serial production of our bus will look like, because it was never thought about. And it always benefits to test close as possible to the real environment. It's very beneficial, but sometimes you have to break off of that cycle and think product-wise, operations-wise, and optimization-wise, especially when few presenters before me present us those business cases and how difficult it is to actually compete in the new space with constellations. But probably one of the main emphasis that I want to put as a last remark is that your product starts to live long before your production. It starts to live way before your initial testing or design stages, and same as your production starts to live way before you do the initial procurement. Start to think about that early and be smart. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karolis. It was a very insightful presentation. Any questions about serial production of this? Might be one of the big ones in Europe now if you are going for 300. So as Eric was telling, there are not so many actually big constellations, and this is one of the potentially big ones. Questions? I see ISA engineers are already listening carefully. So I have a question. Okay, there is a question. Excellent.
Hi, Burak from Fraunhofer Institute. And my question is about, do you consider the sustainability effect of boosting up the production? Because I am also curious about how to scale up the production for satellites. But the issue is we would be boosting the number of satellites and the re-entry will be increasing as well. So did you consider the sustainability effect to the atmosphere in any point and on a point?
In short, yes, but I would probably not go into details about this because it was done more on the engineering and ConOps calculation perspective, and I'm focusing more on the operations, how to execute it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? By the way, we have space sustainability and launch sustainability and atmospheric effects sessions on Thursday here in Kaleva as well. I'm also curious if there is no more questions I can see. So which is harder for a space system to make a production line for the satellite or for the testing?
I would say the testing is really difficult part when it comes to space. So I worked with a little bit of different markets, so I would say the rigorous testing you have to actually think about in space and prove that they're good enough is really challenging in this market, because I would say it's never enough in space actually of how much you can test, because it's flying out and you're not doing repairs there.
True. Thank you very much. Yes? Johan has a question.
Yeah, I have a question. So we qualified our sensors to be capable to go on any launcher on any satellite. So we've In order to save the cost, we only test in the z-axis, but up to 23G, for instance. Do you think that's a viable approach for, let's say, the standard parts that you have in your production, that you say, okay, we don't qualify up to what's applicable for this mission, but because they are standard parts, we have a standard envelope qualification, so we can use them in other projects without re-qualifying, because that's a very large chunk of the cost, the full qualification, in my perspective.
So how I understood your question, yes, you're talking about, how to optimize and what's the fair load to optimize on the subsystem level qualification. And I think that if you're thinking about broader production, I would say 30 to more of the satellites, subsystem level qualification cost is negligible if you're testing only 1 or 3 axes. So how we do internally is that we actually run our subsystems on the most test we can, because it's a one-time qualification that helps all the other missions going further down the line.
The qualification we did in 3 axes, but you do the qualification in 3 axes. So we did 32G or something like that, and now acceptance testing we only do 1 axis, 23G.
Yeah, so for acceptance, if you're looking at the exact loads you have for that exact mission, that's for sure a way to optimize.
All right, any other very technical questions? So I believe there is more talk and discussion coming on the coffee break. So thank you very much, Carlis. Let's give one more applause. And we have now a short break, a 10 minutes break, so you can fetch coffee, and we will start in 10 minutes with a general keynote session. And the next presentation is going to be about Hungarian astronaut mission. So I'm expecting you coming back here. So see you soon. Okei. Ne on saa vastaanotosta.
Okay, speak.
Hey, can you hear us?
Yes.
You hear us? It's great.
Okay, well, I'll just put this one on there. It will be fine. We'll have the fast microphone. Yeah. So this is what we're gonna have. Okay, actually, I'll try to get a better view. You can change the view at least.
Hello, good morning.
Hello.
Thank you very much.
Sound test is okay. We start in few minutes.
Okay, I'm here. Okay.
Please, we have another sound check.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Thank you very much.
Great.
Excellent. So let's start together. The next presentation, we start with general keynotes. I expect more people, and the first presentation is going to be about the astronauts in space. So welcome everybody to the general keynote session. We have two presentations here, and the next presentation is coming from Hungary, and it's about an astronaut mission. Tibor Kapu, a Hungarian astronaut, was visiting the space, and this is the story behind it. It's presented by Orsoiola Ferenc. However, this should have been a real on-site presentation. Unfortunately, due to the logistic difficulties, and cancelled flight in the last minute where travelers were already in the plane, was the reason this was going to be an online presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, Ursula Ferenc is going to talk about Honor program and the astronaut missions of Hungary, and I will also check now the sound here so they know that we will start. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to be with you in this way, and excuse me not to be there in person. And I would like to say some words regarding the Honor program, the Hungarian two-orbit program. This is our Hungarian National Astronaut Program, which could be interesting, I think. So why the space is so important? I think all of you are fully aware that the space activity is a cornerstone of the 21st century. And this is an expanded domain for the humankind, and not just for research, not just for science, and not just for civilian applications, but also for military. And because of this, this is absolutely in focus for the NATO as well. The land, the sea, the air, and the space are all the topics and domains in which we must be active. And because of this, and not just because of the governments, but because of the companies, which also are very active in this topic, in this domain, we must follow up our activities, and we must coordinate, especially the European activities regarding the space. And in this aspect, not just the European Space Agency, but the national programs are also equally important. And we must focus on innovation and the space activity in Europe especially. But the global companies like the SpaceX or the Axiom Space or the Virgin Galactic or Blue Origin or others, or the Voyager, they are really global, and they have global interest and global activities. So we must keep in mind that these are the new aspects which we must evaluate when we talk about the space. Hungary has really a historic story of the space activity from the middle of the last century, from 1946, but we signed the Memorandum of Understanding with the European Space Agency in 1991, and we became full member state of the European Space Agency in 2015. From 2018, when I became the head of the delegation from the Hungarian side, we quadrupled our contribution to the European Space Agency's budget, and we really and significantly increased our activity regarding European programs, and increased significantly the Hungarian number of the Hungarian entities registered by the ESA from 23 up to 256. So this is a very important and significant increase of the numbers. But besides this, we focused on national program as well. This model, I think, is really utilizable in the space activity if you have an contribution to the alliance, to the European Space Agency, but you have national ambitions and national programs as well. As I mentioned, the Hungarian space research has a history from the successful moon radar experiment of Zoltán Baj up to the present days. We really try to be active in many European programs and many global programs as well. And we tried to build up the Hungarian space sector from the recruitation and from the education up to the industrial applications. The relaunch of the Hungary Space Program started in 2018. I started as a ministerial commissioner to reorganize the whole governmental pillar, and we defined our important directions of our activity in a strategic document. This is the Hungarian space strategy. This was adopted by the government in 2021, and in this we tried to define the trajectories which could be important points to develop the Hungarian activity. The focus was on the economic importance and the innovation and the education, but also on the industrial capacities and increasing the industrial capacities as well. And this Hungarian to Orbit program was also defined in the space strategy. The beginnings back to to the 2019 European Space Agency Ministerial Commission in Sevilla. And in this announcement, when Mr. Szijjártó announced the Hungarian National Astronaut Program, we started the program and the negotiations with the Roscosmos originally, because at that time, if you remember, at that time, the Soyuzes were the only chance to reach the ISS. There were no other vehicles or no other spacecrafts, or there were no American spacecrafts at that time. But this completely changed in 2020. In this year, the Dragon Crew program was successful. This is the SpaceX vehicle. And this is absolutely a success story. And we started to negotiate with the American partners, and the Axiom Space as the private company responsible for private astronaut mission programs. The name is a bit interesting. We talk about private astronaut program, but for example, the EX4, our successful mission, was fully governmental. All the astronauts in the crew were astronauts of governmental programs from India up to the European Space Agency or Hungary. So our international partners in this program were the European Space Agency, the Axiom Space, the SpaceX, of course, and behind these private American companies, there is the NASA, which is the finally responsible for all the possibilities on the ISS. From the Hungarian side, we had a complete network of research institutes and centers, universities, the Hungarian Defense Forces, the Air Force, and the Counterterrorism Center. This is interesting why the Counterterrorism Center of Hungary is a part of the program, but the isolation program was coordinated by the Terrorism Center, and they were absolutely professional, I must say. So the selection of the astronaut program was kicked off in autumn of 2021, and up to the end of January of 2022, we had more than 200 applicants. The four finalists were selected in 2023, and in 2024, at the end of the selection part, we could announce the astronaut and the reserve, the name of the astronaut and the reserve astronaut. These are the fantastic guys you can see on the photo. And we improved a national manuscript or manual for the selection and the training, and we could improve a lot of competencies in Hungary. Hundreds of experts could learn a lot in the frame of this program, and not just the researchers and the engineers, but also the medical experts, medical doctors. And now Hungary is really ready to help and support for example, the European astronaut activities and the human flights activities with these knowledge and capacities and capabilities. So different evaluation categories were quite complex, more than 50 measurable factors, from the body composition up to the physical performance, the social skills, the mental stability, the scientific knowledge, endurance, research, methodology knowledge, and the communication skills. So this is really a complex story. How can we create, let's say, an icon for the young generation? Because the most important, I think, for a program, or the most important goal of this program, is to motivate the young generation. But in the scientific portfolio, we had 25 scientific experiments. The EX4 mission had the largest scientific portfolio in the stories of the AX missions, 60 different experiments, but nearly the half, 25 of the experiments were Hungarian. And the disciplines, 10 disciplines were integrated into the program, from the Earth observation and the material science up to the medical experiments, microbiology, or the radiation dosimetry tests. We could improve and develop measurement systems. You can see this small black square in the middle of the slide. This is a very interesting, very new generation of radiation dosimeter, active dosimeter, 55 gram altogether, and this tool is able to measure more than 10 different parameters, not just the measurement of the radiation, but the thermal measurements and other 10 parameters of the surroundings. So this is just one example, but microfluidics and pharmacologic experiments were also integrated into this scientific portfolio. These are the heroes. They're fantastic heroes. And you can see Tibor Kapu is the Hungarian national astronaut, but Shubhanshu Shukla was also a fantastic astronaut of the ISRO Indian National Astronaut Program. Slavoj Uznansky-Wisniewski, the Polish astronaut, is a European Space Agency astronaut, an ESA astronaut. And personally, for me, a special hero is Peggy Whitson. This fantastic lady is absolutely an icon for all of us. She was the engine of this crew, and she, as an absolute enthusiastic teacher and mother of the crew, could organize and help and guide a lot of the activities on board of ISS. So we are very, very proud that she was the commander of the EX4. Here are the moments of the launch. It was really exciting because it was one of the largest and longest separation and before the launch for the crew, more than 30 days. A lot of complications occurred regarding the rocket, regarding the ISS. There was a possible leaking on the ISS. So it was really an exciting period before the launch. Here is a fantastic moment when the Hungarian national flag was raised up to the highest point, which is available for the mankind in our days. And here you can see that Tibor was really busy, and all his moments were full of programs. So it was really full of activities. And what I mentioned, the most important result, the motivation of the young generation. This is an onboard event when Tibor had a possibility, a chance to talk to the youngs and to present the influence of the gravity on the physical experiments. And they could use these activity tools simultaneously with Tibor, and they could absolutely feel what the gravity and the presence of the gravity means in these physical experiments. This is the moment of returning back to the Earth. This was the most exciting moment and the most emotional moment for, I think, all of us. And I can say that millions of the Hungarians in the country followed up this whole mission every moment. They a lot of people downloaded an application to the mobile phones to follow up the ISS positions. So we are really space researchers and explorers everywhere in the country. And we opened an interactive visitor center, which is absolutely a success story also. Here is a mock-up of the ISS modules, and this is absolutely a success story also, completely full nearly every day, completely full house, and a lot of science and knowledge is available for the students, for the schools. So I just highly recommend to all of other countries in Europe to have a national astronaut program, because this is a success story for a country. This is absolutely obvious now for all of us. Now I would like to present a small video. So thank you very much for your kind attention, and excuse me again not to be with you in person, but in my heart I'm absolutely with you, and thank you very much, and I wish you a very successful event. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we probably, because of the technical problems, having questions is very tricky this time. Can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you clearly.
Okay. Do we have a question about the Hungarian astronaut mission?
Yes.
On the floor?
Yeah.
Okay, I will have the first question, probably the last one as well at the moment. So, and the question would be, is this the first astronaut of Hungary? Or have you had astronauts before?
Yeah, it's a bit echo, so I try to solve not to be in an echo.
You are not in echo. I'm on echo. But is Tibor the first astronaut of Hungary?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Really.
No, this is not the first. This is the second national and the third Hungarian.
Okay.
So because Charles Simonyi, as the first tourist, let's say, on the ISS, he is also Hungarian originally. He is the colleague of Bill Gates in the Microsoft. Charles Simonyi. He's also Hungarian, but the first national Hungarian astronaut was Bertalan Farkas. In the frame of the Intercosmos, he went up to the space in 1980. And after 45 years, this is the second national governmental program, or governmental astronaut. And this was the same in India. After more than 4 decades, the second national astronaut went up, Subhashu Shukla, and this is also the same for Poland. because Slavoj Usnarski-Wisniewski was the second Polish national astronaut, or European Space Agency astronaut, but the nationality is Polish. So the story was fantastic because all the crew had the second chance to go to the space with national astronauts, and all the crew were governmental programs, were supported by governmental programs. So that was what I told to our American colleagues, that this is not really good to call these programs private astronaut mission, the PAM mission, because this is not private. This is open for mission specialists, but these guys were governmental programs, part of governmental programs. So I think it's an issue, or this is really an important topic, to find the good nominations, good names for these programs to describe the reality. This was a fantastic motivation for billions of people. Just in India, billions, hundreds of millions followed up this mission. So the responsibility on our shoulder was huge. And in the isolation, the 30 days long period was extremely exciting because billions and billions followed up what's really happening with our boys. And it was a fantastic, really exciting learning period for countries, that the space is absolutely available for everybody, for all of us. But this is not routine. This is not a routine. This is not as we see in the movies, in science fictions. This is not routine. This is really a high risk topic.
Thank you very much for this inspiring talk. Let's give once more an applause.
Thank you.
So, there is another organization. Wait a moment, we will get back the sound normally. So there is another organization in Europe which is producing a lot of satellites for a real need. Not old space or new space. I would say they have been sort of in the shadow and doing a lot of actual hard work, which we need to have our everyday services, for example, weather services. So I would like to introduce to the floor Bojan Boškov, who comes from EUMETSAT. And EUMETSAT is actually a big organization, almost like ESA. And Bojan Boškov is the head of the Remote Sensing and Products Division at EUMETSAT, and he will give an overview of what this organization in Europe has been achieved and plans for the next. Thank you. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, Jan. Thank you, everybody. I know lunch is waiting and you're most likely hungry, so I'll try and make it entertaining and not too long. So my 72 slides in 20 minutes is my plan. Do I have a clicker? So, this year is our 40th anniversary. We are midlife, I hope not crisis, but it is quite an achievement going as an offshoot from the European Space Agency. We are like what we like to call the nicer sibling of the space business in Europe, but this is of course our kind of internal view. I'll try and give you a brief introduction of what we do as the European Organization for the Exploitation of Meteorological Satellites. It is not just meteorology, as you will see in my presentation, but we also do all kinds of other applications on environmental monitoring applications. And I'll also show some things about some future mission and opportunities that are coming our way. First of all, we are not the EU. We work very closely with the EU. We are partners in many things. We are 27 member states that are in the EU, and we also have Iceland, Norway, Switzerland, and Turkey that are part of our organization, which makes it sometimes for some interesting legal discussions. However, as we all work together as a cooperative, we do our best to be able to launch a lot of satellites. Our primary objective, as the title of our organization is to really exploit meteorological satellites for the purpose of weather prediction primarily. This is our DNA, this is why we exist since 40 years. But what you'll also see shortly is we do a lot of things. Currently, we have 13 satellites in orbit. They are rather the big ones, the old space type models, which one of my colleagues from Sweden earlier said are very expensive, which is debatable when you look at what the real value is and what you get out in data quality and stability. We have two primary programs. One of them is from geostationary. Those are the satellites that are fixed over a fixed location of the planet, and they measure 24 hours. This fixed location, in our case, our nominated spot is the 00 space over essentially Africa, which covers Europe as well as all of Africa, part of Brazil, and going a bit west to the Arabian Peninsula. And this would be the ones you see at the top on that figure. We have currently two generations. Our second generation that launched already in the early 2000s, which are spinning satellites, and the new ones, which is the Meteosat third generation, where we have two units in space, MTGI and MTGS. Complementing to this, because weather is a global activity, and this is not just something that is limited to Europe, in our case, we also have LEO satellites, low Earth satellites, that cover the whole planet over the course of the day. And this is what our polar program is. And at this time, we have 3 satellites in orbit. From our first generation, the METOP B and METOP C satellites, so those are pretty big 6-ton satellites with about 11 to 12 instruments on it. And then we launched last summer METOP second generation. And this is it was covered very well this morning in the opening talk in one of the other rooms by my colleague Rose Monroe. And there, the mission currently is an imager mission with a polarimeter, with a hyperspectral infrared sounder, and radio occultation, as well as an air quality sensor. Its twin, METOP SGB, is predominantly a microwave mission with 3 instruments plus a radio occultation instrument, and this will be launching later this year. Complementary to all of this, it's something where we work mostly in cooperation with the European Union, particularly the Copernicus program, and there it is environmental monitoring with a very strong focus on ocean as well as on air quality missions, and this is the lowest part of the plot. Now, just to give you some ideas, our main activity, of course, is to try and cover the whole spectral range of the atmosphere, so as to give different elements of the atmosphere into numerical weather predictions. What you see here in this animation is a scene of the United States with a hurricane coming in off the coast of Florida, and you see with the different channels we have from the different instruments, the different information, and the different spaces where you see this information coming from. And this is still, I would say, 90% of the data we generate is to a large extent pure, high-quality radiances, brightness temperatures that we then provide to modeling centers such as ECMWF, the Met Office, Météo France, the German Weather Service, as well as to consortia of modeling, regional modeling such as the ones where Finland is in, as well as Sweden and other countries. To just give you an idea what it means if you did not have those type of LEO satellites, here's an experiment that was done about 6 years ago by ECMWF on our behalf, where we wanted to see if you would remove the morning orbit of the type of satellite such as METOP, and also remove the lunchtime orbit of the American satellites, and what would actually happen with respect to the detection of a hurricane in the Atlantic. A hurricane, particularly as it approaches the Caribbean, can be up to 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers in diameter, something that you see from the optical very easily. But if you did not have all of those radiance measurements, be it in the microwave measurements or in the hyperspectral infrared, what you would actually get to is you would actually miss out that information in the model. So just imagine that something that takes up to 10 days to form and cross the Atlantic would actually be missed in the modeling skills without having those LEO satellites. So this is really why we as an organization, so as NOAA in the United States or CMA in China, exist. Another example, and this is from our 3rd generation geostationary, this is the flexible combined image. This is the latest generation of imager that we have in space. It was launched in December 2022. And this is just giving you a scene of the upper half of the disk as seen by MTG. It is a repeat cycle, it's 24 hours of a scene with a 10-minute measurement interval. And what you will see, of course, is what many forecasters like to see is the movement of the clouds. In many cases, it's also to see convective events. But what is very interesting in this figure here is that you also see, well, now, of course, it's dark. It's going to come back. Yeah. You will see also intrusion of smoke. And this smoke originated, which you see over Spain, originated in Canada, 6,000 kilometers away. So you also have the capacity of monitoring long-range smoke, but if there would be a volcanic eruption like we saw 15 years ago in Iceland, these are the kind of things you could monitor also. The other thing is what you will notice is that the quality of the imaging is so good with sub 1 kilometer pixel size that you start having something that in the past you could only have from LEO satellites in the medium resolution, such as MODIS or VIIRS. You now have from geostationary on a 10-minute interval, which allows you to start also looking at other things, such as land change, looking at coastal issues, looking at ocean biology. So this kind of segues me into the second part, is since we do a lot of measurements that are really fundamental across the spectrum, you can also start looking at other activities in Earth observation. And this is why, as an organization, we've also started to include environmental monitoring, be it air quality, marine biology, things like that in our portfolio. And this, of course, all in the context as the system, as we see it, is not just limited to atmosphere or land. There's interactions between the surfaces and the atmosphere. There's other phenomena, and this, of course, is of great concern for many of us, particularly when we look at climate change. So just giving you some ideas, and these are just some highlights on some of the things we do with respect to our marine products. We do, of course, using scatterometers, a type of microwave instrument. We do wind vectors and sea ice parameters. With respect to our infrared radiometers, we do surface temperatures and fluxes. We also do with altimeters, sea surface height, waves and wind speeds, and I'll come up with a nice example later. And last but not least, with our radiometers, which are also used for many of the atmospheric measurements, we can also do ocean color and biology. So just highlighting first, just some surface images. On the left is traditionally what has been done at our satellite application facility for ocean and sea ice, using our 1st generation measurements. And here it's just to highlight that the Copernicus program, even though the mission initially was not meant to do any ice temperature measurements, the Commission asked us to actually integrate this in the system, and this allows us to actually have also additional data, which can be quite useful just in general, but in case there would be some type of failure of our primary mission, we would have a fallback position to continue the time series. And those are the kind of things that benefit, again, in Earth observation, even though the mission was meant to do something totally different in the case of Sentinel-3. It allows us to do some of the core meteorological activities we had to do, which is the things you see on the left done by the OC-SAF. Here is just an example on the altimeter. This is essentially a continuation of the time series that started on an initial mission between the French space agency CNES and NASA in 1992. We have taken over at the turn of the last decade the operations of the continuity of those missions, which would be covering the period going here around 2012 on. And essentially, on one hand, of course, this is climate change monitoring. As the ocean height changes, it is a sign of glacier melt and ice shield melt. something very clear. But we also see the benefits, as I'll show here, is that you can also derive wave and wind speed. And here is one of those unfortunate times when nature plays games with us. In 2017, September, you had 3 big hurricanes hitting the east coast of the United States, being Katia, Irma, and Jose. And here's just an idea of how you have all of the harmonized data as generated by EUMETSAT, giving you the wind speed and the wave height. Overlaying this is an interesting word. Oops, now here. Whoops, sorry, go back one. And here's an overlay where it's a combination of information, and it is the latent heat that you have in the ocean. And this is where the information gained by IR radiometers, the sea surface temperature, can give you also an idea, if you are forecasting your hurricane, looking at the track, where the hurricanes could gain tremendous amount of energy. And if you look here in the Gulf of Mexico, for example, you have this big potential heat island. If a hurricane goes through this, it can jump from a category 2 to a category 4 or 5 within less than 24 hours, meaning that you go to winds of over 200, sustained winds of over 200 kilometers an hour within a 24-hour period. And for those of you who are old enough to remember, in the early 2000s when New Orleans drowned under Hurricane Katrina, it is exactly what happened. The hurricane went from a category 2, entered one of those heat islands, and just jumped up to a category 5 by the time it landed actually in New Orleans 24 hours later. So again, multi-purpose, observing the planet, you go with one thing, but you have other potentials that you can derive and use for weather forecasting or Earth observation monitoring. Similarly, here's an image of the fires of Portugal. As you know, the Mediterranean has been burning a lot in recent years. It's sustained. It sometimes seems to be getting worse. When you look at Canada, for example, the increase in the last 6-7 years has been almost tenfold in the intensity of the fires that have come. And there's concerns in the Nordic countries with the dryness, less snow, that there's increased chances of fires also. And this is one of the other products that we generate with our Copernicus Sentinel-3 mission. And here's just showing all of the fires as well as their potential radiative power, or the intensity that they generate. And this, of course, couples all into the whole forecasting, because this also have a radiative impact on the atmosphere, which then translates also in changes in local meteorology and things like that. So here is just to give you an idea. As you know, many of the NASA satellite systems are either getting old or being shut off this year. And here, for those of you who are interested in doing any type of fire monitoring, I can only advertise that Sentinel-3, as operational at EUMETSAT, is a good substitute for the MODIS on EOS Terra, which will shut off this year. And this is just giving you an idea of the correlation. Just to point out one thing that might be also of interest is that the Sentinel-3 fires are much more sensitive, and we capture smaller fires than with the NASA MODIS instrument. Another thing is switching to the future. Again, following into the impact of how fires increase pollution, we have increasing temperature. The monitoring of CO2 and methane is extremely important, and due to our experience in operational systems, in maintaining stable, well-calibrated systems, the European Union has actually asked us to plan and implement the Copernicus CO2M mission. This has been quite a challenging setup. It is essentially going to be 3 satellites that will, with each one having 3 instruments, one for the detection of the greenhouse gases, another one for the detection of nitrogen dioxide, or to find out where the sources are that are man-made. And the last one is to do a correction on the aerosol, so as to be able to achieve the extremely stringent requirements on precision and accuracy. And with this, the key is it's not just 3 satellites, it's having 3 satellites that actually at the end operate like one, which means the intercalibration, making sure that this all works and this is fully understood how different those things are, from one another is critical. And this is really also something that when you talk about new commercial systems or constellations, is really one of the biggest challenges. If you need to use those in models or in any types of assessments, you need stability, you need intercomparisons, you need intercalibration, and those systems have to be fully understood, fully characterized, and really for the users be something that is almost transparent in its usage. You should not have a PhD in a specific instrument to be able to understand how this data works. It needs almost to be, and I hate to use that word, but plug and play. Another thing is to support and make sure that those things meet the requirements that are necessary. We also invest a lot in the development of ground-based truthing methods. And here, in the case of CO2 and methane, the truthing instrumentation can be extremely expensive. To just give you an idea, to do a classical good Fourier transform measurement from the ground, if you need to have a complete container, can cost you anywhere from 800,000 to $1 million to buy. And then it requires 1 to 2 people a year to operate, plus all of the other expenses. For the CO2M mission, there's an estimate that you need 40 to 50 sites if you would use those. This is something that even the European Union could not necessarily afford in the long term, and we need to find alternatives. And what we have done is use something that NASA developed over the last 20 years for air quality monitoring, which are those type of mini spectrometers, and we've converted them to use new detectors that can measure CO2 and methane and give some tests. And here, the next plot, if this works. Whoops. Yes. And here is just an idea that technically this would be the spectrum on the upper part that you'd be looking at if you try to get the very fine structures. But if we go with the assumption with a very small bandpass, you get essentially this kind of what would be smooth, but your signal is still very strong where the CO2 would be or where the methane would be. And essentially here are the first measurements of our second version of the instrument that was developed. And you can see that the sensitivity from point to point is clear. This is not noise. This is really atmospheric sensitivity that you see in the CO2. And an instrument like that, instead of costing about 800,000 in a container, or the smaller ones costing about 160,000, it costs 65,000 and gives you data instantly with a well-calibrated system. And this is something that is also part of the work we do at EUMETSAT to try and further the missions to ensure the quality of the data as good as possible. Another thing is, and this is referring to the talk earlier by Adam DeBro on the Arctic weather satellite. EPS Sterna is essentially the constellation of Arctic weather satellites. And I would like to be very clear that it is not meant to be a substitute for the backbone microwave measurements. It's supposed to be complementary and add to the temporal as well as geographical gaps of the measurements. And essentially, what you will see is with a constellation of 6 satellites, we can come to an extremely good coverage at the higher latitudes, which is where there's a very clear gap in measurements for short-term weather prediction. But if you would also include a tropical orbit system with about 4 satellites, you could have a near continuous half-hour measurement of microwave sounders globally. Now, of course, as my point was with the CO2M mission, when you do fly a constellation of instruments, the user expects something that is easy to use and that is consistent. And again, for constellations, and I think also for new space, this is something, depending on your application and your customer base, the requirements on stability, on calibration, and interoperability will vary. In our case, they're extremely stringent, and we will need to meet those. In some cases, if you do imagery, you might not have the same kind of requirement, but it again is application-based. Another thing is, and this is something that we are currently as EUMETSAT working with our colleagues in Canada. Canadians are interested in flying 2 satellites in high elliptical orbit. The payloads are meant to cover meteorology primarily, but also potentially greenhouse gases, air quality, as well as space weather. And we're currently discussing this with them to get those satellites in place. We have a dedicated workshop with them in a couple of weeks where we're going to go over the specifications. And EUMETSAT is considering, as an organization, to potentially also join this initiative by providing a flexible combined imager, FCI, which I showed you the fires from crossing the Atlantic, which would give you de facto between a half a kilometer to 1 kilometer pixel over all of the Arctic and subarctic, which is something quite innovative. The Russians have flown this with the Arctica missions, but it is really an interesting mission for the future and would have great impact on many aspects, not just meteorology, but again, other applications such as fire monitoring, air quality, long-range transport, coastal zone, ice shifting, things like that. So another very interesting opportunity that potential is there. And this is just to give you an idea of how this would work. And the coverage here is illustrated very nicely of the way it would be on a 24/7 basis using both an imager, optical IR, plus a Fourier transform spectrometer. With this, I believe I'm almost at my last slide. Yeah. So the one thing I can say from a EUMETSAT point of view, but in Earth observation in Europe in general, it is an extremely exciting time, both with the main systems, such as provided by Copernicus EUMETSAT, but also coming with developments in the commercial field. And the thing is, for many of those things, the R&D and the application aspects and the further new developments that can be made require a lot of effort, not just by organizations like my own, but also by other communities, institutions. And we as an organization work very closely with our member states, but also with universities, institutes, to further those things. And many of the results that it showed are based on long-term developments that have been undertaken in-house and in collaborative efforts across Europe. And with this, we will meet those. And the thing is, I hope that I've given you an idea of what we do. And as an organization, we are operational, deliver data 24/7, but we take research to implement and update those products on a continuous basis and discover new things and come up with new services for our member states. And with this, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Bojan Boškov. And before we go to the lunch, I will have a very quick question. I'm a person who is extremely interested in satellites. All this new space, old space, do you see these trends are affecting you as well? Are you going to get small satellite fleets, or are you getting really big satellites, or something is shifting?
Yeah. Well, I didn't have the time to also show you the commercial activities we do. We are working since more than 5 years very closely with our American partners, in particular NOAA, but also with NASA on some of the commercial data purchases. We do already have data streams on radio occultation. We are planning to expand those to radio occultation, to GNSS polarimetry and GNSS reflectometry, because the value is really
signals,
there. So these are the small sats that are commercially available. We are also in the process of evaluating microwave sounders and imagers that are commercially available. So this would be, well, Tropics was one, but it is Tomorrow I/O, which is based on Tropics. There, however, at this stage, there's still some growing pains, because on the small payloads, the thermal shielding is not as good as it ought to be. And this is the kind of thing is, for us, we need this kind of orbital stability. We cannot really have this kind of I don't want to say randomness, but semi-randomness in some of the performances for our users. So the thing is, however, we are iterating with the commercial entities to do improvements. And those things, we have seen them particularly in radio occultation, have really raised the quality of the data. So we as an organization are quite open to this, but we do have some quality criteria and stability criteria that we really insist on. And this is not to be difficult, it is just because of our user requirements. This does not mean that the dialogue shouldn't start. and that one should not see what is possible.
Okay, thank you very much, Bojan Boškov from EUMETSAT. So one more applause. And now we have lunchtime, and I have a small announcement about the lunch. So we have two restaurants here in this building. We have Reima, which is the student restaurant, and we have Mezzo, which has a salad buffet, which you also need to pay yourself. But you can find Mezzo restaurant. If there is a very long queue in the student restaurant, go to Mezzo restaurant and you should get served. So thank you very much, and see you afternoon in the next session, which is For Sale Center of Excellence, Highlights and Results.
I think it's a good time to start, since in the morning hours we were running late throughout the whole session. So today I'm gonna start 60 seconds ahead of schedule, so we can make up the lost time for today. Next up, we're gonna be celebrating scientific achievements, basically. The Finnish Center of Excellence in Research and Sustainable Spaces just finalized their 8-year-long journey. And in my opinion, it was a huge success story, but as I don't know that much about that success story, we have somebody coming up to tell you the real story behind the success. Stage. Jesus Christ. Let's get to the stage with a huge round of applause. Minna Ballroom to tell more about this topic.
Thank you so much. And thanks also for your kind words in the introduction. Okay, my name is Minna Palmroth. I'm an academic professor now since of January, and also the director of the former and the current Center of Excellence. Great. So let's talk about For Sale Center of Excellence. I have a little bit of a background. I have a slide about how world looked like in 2016 when we were strategizing this Center of Excellence. Then I have our strategy framing what is sustainable use of space. I talk about the teams and the results, and also highlight a little bit about our modeling team highlights. That's because the upcoming 4 talks are about the other teams, excluding the modeling team, which I was heading. Great, and then something about the future vision, and especially our new Center of Excellence called the Space Resilience. Great, so this is like what the world looked like in 2016. So basically, we were still in the old space paradigm. There was a stable, predictable environment, launch capacity as bottleneck, and then coming missions were on the table, constellations were on the table, and then massive investments pouring in to the new space world. And also there was a sustainability gap. The concept of the sustainable use of space was formed. However, it was really narrowly focused, reactive, and only debris related. So what was actually missing in 2016 about the sustainable use of space was a holistic view of the orbiting environment. And now, of course, we know today that 2016 was exactly the time when things changed, and now we are in a massive megatrend. So our Center of Excellence in the sustainable use of space was pioneering the zero future debris paradigm. So this is our strategy. We kind of divided the world into 2. There's the old debris, which is already there, and then there's the new debris, which is coming from the future launches. And the legacy debris was from the old missions. However, what we thought about in the sustainable use of space is that by far the largest problem for the sustainable use of space is not the debris which is already there, but the massive increase in numbers of satellites, and if those are not handled sustainably, then in the future we will have a massive problem. So our hypothesis was that the most future debris comes from satellite failures and lack of disposal. And this was our pillar for the Center of Excellence. We formed 2 pillars, Pillar 1, Science, Pillar 2, Technology. Science to prevent failures by mastering radiation in space, and then technology to guarantee disposal with novel deorbiting technologies. And the goal was maximized reliability, which then leads to minimal orbit footprint. Then, we had, this is our team structure. We had a science team side, and then technology team side. Science was observations and modeling. Observations was headed by my colleague Professor Emilia Kilpua, whereas then the technology teams, there were 3 teams, instruments, platforms, and propulsion, headed by Professors Jan Brax, Rami Vainio, and then Dr. Pekka Janhunen, who will also talk about their own results in this session. Our objectives was to understand particle acceleration and ENA in the near-Earth space, understand ULF waves and radiation belts, because those are the aspects which contribute to the near-Earth radiation environment. Then we wanted to understand Coulomb drag physics and then develop radiation-tolerant solutions. So what we really did in our Center of Excellence was that we redefined what sustainable use means, sustainable use of space means. In the left side of the slide, you can see kind of the old way, how the sustainable use of space was defined in 2016. The focus was internal sustainability of the orbit, like analog to the keep the forests clean, keep the orbits clean. The primary metric was the number of debris objects, and the blind spot was that the purpose of using the space was not recognized. So the talk was only about sustainable use of space, not about why we are utilizing space in the first place. And so, because this was the background, the result is the solutions which are limited to only to the debris removal. What we did in the sustainable use of space is kind of redefining this old way of understanding sustainability. So we wanted to talk about the planetary perspective, and the focus was a holistic view. So not only that we should keep the orbits clean, but why we are utilizing the space in the first place. And the insight here is that the space is a critical infrastructure, and if we think about the sustainable use of space from these perspectives, it means that the results will be enabling green and digital transition, which we actually want to do. So from these perspectives, we wanted to then concentrate into the debris and also to the space weather, which is the reason why the new satellites fail sometimes. So what we wanted to say here, very crystal clear, is that it's not only about the debris, it's also about the environment. It's equally critical in making our space usage sustainable. And here's a paper about it, which we published last year in Ecology and Society. Science results, I'm really proud of our Center of Excellence. We were really a kind of I can't even find a great adjective for it, massive science output, more than 430 peer-reviewed publications, including Nature Family, Nature Astronomy, Physics and Geoscience. We got the Forsale 1 Prime flying, which I hope we are hearing some in the coming talks. More than 850 presentations and talks, of which 200 was invited. It was really also a multiplier effect in the Center of Excellence in Research of Sustainable Space. We were able to gather as a team more than 34 million of new research funding, where the most important, of course, was our new Center of Excellence in Space Resilience, which was just selected last year and will be now continuing our great work, added with one team from the University of Oulu. We also I want to highlight many of the new ERC grants which our team members won during the Center of Excellence, and also many European Union and other funding that we got. key enablers for the Center of Excellence were the HPC infrastructure, the LUMI in Kajaani, and also the international science missions, which were also providing data before we got the Forcell 1 Prime. There are more details in the following talks in the Takka session. Modeling team highlights. We were able to conclude our Glaciator simulation to its full capacity. So Glaciator is the world's most accurate space environment simulation, and it's now coupled not only to the solar wind and magnetosphere, which was the fact before this Center of Excellence, but it is also coupled to the ionosphere. So it models the entire near-Earth space as it is, all the connections. And it is in full 6D, and I won't tell you what 6D means now because I don't have time, but if some of you want to talk about what 6D means in space, I can talk about it to you during coffee. We coupled the dynamic ionosphere, as I said, and then we solved two major key questions in space physics: how plasmoids eject, which was promoted in Nature Geoscience, and most importantly, how ULF waves transmit in the systems, which was a paper by Professor Lucille Turk in Nature Physics in 2022. There are coming highlights which are coming. We are really excited to see the Forcell 1P precipitation data from the University of Turku. So we really want to do this in the future. The era of hyperdensity and extremes is coming. So really looking back to the 2016 when we were looking at the first Center of Excellence strategy, and now when we were looking at the next Center of Excellence strategy, things have again changed in space. Now the market and regulatory pressure are actually forcing many of the new satellites into VLEO, so to the lower orbits than LEO. And this means, again, a threat to the satellites, because this is a region which is extremely difficult to handle. It's a region where the neutral atmosphere is still felt by the satellites, and it's a region where the space weather really gives the largest uncertainty to the orbit holding for the satellites from a mechanism called Joule heating. So this is really a new physical regime. We can almost say that it's the last frontier where people, which we don't understand yet, and what we really want to do understand in the next Center of Excellence. Also, I want to draw your attention to a black swan threat. So it's already more than 100 years from the last once per 100-year event, which is a solar megastorm, and more than 1,000 years from a once per 1,000 years even larger megastorm from the sun. So, and right now our society is more dependent on space than ever before. So really the space economy is skyrocketing, and resilience is untested during these megastorms. So our new Center of Excellence in Space Resilience, which is continuing with the same teams as the previous Center of Excellence, added with the University of Oulu, is really focusing on these two issues: VLEO usage, and then these black swan threats to the society in the next coming 8 years. Thank you so much for coming to this talk, and I hope you enjoy the next talks, which are from the Center of Excellence. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Minna. You're not getting off the stage yet, because I'm going to give the audience a chance for questions, if you have anything related to this topic once again. No hands raising, so I'll take my shot at this thing then. You mentioned black swan events. If we look at the most dire situation that one of these black swan events actually takes place, what are you going to do after that? Then there might be some issues with running satellites up there.
That is correct. So our initial results show that the old satellites, old space satellites might be a little bit more protected towards the black swan events. However, the new space satellites are under a major threat. So we really need to focus on satellite reliability and understanding how we can improve their safety, especially if they are flying in VLEO.
That's good to hear that you're already focusing on this thing, and let's hope it doesn't happen, at least not in the near future.
Not today.
or tomorrow.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Yeah. Once again, thank you. A round of applause for Minna for this presentation. Next up, we're gonna, as already mentioned, we're gonna keep up with the Center of Excellence theme, and we're gonna get Marius Anger from...
Hello, hello. Ah, yes.
Hello, hello. Welcome to the stage with a round of applause. We're gonna go in depth into FORSAIL 1P in orbit commissioning update. Marius, the stage is yours.
Yes, so I'm from Aalto University, part of Jan's group, and I'm the head systems engineer for FORSAIL 1 Prime, and soon graduating, so anyone with a job, raise your hand and I come to you later. I will not explain that. I will just explain that, again, we have these 5 teams, and we are in Aalto University are building, we're responsible for building the satellite part, which we successfully did. And I will just tell you the success story of this beauty here that we have in orbit now since December last year. Yes, so what do we have on board of FORSAIL 1 Prime? We have the PATE telescope, which is just a particle telescope where we can do pitch angle scanning, and we have a solar-facing tube where we can measure the solar innas. So that's this device here. So you have the scanning tube here, and the short tube here is the tube for the solar innas. And then we have, talking about the technology approach, we have the plasma brake on board, which is a new device to deorbit the satellite after its successful mission. So it hosts like a long tether inside that we reel out, and then we charge it, and this will slow down the satellite, which then causes it to go down in the orbit. That's quite exciting because it has not been shown in orbit yet. We have our own payload, so this is coming from FMI, and this is coming from the Turku University, and then the magnetometer and the optical camera are coming from our side. I will have a small excursion to the optical camera as well. It's this one here. All right, how are we looking? And then the clicker doesn't work anymore. Can I get the next slide, please? Yes. So you heard that we were also interested in radiation sort of protection of our hardware, and that we have this second technology idea that we are protecting the hardware. So this is our avionics hardware that we have built completely in-house. It's quite compact, below 1 U size, and it doesn't have any EAR or ITAR components, so it's quite flexible in terms of where we can ship it. It has a robust failure detection system as well, and this whole thing is then encased in an aluminium shell, which then adds the radiation protection to the COTS components that we have here on board. And this here is the full flat set that you can see, that we had the full testing setup where we have also automated procedures. There was just one talk today in the pop-up stage, I think it was, about this, so maybe you, if you have missed it, you can talk to Topi. It's quite exciting as well. All right, we are using a self-developed Skylink protocol. It's open source, so if you want to use it as well for your satellites, you can. It has some advantages than the normal CCSDS, and it's quite robust so far. So I'm quite happy that this works. And it has been used by radio amateurs now as well. So it is in use not only by us. All right. Yes, then I will show you some integration pictures, and then later on we will go on what we have done in the commissioning. So here you can see the stack fully assembled, and then we are of course, we have signed our satellite, and then we are building it together. And of course, we have also some more even Easter eggs than this, but this is the funniest one, I would say. And it's also my handwriting. So, all right. Then, how did we get to orbit? So, the original integration day was in July. Then, unfortunately, a couple of days earlier, we discovered that we had an issue with our batteries. They were not certified in a certain way. That's why we had to change the delivery date a bit. Finally, we integrated our satellite in September. And then we launched on a Transporter 15, but we were on a mothercraft that deorbit Ion, and that one was deployed then normally on the Transporter 15 on the 28th of November. But then we had to wait still until they have done their commissioning of their own mothercraft, and then we were released on the 9th of December at starting of sunlight. And I have highlighted this because if we look at the first signal, so it was roughly deployed over like this region here, so quite on the North Pole, and then, you know, we are here in Helsinki here, and this is also our ground station, and basically we catched it on the first overpass already. So it's a very faint signal, but it's there. And I can tell you why it's a faint signal, because we had problems initially in pointing our antenna to the correct location. So this is actually fetching the satellite with the back lobe of our own antenna, which is kind of nice to see. All right, and we fixed that actually already then in the same overpass that we catched it here. So we saw already a signal basically a bit earlier, but we weren't sure because, you know, such a faint signal, you're never sure, because this was not able to decode anything. So, yeah. All right, and then the cool thing is we got deployment beacon already, and we saw that we were fully deployed 4 minutes after deployment, after like initial release to space, which is a great sign. We only needed one attempt, which is great. We got then also in the next overpass, so this is 90 minutes later, we got already the first signal, this time with proper pointing, and then you can see the signal strength, of course, increases quite nicely. And we got everything down what we wanted, and again, like fully deployed antennas, which is always nice to see. All right, then we have to talk about the camera, because cameras can actually also talk to you. And I will explain that later. So we wanted to check the camera because we have actually set it up so that it makes pictures after deployment. We saw, okay, the camera is off. That was the first weird thing that we saw, because in our testing, the camera was always on. But then we figured, okay, this is actually totally fine, because we deployed in the first go, meaning that we were so fast in the deployment that our computer was thinking, oh, wait, we are not yet deployed. Let's shut down everything before that, before the next attempt, and basically it shut down the camera. Okay, fine, let's turn on the camera again. And then the overpass was over, so no more communication. That's what we thought. Well, the next overpass, we were trying to connect it to the satellite. We saw nice beacons on the waterfall, everything is fine, we could decode it, but it didn't hear us somehow. Okay, maybe some whatever fluke, doesn't matter. Then because it was a low elevation overpass, you know, the connection might be not that bad, yeah, not that good. Then we go the next overpass. Still no luck. So what happened? I can show you this. So we have on the far left, this is where we turned on the camera, and on the far right, there is the automatic failure detection system turning off the camera. And as you can see, there's quite a bit of days in between. This is because the system was set up in a, let's say, relatively slow way in reacting. But suddenly, here, we have contact again. And what you can see here is the orange is the received sort of RSSI, so the background base, the received signal strength, and the blue thing is the background noise that you can see from the satellite, so measured from the satellite. And what you can see is that when we turn on the camera, suddenly the noise starts And if we turn off the camera, suddenly the noise stops. Okay, so we figured it must be an EMI issue actually with the camera. So our camera is a Raspberry Pi based camera. And then we looked up in the internet a bit more about this specific Raspberry Pi that we used. And we found out, great, everyone has reported it has EMI issues. So yeah, don't use this particular Pi Zero for your cameras or do something else. It's not a showstopper, we just have to schedule the camera, turn on and off a bit differently, but it's something we didn't realize earlier, because in the lab the signal strength is so good from all our stations that all is fine. By the way, this one is not working, so you have to tell me the time. Good. Then we have resumed our commissioning on the 2nd of January after the camera was off, so that was nice. And actually we got the first signal again at 1.5 degree elevation, which is great. So basically we can do from horizon to horizon communication, which is just awesome for everything you want to do. So what we did then is we powered on shortly our main payloads and checked, okay, are they alive? Are they powering up? Is everything okay? And everything is okay. Very good. Yes, okay. Then we also enabled the sensors and tried to, see what kind of tumbling rate do we have, because until this point we don't have any ADCS information. We don't even have turned on the ADCS yet. And we can report that over this time we only have like 2 degrees maximum of rotation, which is great. So meaning we have no weird current loops that are sort of spinning us up or anything. So the satellite attitude is, without doing anything, quite stable, which was surprising to us because usually with the CubeSats you always have some remaining dipole moment that spins you up or something like that. So that was great to see. And here you can actually see in the upper panel the received raw data from the sun sensors. This is over 15 minutes, so it basically does a weird rotation. Because again, this is not rotation controlled yet, so we haven't enabled the ADCS yet. And all the sun sensors work. That is maybe not so interesting normally, but all the hardware that that you saw in the picture is all built by us. Meaning also the sun sensors are built by us. And this is the first time that the sun sensors actually have been shown to work in space. So we are very grateful that they work. If you want to use them, they're free open source. So just come to me if you need the link. There's a digital sun sensor and an analog sun sensor. Both of them are open source. Right. All right. And then we actually did already lots of more stuff. So we did the first file downlinks. We did the first payload data for Bate, and you will hear more about this in the next talk. But basically, we recorded roughly like 1 hour, something a bit more, of payload data, and you can see nicely that the particle counts are going up. I will not talk too much about this. I know what is happening in this picture, but still, I don't want to spoil you with the results that the team will present in like 5 minutes or so. 2 minutes, sorry. I'm done soon. And then we downloaded the first image. So this is actually the black bar is the first image sequence of 11 images as a thumbnail. And this one is the first image in 4% of 2.3 megabytes downloaded. It's black. So all the camera stuff was basically for nothing at the moment. Yeah, well, you only see that when you actually open the picture, right? So yeah. But the camera works, and we did not forget the cap. This is for sure not. So I can assure you that it's just black, the picture. If you look into space, it might be black, right? If you're spinning uncontrolled. All right. What are the next steps? The next steps will be running Bate more continuous, commissioning the ADCS, update the software. Actually, we have some smaller bugs that we want to iron out. And then we will try the first time reeling in and out and in the plasma break at some point. And of course, more camera pictures. Camera pictures are always cool. And then we also have actually a radio amateur repeater on board, so we will also try to test that. And more automation is always good. So yeah, that's basically it. And if you want to know more about all the nitties and gritties of this mission in terms of like the engineering part, then Toby's talk on Wednesday will help you there. And then live long and prosper.
Thank you, Marius, and congratulations on the huge achievement. In my opinion, you've done a great job. And sometimes when my wife asks me to take pictures, they also are just as good as your pictures. So happens to the best of us. Hey. Do we have any questions from the crowd about this project, or do we straight hop into the results and more in-depth stuff? If you don't have any questions now, you may feel free to bug him later on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but one more round of applause and thank you for presenting. Nice sound effects. But yeah, we're gonna keep on with the same topic. Next up we're gonna have Rami tell a little bit more about the same thing and maybe a little bit expand on the mission objectives. Let's change the display settings. Or you're gonna be beatboxing, or...
Let's see. Can you hear me? Okay, fine. Wrong presentation, sorry. All right, here we go. So, first of all, I want to thank the Academy of Finland, the Research Council of Finland now. Building particle telescope for the mission wouldn't have been possible without the long-term funding that we received in the Center of Excellence. So, I'm going to talk about the particle instrument on board Forsail 1P. And what happened now? I have no idea.
Un momento, technical difficulties.
No. I'm giving the forward direction. Okay, so we can start. Science objective 1. We want to measure precipitating electrons from the Earth's radiation belts. What does it mean? Basically, it means that once we have some disturbances in the magnetic field in Earth's radiation belts, there are electrons raining down into the atmosphere, and those we want to measure. We have designed this mission to answer some questions about precipitation. What are the pitch angle and energy signatures of precipitation events, and how is the precipitation pitch angle and energy distribution dependent on geomagnetic activity. Pitch angle means the angle between the velocity vector of the particle and the magnetic field. There is another science objective which is related to solar energetic neutral atoms. So we want to use Earth's magnetic field as a filter to be able to measure energetic neutral atoms coming from the sun. They are produced in the solar corona during solar eruptions via charge exchange processes, and they offer a way to probe the energetic proton population in the corona without interplanetary transport effects, so we can get a direct view of what's going on in the solar eruption. So far, there has been 2 confirmed measurements of solar ENAs in the interplanetary medium, and then a number of, or a handful of signatures from an earlier mission in Leo called SAMPEX, and we want to add to these pool of events to enable more complex analysis or more complete analysis of the phenomenon. So what type of instrument requirements we have? We have to be able to measure the energy spectrum of electrons from some tens of keVs to hundreds of keVs along the orbit of Forsail 1P, so not hundreds of MeVs, but hundreds of keVs.
and measure the energy spectrum of protons and neutral hydrogen in the energy range from hundreds of keVs to several MeV along the orbit of 4Sail-1b. We need to be able to measure the angular distribution of the particles and also monitor the solar direction continuously while the spacecraft is on the day side of the Earth. And we therefore also set some requirements for the mission, so we have to be able to maintain the spin axis toward the Sun and also have a spin period of the spacecraft which is short enough so that the angular measurement can be done by utilizing the spacecraft spin. So the instrument design is like this. So we have two orthogonal, very well collimated viewing directions with our telescope. One is pointed towards the spin axis of the spacecraft, and that in turn is pointed towards the Sun, and then the other one perpendicular to that is scanning the directions, and that is able to measure the so-called pitch angle distribution of the particles then. We measure about 0.4 to 10 MeV protons and neutral hydrogen, Earth's magnetic field being the filter to filter whether they are charged or not, in 10 energy channels, and then about 50 to 800 keV electrons in 7 energy channels. And then the time resolution is the same as the spin period, which is nominally 15 seconds, and we have 32 sectors in angle, so we have 11.25 degree resolution, which is very good resolution, angular resolution of the precipitating electrons or electrons in the medium. The detector stack of the solar pointing telescope consists of 3 types of detectors. One is segmented, very thin detector that is purchased from Micron Semiconductor in the UK, and then we have a couple of in-house produced thicker silicon detectors, and they form a stack which are stopping the incoming ions and electrons and enabling us to make the measurement. And the scanning telescope has only thick detectors, so even the first layer there is with this D2 design of U2 design of the detector. So it still has 3 detectors, but the uppermost 2 are the same in this case. So in addition, we have 2 anti-coincidence detectors which are protecting the stack. So one is an annular detector protecting the entrance aperture, and the other one is guarding against penetrating particles. The parameters of the instrument are here. So we have a mass of 1.4 kilograms, volume of about 1.4 units. The power requirement is about 2.5 watts. You can see some pictures of the detectors here, some of the boards, and how the thing looks inside, and this is then the flight model of the instrument assembled and ready to be integrated to the spacecraft. Okay, so our instrument, we have performed a very, very thorough simulation study of the instrument response. So we are using CERN-produced simulation software, Monte Carlo simulation software called GEANT4. This allows us to simulate the response of the instrument to different particle species. And here you can see the response functions. Response functions mean the energy response of the detector. So ideally, we would like to have our measurements in, let's say, discrete energy channels, so that the given energy channel would be responding to an energy range which would be fixed. And with protons, we achieve that quite well. So you can see here are the low energy channels, and here are the high energy channels, and they almost look like boxcars. So we have some high energy tails. This is very typical. Not all of the energy is absorbed by the detectors, so we will have some secondary responses, so to say. But then for the electrons, the response is much more complicated. And this is very typical also for solid-state detectors, because the electrons are scattering much more in the instrument than protons. And they can be scattered out of the active areas, and that means basically that part of the energy is not being measured. So this would be, for example, here, this channel would be a channel which should respond to about 150 keV electrons here, but you can see that it has a long tail, so some of the 1 MeV electrons will be visible in that channel as well. So analyzing the electrons is a little bit more complicated than protons. And not only that, there will be some secondary responses also from the other species, so some electrons can be visible in proton channels, and some protons can be visible in electron channels, and this needs to be taken into account when analyzing the data. So it's not a big problem when you know about it, but you cannot take like the counting rates at face value that they are produced by one single species. You have to analyze the data product in a little bit more detail. So for the scanning telescope, where we don't have the thin detector is excellent in the sense that it allows a very good separation of species, but it has the problem that we cannot go to very, very low noise levels in a very thin, high capacitance detector, and that means that detecting electrons is very, very tricky with the thin detector. So we replaced that for the scanning telescope with a thicker one. This means that we can go much lower energy in electrons with the scanning detector, but it also means that we will have quite a lot more cross-species contamination. So electrons in proton channels are going to be very visible in, as you will see also from orbit, and protons in electron channels are also going to be something we need to worry a little bit about. So the separation of species, especially at low energies, is not so clean. The angular response, we have relatively tight collimation of the tubes. So this one is for the shorter tube here, and you can see that this 10-degree mark here is at the very low, already quite low response here. So this is now the incidence angle with respect to the zenith, and the response of the detector goes down quite fast. So that means that we can get a neat angular distribution with the rotating telescope, which is even more tightly collimated than this one. The sensitivity is such that if we take a model of the radiation belt, quite stormy conditions in this case, and calculate the counting rates, they will be very nice in the sense that we will not be saturated in any way, but we will have enough counts in the channels to be able to produce the angular distributions, which are based on the segmenting of the time resolution. We have done calibrations. Our laboratory calibrations at home are done with the bismuth source, and you can see, you should pay attention to the lines, that these ones are from simulations, and you can see that the lines are reproduced also in the data. There's a slightly thicker lines, which means that we have a resolution which is not like 0 electron volts in this case, a bit thicker lines, but their positions are very reasonable, and with gain corrections that we apply with the firmware, we can actually get them right where they belong in the instrument. So everything is looking good in terms of detecting electrons. We have done calibrations with protons with several beam energies in the University of Helsinki Accelerator Lab, and for those ones we can also see very similar results as we see from the simulations. These high intensity beams are always a bit tricky in the sense that you will have some double hits, so you will have some cases where you have the same energy of particle appearing, so two particles appearing in the instrument at the same time, and this means that you will have these peaks here which are like twice the energy, meaning just that you have two particles in the system at the same time. But the peaks are at the correct position more or less, and also these ones are from noise. You don't have to worry about those because we will not trigger to the noise counts in the instrument. Okay, the first measurements in orbit, you already saw this picture from the previous presentation. So the sun pointing telescope, again in quotes now because it's not pointing to the sun, there is no attitude control yet, but it's the shorter telescope that it will do that. Here you can see the period of time that we took these measurements was sort of a little bit active in terms of solar particle production, so there were some ions, but the flux was pretty low, and this can be seen, the telescope when it's over the poles here and here doesn't see a lot. This is consistent with the low level of energetic particles from the sun. But then you see these really high peaks here, and these are occurring at the times when the long latitude of the spacecraft is close to 60 degrees, which implies that they are electrons precipitating from the outer belt to the atmosphere that we are seeing. And with the other telescope, the situation is similar. Now I've replaced this energetic particle flux plot that I had previously with solar wind data, and you can see that we are talking about the high-speed stream, and that also explains why we had a situation with the increased electron precipitation in the ongoing event. These are all electrons, and what you see in the proton channels is contamination from electrons. So you can see that these electrons are really contaminating up to P4 or so, the proton channels in this case. So the clean proton measurement is restricted to a little bit higher energies with the rotating telescope because of this lack of good identification of the species at low energies with the thick detector. Okay, conclusions and outlook. We have our instrument on board Forsell 1P. It delivers data as it's supposed to. We will provide new knowledge of electron losses from the radiation belts and solar ENA production. And our simulations seem to be very well replicated by calibration measurements, and the first light data also looks very interesting and nice. So the instrument is counting particles in all channels, so we are good to go after the commissioning of the spacecraft is ready. Thanks.
You for the presentation. Do we have any questions from the crowd regarding this topic? Sound of silence. I promised you I won't be coming up with any.
There's one question there.
Finally, a question from the crowd. Be prepared.
I wonder, there's a big solar storm waging at this moment. Do you see any saturation? And if not, would you change something in the next version so the sensitivity is higher?
So this type of counting rays that we see in this event that we were watching okay, I cannot go back, sorry. We are not in danger of saturation. Right now there is indeed going on a very, very high flux level from the sun. So solar proton event, which is like the largest at 10 MeV in 20 years or so. And we have not analyzed the data yet, but Marius has already gotten it down, so we have a little bit of data that we might be able to take a look at some very, very near future, and then we can see. But I won't expect us to be very much saturated in terms of solar protons. I think the more harsh counting environment comes from very, very strong events in the magnetosphere.
Thank you for the question, and thank you for the good answer. And one more round of applause for Rami for this presentation. Thank you. Next up, we're going to keep on with the for sale. And I read the abstract for the next presentation, and I think I read it right 3 or 4 times once again, and I still didn't realize everything that was tried to put there. It was so complex. But man who actually can explain the whole thing, Pekka Janhunen, with a great round of applause. Welcome to the stage. Pekka.
Okay, yes, so, yeah, let's wait for the correct. Yeah. Okay, so now we have the right slide. So plasma break experiment on onboard Forsell 1 prime, instrument description and in-orbit performance. Yes, now it works. Thank you. The basics of this plasma brake experiment is, more broadly speaking, Coulomb drag propulsion. So Coulomb drag propulsion means that you put a metallic tether to high voltage and you put it in space in some kind of plasma stream, natural plasma stream, and then you use the electrostatic field of that tether as a plasma sail. There is a small current collection occurring as a byproduct of the process, but the power requirement is quite modest. And this works for both positive and negative tether polarity. The physics is plasma physics is different in each case, but in both cases the practical outcome is drag production. So applications of Coulomb drag propulsion. So there are two main applications. So first of all, the plasma brake, which is for lowering orbit of low Earth orbit satellites, for removing orbital debris from low Earth orbit. And then the electric solar wind sail, e-sail, for moving in the solar system without consuming propellant by using the solar wind. And the enabling, I would say, enabling technology for both is a production manufacturing of what we call metallic microtether. And as a spoiler, I want to say that our automatic tether factory is now in operation. So plasma brake in particular is a negative polarity Coulomb drag sail in low Earth orbit for low deorbiting satellites and maybe for upper stages also. The production scale module has 5 kilometer tether and gravity gradient stabilization, and you can deploy one such module downward, another one upward if you have two modules. Or then we can also use a spinning device, as we are doing with the CubeSat experiment, where the centrifugal force acts as a tensioning mechanism for the tether. A particle in cell simulation of the plasma brake has been done. So on the left-hand side we have electron density, on the right-hand side we have ion density. And the plasma brake thrust, when we fit these to these simulation results in analytic formula, we get something like this, and then when we apply this formula to full orbital calculation of this deorbiting process with realistic plasma density in the ionosphere taken from ionospheric model, then we can predict the deorbit time as a function of satellite mass and initial altitude. So, for example, in 2 years with 5 kilometer tether, we can bring down, like from 800 kilometers, we can bring down a 300 kilogram satellite, which is quite significant already for a device which weighs only a few kilograms. So power consumption of the plasma brake can be estimated kind of analytically from so-called orbital motion limited theory, OML theory. And I don't go into details, but the power consumption is low. Then this is the picture of the microtether, so 4-wire tether made out of 50 micrometer aluminum wire. We use 4 wires to make it micrometeoroid resistant, and then the bonds, creating the bonds is the critical technology, and we use wire twisting to make these bonds so that the bonds relies on plastic deformation and static friction. They are the processes, they are the physics that keeps these bonds in shape. Here is also a picture of the microtether with the human hair as a comparison point on the top. So then the goal of this mission is to actually to measure the plasma brake force in order to compare with the theoretical formula that we presented earlier. So we spin the satellite, we deploy the tether in batches, we increase the angular momentum if needed by the satellite's attitude control system between each batch of deployment. Then we start to turn on the tether voltage in a synchronous way with the satellite's rotation, and in that way we create a accumulative spin rate change for the satellite, and from this cumulative change we can measure the plasma brake force. We also want to calibrate the measurement by comparing with, by somehow estimating and knowing what is the plasma density at the point where the measurement was made. We don't have intrinsic plasma instrument on board, but we can use ionospheric models and other satellites to estimate this. And then we can also observe make direct observation of the lowering of the satellite's orbit to get a completely independent characterization or measure of the plasma break force. So this tether which flies on board 4Sail 1' was made by a manual tether machine, which is shown here in picture. Later we also developed an automated version of this machine, and then last year we already got online what we call automatic tether factory, which is fully automated. It has durable parts, metal instead of plastic, and so on. Here is a picture of the plasma break experiment itself in a kind of semi-assembled form. This is what it contains. So we have the reel, which is a cylindrical surface. On the reel we have wound the tether. The orange color is some plastic protection which will be removed before flight. The motor is inside the reel, and then we have obviously the control electronics and a device which we call reel encoder, which measures how many rotations the reel has revolved. And then around this reel we have a chamber, a plastic enclosure, which provides a smooth walls for the tether to be in, and then end mass, 6 grams end mass, and then the high voltage subsystem is added later to this device to complete the plasma break experiment payload. Here is a kind of exploded view of the device. So the fully assembled unit is there, shown there, and then also there is the red thing is a remove before flight pin that we then remove, and this has 3 circuit boards. So power system board, EPS. The motor controller is in another board, and then high voltage board is down there. It's marked there, but it's below this tether chamber. In this experiment, we also need something what we call an electron gathering surface. So the tether is negatively charged, and it collects positive ions from the ionospheric plasma flow. And our satellite has deployed rods which are made of conducting material, deployed rods to provide electron gathering surface to balance the circuit. So, and these rods go very slightly positive relative to the plasma. Very slightly means like less than 1 volt, because the electron temperature is like 0.1 electron volts only in the ionosphere. So electrons are very cold, very low energy, and very tiny potential balance changes change a lot how much electron current a metal conducting surface is gathering from such plasma. And the high voltage board, what we have inside, it just enforces a 1 kilovolt potential difference between the tether and these rods. And then the nature finds the actual potential level where this system settles. So it settles to, the rods settle very slightly, almost 0, but very slightly positive, and then this tether is about minus 1 kilovolt negative if we have full voltage on. Experiment status is right now such that the experiment is operable and its housekeeping data do look fine. We haven't yet tried to give any kind of action commands to the experiment because the emphasis has been thus far on the satellite itself and PATE, as you heard in the previous presentation, and also because before we try to deploy the tether even a little bit, we have to check that the satellite's attitude control system works well and is able to spin the satellite correctly. So we first need a dry run of the spin up, and then stop the spin, and then spin up again, and then deploy a little bit of the tether so that we see the end mass in the camera, so that we can verify that this little bit deployment has worked, and then, yes. Okay, so here are my conclusions. So the first plasma break experiment works in orbit. It's operable. Everything looks good at the moment. Its purpose is to measure the plasma break effect for the first time in space. And it's measured in two orthogonal ways, two complementary ways. From cumulative spin rate change is more accurate way, but more complicated way. And then also simply from the lowering of the orbit of the satellite. And then the intention is to compare with the analytic formula that I showed previously. Sorry, the formula is not visible here for some reason. And the plasma break, the purpose of the plasma break device is to resolve the orbital debris problem in low Earth orbit. And then it's later, its big brother, the electric sail, electric solar wind sail, can give perhaps, hopefully, free transportation in the solar system. Free means not using any propellant and using only relatively little electric power. And the e-sail uses very similar or practically the same tether manufacturing factory that we already have online can be used to make e-sail tethers also. So this is kind of, we are hitting two flies at the same, with the same swat, so to say. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
For the presentation, do we have any questions from the crowd? I was trying to come up with questions, but this is so out of my league, so I couldn't even come up with anything smart to say at this point. But you people in the crowd, there's one question at the back. If we can get the microphone over there. Can we get the microphone to the back? Marius, well volunteered by asking who's running. Now it's you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. My simple question is, can you give me a number for the torque that you can get from your plasma break, a number, just a rough idea?
Torque, so you mean, yeah, that's a good question. So I can't give you a number out of my head, but let's see. So we can calculate it. I mean, the input is here, so it's 87 nanonewtons per meter of tether. So it's like, so it's several millinewtons of thrust, and then you multiply by this about 30 meters of. So between like 0.01 and 0.1 Newton meters, I think, is the torque.
But perhaps the question was wrong, but is a force or is a torque?
Sorry?
Is a force or is it a torque?
So anyway, the force is about 87 nanonewtons per meter of tether. 87 nanonewtons per meter.
No, I understand. But is that to rotate or just to break?
Both, because
okay.
So if you turn on the voltage in synchronous way with the rotation, then you can use this force to produce continuous torque, and in that way you can change the spin rate of your end mass relatively efficiently, even though this force is low. But of course this force is also acting on the satellite, so it will bring down the orbit anyway. And of course in production use we would not make this synchronous on-off cycling, but we would just keep the voltage on all the time, and then the satellite's orbit will be slowly decreased. So the synchronous thing is just used for the measurement purpose in this particular mission, but it's not used in production scale mission.
Good question and really in-depth answer. Thank you, Pekka, for the answers. Thank you for the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
One more round of applause for Pekka. And Same thing for the Simon's presentation, as I said with Pekka's presentation. I read the abstract, I tried to come with something smart, but it was heavy-duty stuff, let's put it this way.
Well, the abstract doesn't match the talk I'm going to give, so...
Well, even better that I didn't come up with anything then. But then, please, surprise us, Simon. With a round of applause, and let's get the show started. Feel free to talk whatever you're going to talk about.
Hello, everyone. I'm Simon Good. I'm an Academy Research Fellow working at the University of Helsinki. And I'm going to be talking about my work on interplanetary coronal mass ejections as a turbulent plasma environment. This work falls within the broad framework of the Centre of Excellence for SAIL. And it's an example of the kind of basic physics research that the Centre of Excellence has supported. So, brief outline of my presentation. I'll go into a bit of background on what an ICME, interplanetary coronal mass ejection, is, also turbulence. I'll then talk a bit about the spectrum of turbulence that we see inside ICMEs. Oops, I've gone forward early. And then I'll talk about a particular kind of turbulence, which is called balanced turbulence, and this seems to be an intrinsic feature of ICME plasma. And then I'll wrap up with some recent modeling that we've been doing in the group of solar wind turbulence using the Vlasiator code, hybrid Vlasov modeling. Here's the sun, here's a CME. We can observe CMEs in like this with remote observations. We can also observe them locally at a spacecraft, and this figure here is showing magnetic field measurements by Parker's Solar Probe at 0.39 AU, which is somewhere between the orbit of Mercury and Venus. It observed an ICME, coronal mass ejection, and you can see it between these two dashed lines, the ICME interval. So ICMEs, these are the interplanetary manifestations of CMEs. They're the main driver of space weather at the Earth. They're mostly studied as large-scale structures, and you can see the large-scale structure of the ICME given by these smooth fit lines, three fit lines to the three magnetic field components. But you can see that there's a lot going on in the data that's not captured by those smooth lines, and this is the turbulence in the ICME plasma. We can think of ICMEs as the third kind of solar wind. We have fast wind, we have slow wind, we have the ICME wind. I'll also point out that turbulence in the solar wind generally, it plays an important role in energetic particle acceleration, and this has been one of this has been a research focus of FORSAIL. But questions that I'm particularly interested in, research questions, are what is the nature of turbulence inside ICMEs? How is it different? How is it similar to the solar wind turbulence? How does large-scale ICME structure shape this smaller-scale turbulence, and also vice versa? How does the small-scale turbulence affect the large-scale? And is the turbulence inside ICMEs originating from the solar corona, or does it develop as the CME travels out into the solar wind? So I showed a time series of measurements before. If you take the Fourier transform, you would get a power spectrum of the fluctuations. And this figure is showing power spectra from 15 ICME intervals observed by Parker's Solar Probe and Solar Orbiter. So some similarities with the solar wind spectrum. You can see that we have a log, it's a log-log plot, and we're getting these kind of straight line regions. So this is showing that we have power laws. And then we've got different power laws at different scales. So low frequencies, large scale, small frequencies, low frequencies, large scale, high frequencies, small scale. And there's a change of physics between the scales. Disaster, can you still hear me? This middle region is where we have the turbulence. And the scaling of the turbulence inside ICMEs, this is quite similar to what we get in the solar wind generally. Another similarity with the solar wind, we can see the color scheme in this figure. It's showing the distance from the sun. So going from yellow to dark blue, we're moving further from the sun. Power in all these fluctuations just drops with distance from the sun, and this is primarily due to the expansion of the CME. Some differences with the solar wind. At the largest scales, the lowest frequencies, we get quite steep spectra, and in the ICMEs, this is due to the large scale structure. So remember those smooth lines from the previous slide? That's picking up on the power in the large scale structure, so not the turbulence. We don't have that in the solar wind in the same way. Another difference with the solar wind, in the solar wind, the turbulence seems to evolve with distance from the sun, whereas in ICMEs, it seems to be fully developed right at the start of its journey from the sun. And I'll go into a bit of discussion on why that might be in the next slide. So what causes turbulence in the solar wind? We can think of it as being due to a wave-wave interaction process, and in particular, interaction of Alfvén waves. So an Alfvén wave, that's a fundamental wave, a wave along a magnetic field line. If we get counter-propagating waves along our magnetic field line, it's the interaction of these counter-propagating waves that generates turbulence. So imagine two waves along a field line in opposite directions. If there's more power in the waves going one way than the other, we get this -3/2, f to the -3/2 spectrum. Whereas if we have balanced power in our counter-propagating waves, we tend to see a -5/3 power spectrum. Solar wind, generally, we have these open field lines in the solar wind, and this supports a highly imbalanced wave flux. So we're getting very close to the sun, we're getting all the wave power going away from the sun. And just a little bit of counter-propagation in the waves to generate our turbulence. But then as the solar wind travels out further from the sun, in situ processes generate new waves. These have a sense of propagation going back to the sun, and so we move from imbalance, so more power from the sun, to a more balanced picture with the power in the waves equalizes. And so this is why we get in the solar wind this transition from a -3/2 spectrum to a -5/3 spectrum. Now that was the solar wind. How is it different inside an ICME? Well, the most basic conception of an ICME in terms of its large-scale magnetic structure is a closed loop. And so right from the start, this closed loop can support balanced wave powers. So we get waves generated that propagate up both sides of the loop, both legs of the CME, and then this naturally gives rise to a balanced Alfvénic population of waves. So balanced turbulence, that -5/3 index right from the start of the CME's propagation out into the solar system. But I'm presenting this as an example of where the large-scale structure of the magnetic field, it's setting it's determining the nature of the turbulence that we have. So it's the large scale determining the mesoscale and small scale properties that we have, that we see in the turbulence. Okay. And now something completely different. We are now in the group. I was showing observations before. We're now modeling turbulence using the Vlasiator code. You saw in Mina's presentation that she briefly showed a Vlasiator, and she showed a simulation of the Earth's magnetosphere. But we can also run Vlasiator in box mode, so we can simulate a box of plasma, which allows us to resolve much smaller scales, which is what we want to do if we want to model turbulence. So how do we do that? How do we model turbulence? Well, we have our box of plasma, and then we put in these Alfvén waves that generate the turbulence. And so on the left, this is our power spectrum. This is our initial state. So we're putting in a whole bunch of power at low frequencies, Alfvén waves at low frequencies. This is showing the current density out of the plane of the screen, and in this you'll see the development of the turbulence structures. So play the movie. Yeah, so all that energy, all that power that was locked up at low frequencies, you can see how that cascades to smaller and smaller scales. And this is the action, the development of the turbulence. And then you can visualize the turbulent structures in the current density there. So it's becoming a much more disordered, chaotic system. And I'll point out that you can see these sort of strong reds, strong blues developing. These are actually current sheets forming in the plasma. These current sheets can actually reconnect. You can get magnetic reconnection. This is a way to transfer energy from the fluid scale turbulence into the particles, so heating the particles at the smaller scales. But this is very promising work, and we many avenues to explore with this new simulation work. Yeah, so I'll just wrap up. In summary, ICME plasma represents a third kind of turbulent solar wind alongside the fast and slow winds. It presents a unique plasma environment for studying turbulence. It's quite different to the other kinds of solar wind. And I focused on the open versus closed field topology. So open field lines in the solar wind. Generally, that gives us one kind of turbulence, a closed field, which is what we have in CMEs, a closed loop. That gives a different kind of turbulence. ICME turbulence is typically balanced, so we have this equal wave power going parallel, anti-parallel to our magnetic field lines. And now we're doing some exciting new simulation work in the group with our hybrid Vlasov code glaciator. Okay, I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon, for the presentation. I have nothing to say. I have no worries. It went way over my head, but I think somebody in the crowd might have some questions. Hopefully you understood more than I did. We have one question there. Be prepared.
Thanks, Simon. Concerning the simulations, you showed a tiny, let's say, inertial range in your spectrum. So, how much computational power do you burn there? Is there a hope to do a little bit larger box in the sense that you could put your inertial range a little bit longer? And also...
Yes, so that's exactly what we're trying to do now. We're tuning our box, playing with the density, the scale size, to extend this middle range, which is where we have our turbulence. That's still a work in progress, though.
Good. Any further questions? Simon will most likely be here even later today, so you can ask more in-depth questions, have like an hour chat about the whole topic, if you feel so. But at this point, let's hear a round of applause for Simon about the presentation. Thank you. You are released from the stage as of now, and the schedule is telling me that we're going to have a coffee break now for at least 30 minutes, 35 minutes. We're going to come back here when Heidi Kuusniemi is going to start the GNS Resilience speaking session in about half an hour. So see you all then back in here. Thank you.
Okay, welcome everyone back from the coffee break, and let's keep the GNSS system time and the session on track, since we are focused on GNSS resilience in this session. So let's start with the first speaker in this session, and we have Valeria Catalano from USPA. She will talk about space technology highlights when it comes to GNSS resilience. So the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. My name is Valeria Catalano from the European Space Agency, European Union Agency for the Space Program. We are a multi-site agency that is located in Prague, but we have other centers that are spread all over Europe. We have, for example, the service center that is located in Madrid. We have the security monitoring center that is in Paris, and another one is in Madrid. Then we have the Galileo Reference Center in the Netherlands, and we have the EGNOS department that is in Toulouse, France. So I will briefly introduce my agency and the activities that we manage in my department. My department is the Market, Downstream and Innovation department. So what do we mean with the EU Space Program? The EU Space Program includes an umbrella of space program components that are EGNOS. EGNOS is the navigation system that augments GPS and also Galileo. It is, in the future, also Galileo. It is particularly important for the safety critical applications, and it is, for example, operational in many airports. Then we have Galileo. Galileo is the European navigation program that is already used by billions of users. For example, where you are using a navigation app in your mobile, you are using the signal that is spread by Galileo satellites. The EU Space Program also includes Copernicus. Copernicus is the well-known Earth observation program that provides data for Earth observation. It includes also GovSatcom, that is the communication program for governmental users, and in the future it will evolve in IRIS Square. And also, as last, we have the space situational awareness that is composed by many modules, and one of these, for example, is the space surveillance and tracking for the tracking of, for example, debris. Which is our mission? We have the activities that are divided in three main pillars, organized in three main pillars. One is the exploitation. That means that we are the service provider of Galileo and EGNOS 24/7. We are managing the GovSatcom hub and also the space surveillance and tracking front desk. We have then another group of activities that are transversal to all the space program components that I mentioned before, and are the security activities. Then the third pillar is the utilization, and it's related, this pillar is focused on the user uptake of solutions that are developed using space data. But I will focus now on the Galileo services, just to give you a very brief overview of the services. We have, for example, the open service, that is the service that provides ranging, positioning, and timing via the signal in space, and it is the service that gives to the European citizen independence, and in this period with the political situation is very important. It's a free of charge service to all users, and it's particularly used in the mass market applications. And it's a service that has a very good performances, and for example, if you would like to have a report on the Galileo performances, you can consult the Service Center webpage of EUSPA, and there you will see that we publish every 3 months the performance report. Then we have the PRS, that is a public regulated service for the governmental users. And tomorrow there will be some colleagues that are working expert on this service. So if you would like to have more details, please follow also tomorrow presentation. We have the search and rescue, that is the service that helps people in distress with the return link. We have also the high accuracy. The high accuracy service is operational from 2023. It's free of charge and provides decimeter level accuracy for the service level 1. It provides PPP correction for the navigation message, but these PPP correction are also disseminated via the E6 bands of the signal in space, but also via the internet distribution. EUSPA has developed a high accuracy user algorithm. We have already published an info note on this user algorithm, but in the next weeks we will publish also the MATLAB code. If you are interested and you don't have, for example, you are a user and you don't have a high accuracy receivers, you can download the code. Also, if you are a user with a high accuracy receiver, you can also use the algorithm to compare your performances. We as EUSPA, we are already working on the high accuracy phase 2. That is ongoing, the activity is ongoing, and with this phase 2 we will provide service level 1 improved accuracy at level of sub-decimeter, and also it will provide authentication of the high accuracy correction. Then another important service is the EWSS, that is Emergency Warning Satellite Service. It's an on-demand service for example, for the National Civil Protection Authorities, and provides alerts with associated guidance to support population that is having problems. It is a service that is used, we expect to be used by more than 500 million of people, citizens, and it is important for a specific market. One of the smartphones or users that have, for example, public displays. The last service that was declared this year in July is the Open Service Navigation Message. And this is an important service that gives a layer of robustness, and it is used to mitigate spoofing threats. This is an encrypted signal with public keys that are distributed by our colleagues that are in the Galileo Service Center. There is a team that support users that want to use this OSNMA. But I will show also in the other slides what we do in support of users that want to use OSNMA. OSNMA will evolve with other features, and one of these will be the SAS, the authentication via signal in space. I said already that I work in the market downstream and innovation department, where our main objective is to develop solutions using space data. Solutions that are using space data from all the space program components. We work on different activities. One of these is the market monitoring, and we as EUSPA, we publish an important publication that is the Market and Technology Report. So we monitor the market also in terms of technology. And there, if you would like, this publication is available in our website, and if you would like to have information, you can download the report. There you will find the market trends, the market share in terms of revenues, in terms of units sold, and forecast. We analyze the market, the GNSS market, but also the Earth observation, and now in the last edition of the market report, we are complementing this with this communication, with the satellite communication. Also, we work in direct contact with the users. We are part of important fora, and because we would like to understand from users which are their needs in order to translate these needs in requirements that can be used for the improvement of the Galileo, for example, of the Galileo differentiators. Also, we have a lot of RNI activities, and we found many projects for development of applications, but also for the development of GNSS technology. And later I will show you some open calls. We, as a USPA, I said that we monitor the Galileo differentiators, we monitor the market, and we monitor, for example, also the market of Galileo differentiators. And in this slide, you can see the list of high accuracy receivers that are implementing the high accuracy. There are more than 90 receivers implementing high accuracy in the market with many important players. One of these is, for example, u-blox, that is from Finland. We have also published the list of the receivers implementing OSNMA that being recently declared. The number of receivers implementing OSNMA is lower than the high accuracy, but it's increasing a lot in the last months. For example, we have the two tachographs in the market that are implementing OSNMA. Also, last week we published the list of the beacons that are implementing the return service for the search and rescue. And in this slide you can find the QR code that you can use to check this list. We as a market development officer, we are in close contact with users and we support them for the adoption of the differentiators. We support them with many activities. For example, being part of important fora, we work for the preparation of the receiver guidelines. And all this documentation is public, is in our service center website. You will see that there are many receivers guidelines that you can consult. Also, we support manufacturers testing their receivers in for many segments. For example, we tested the many receivers implementing gas in agriculture. With very good performances. We tested, for example, the many smartphones in static or dynamic scenarios. And we are testing also receivers for aviation and for maritime. Currently, we are collaborating with the German Maritime Agency, and we are testing as receivers for inland waterways, and the data are under processing. Also, we can help users with the trainings, and we organized, for example, last year some training for drone operators on how to use receivers, GNSS receivers, and in particular receivers implementing OSNMA. And considering our RNI activities, we have developed many receivers implementing the differentiators. We have two important programs. One is the fundamental element that has main objective the development of receivers and technology like antenna or chipset. We have currently two open calls. One is for the development of US receivers, space receivers, is open for submission of a proposal. If you would like, later I can give you some details. We have another call that is open for submission of proposal within the fundamental element that is robust and professional receivers leveraging Galileo and the differentiators in many areas. And here there is the QR code. But we have also Horizon Europe. The main objective of Horizon Europe is to develop applications, so it's complementary to fundamental elements. And we have two calls open until the end of February for the development of solutions using Galileo, EGNOS, Copernicus, and synergies among these space program components. And also in this case, I have a QR code that you can use to find the relevant information for the submission of proposals. I gave you a brief overview of the activity that we are doing in EUSPA, but we have a booth. We will be happy to support you in case of any doubts, any comments. And we are here for the 3 days of the conference. Thanks a lot, and hope to meet you later in the booth.
Thank you so much, Valeria. We are out of time, but if there would be a quick question in the audience, we could take that one before moving forward. If not, thank you, it was very clear. And as Valeria said, at the EUSPA booth, you will find much more information about these calls and opportunities. Thank you so much. Then we move forward to our next presentation. Muvahida Likwat from the Finnish Geospatial Research Institute. And the focus is on real-time detection of GNSS interference. Muvahida, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello everyone, good afternoon. I'm Muvahida Likwat and I'm working at Finnish Geospatial Research Institute. And today I'm here to present our research on one of our projects in which we are developing some real-time detection for GNSS interferences. It's a situational awareness project, especially in Eastern Finland front. So the role of GNSS is very critical, especially the wide use of GNSS in lots of applications. GNSS is everywhere, be it avionics, autonomous vehicles. It's every day and everywhere in life. But GNSS comes with its challenges. The signal that we receive from GNSS is already very weak because of the satellites that are very far away. Then there are lots of improvements now with the, it's an open signal which is for everybody's use. And now with the development of such technology and much more awareness, the jamming and spoofing interferences are playing a huge role in GNSS disruptions. And especially if we look at Finland, from Finland's perspective, in the last 2 years, Finland has experienced a lot of interferences, especially in the aviation front, lots of cancelled flights. There were also reports of interferences with GNSS signals in maritime domain as well. There was a limited effect on land, but still there is a significant impact. And hence this project where we are trying to make the much more resilient positioning in GNSS Finland, and it's called GNSS ETA. There are three main goals in this particular project. Mainly we want to emphasize more on the situational awareness, what we are getting, and different flights, different test campaigns, and to detect GNSS interferences, how early we can detect it, how accurately we can detect it, and then mitigating the jamming effects using aerial imaging. Today my presentation is mainly focused on the first two aspects, the situational awareness and GNSS interference detection. So primarily, the GNSS receivers are developed to collect the GNSS data and give us the precise positioning. Most of the GNSS receivers are focused on precise positioning, the availability of data, and especially in the clean environments. But when it comes to interferences, there are different challenges. There are some basic detection limitations, there are some filtering options, then integration of these filters, and awareness of the overall situation. However, the receiver developments have been working really hard, and for example, if we look at Septentrio, their AIM-test technology for anti-spoofing and anti-jamming is already very well established, and it's doing really good. Same goes with u-blogs, but what they are doing is a black box to us. Especially as a researcher, I don't know what is going on with that. Hence, the idea of this project is to use or leverage on what we are getting from a commercial receiver and build a complementary layer, which we call as FGI Shield, to get more information from the user. So primarily, FGI Shield is just this. It's a small box, and it's a GNSS receiver, which is connected with the Raspberry Pi solution, and in which we aim to load our algorithms and do some things. If I look at some of the limitations for the receiver performance, so this is a scenario where an L1 jamming, high-powered L1 jamming cases. So for a GNSS receiver, there are multiple frequencies that are available. So in this particular case, it's in laboratory testing that we did. And in this particular case, there's L1 jamming, but L5, E5, the signals are still available, which is why we can still see the position solution. However, if we look at the RFI status flag, which basically from a receiver's front give us the information about the interferences that are present. Interestingly, in this particular case, the receiver is not showing me anything. It is detecting something, but it is not showing me the complete picture. And if I want to look into much more clear picture that is there, then what am I supposed to do? So as a researcher, I am more intrigued into digging more of what this black box as a receiver is giving me. Hence, the idea of FGI Shield is to use the receiver, take its raw messages, and use our own algorithms to dig more into what receiver has to offer us. So FGI Shield is a receiver agnostic interference monitoring software. It is not receiver dependent. However, in this particular project, since we were partners with Septentrio, so we have mostly focused on working with Septentrio receivers. And it is capable of giving both real-time and post-processing investigations. And as opposed to the receiver's own algorithms, FGI Shield offers much more flexibility. I can make my own algorithms, dig deep, but the idea is to just use what we can get from a commercial GNSS receiver and not some high-end equipment. So the interference monitoring engine, currently we are exploring it into 3 different fronts. The first is by using the receiver observables. There are many different options available, but so far we have concentrated on 2 main KPIs, CN0s and AGCs from the front ends. Then, as Valeria was discussing, there's Galileo OSNMA, that is there, how can we leverage it more? And then Septentrio receivers also give an excellent service in which we can extract the BB samples, snapshots data, as opposed to large IQ data that we can record. So we can also leverage on that and maybe use these key indicators to have much more awareness. So what FGI Shield does is that it's a very portable device, and when we plug it into a system, it starts recording the data. And if there are interferences, the receiver RFI flags shows. But for first interference detection algorithm, what we do is that we monitor the AGCs, which is the front-end gain that we are getting from the receiver, and the mean CN0s that we are getting from a satellite constellation, and then combine these two to detect the interference. So the same jamming case that I showed earlier for the receiver, these are the results that we got from the first algorithm that was there. And clearly the jamming was detected very well in this particular case. Then FGI has also developed an FGI OSNMA open source Python laboratory that is available for download. So basically it's a Python development, and you can use it to decode the messages. And just recently, we also have an in-house open source FGI GR6 receiver that is being widely used for different research purposes. And recently, we integrated this FGI OSNMA with FGI GR6 as well, just to give a user an opportunity to also see how OSNMA can be used in different configurations. So GNSS receivers also have this opportunity, but OSNMA is mainly used for authentication. But how can we leverage it more for the interference detection? So this is we would eventually like to explore in this project as well. This is ongoing, so it's just I just wanted to give a snapshot of what we are planning. And then in the third phase, where we are using the raw IQ data that we are getting as snapshots from the receiver itself. So instead of the whole picture, the Septentrio receivers are capable of giving you the BB samples output, which is like a very small snapshot of what we are getting. But even that gives a very good picture of what receiver is getting or receiving. So this is the result for 2 different test cases from jammer test that we collected. In the first one, where it is the L1 jamming case, so this is the receiver's output or RFI flag where it is monitoring all frequencies. The second one is where it is monitoring only L1 frequency, and this is the result for the FGI's own algorithm that we have developed. It is based on the chi-square test on the BB samples. So here the performance is very well matched for all 3 cases. However, if we look at this one, here it's a multi-frequency jamming case, but okay. Okay. Hello. Yeah, I think it's working. So in this particular case, it's a much more sophisticated jamming where there are multiple frequencies that are there, and hence the receiver is not giving us much information or as much information that I wanted. Clearly, it's an L1 jamming case, but the receiver is not showing me anything on L1 front. This chi-square test, this was specifically to test L1, and hence it's actually giving me much more information than the commercial receiver was giving. So the idea to dig more, to leverage more on what GNSS receiver is giving is something that I can see here. Then we did some different test campaigns. So this portable device was installed on these 4 platforms. We tested it on Kaleva flights. So this is, Kaleva is also a partner in this particular project. So we installed it on their airships. And then it was extensively tested in Jammer Test 2025. And then we also installed it in NLS test flights and then car tests as well. So it's a portable platform which we can easily install on different platforms, and hence it's much more flexible to use. Just some snapshot of what we did with Kaleva. So we had like 3 flights last year, 1 flight this year, but since it just happened like on Friday, I wasn't able to update it on my slides. These were the flights, so, and this is like a Kaleva spaceship, and we were not allowed to take a close picture, but FGI Shield was installed on this particular. And we compared it with the Septentrio's latest Mosaic Go G5, and FGI Shield also has a Septentrio Mosaic Go receiver installed on it. Fortunately or unfortunately for my case, there was no jamming that was detected in these flights. But still, I think the proof of concept that FGI Shield was able to be installed and it was able to monitor these flights was something that we were aiming at. Just to show much more working of FGI Shield, this is a test scenario from Jammer Test, and it is an incoherent position spoofing case. It's a stationary spoofer, and the jamming was done in such a way that it is a power ramped jamming case where the jamming starts from a very low level, and then it increases with 3 dB after every 3 minutes. These tests are generally used to see how much a receiver can survive in a jamming scenario. So with a high powered, the receiver eventually would die out. And the attack time started at 7, and it was a 40 minutes jamming case, and this is the result from the receiver that we were getting for CN zeros, and we can see clearly that the PNT was lost around midway, so here. And these are the results from FGI Shield first algorithm. We are currently testing 3 different algorithms. It's an ongoing project, so integration is still pending, but at least we are working on 3 parallel algorithms in this case. This is the output that we received from FGI Shield. So it was able to monitor different frequencies and was able to actually detect interference much earlier than the actual receiver. So this is with respect to the first algorithm. And then this is the same results, but with the third algorithm. I'm not discussing OSNMA at this stage. So it's basically the third algorithm, which was the chi-square test. And here it can be clearly seen that this is the ramp, that power is increasing. And if you look at the accuracy and recall status, so CTS basically showed much greater value. And just to sum it up, the goal of this particular project is to improve the situational awareness, generate real-time alerts, have the possibility of post-processing and some real-time alerts as well. It is aimed at improving sensitivity of what we are getting, what we can get from the commercial receiver without the need for much more sophisticated hardware. And it's actually a complementary layer to what receiver is giving us. It's a portable plug-and-play device, which is very handy, and it's not receiver dependent. So we have tested it with at least 3 different receivers in this particular case. And in the future work, or the current work that we are doing, we are focusing on integrating the PNT integrity, like how can we influence the receiver's PNT solution by using our algorithms, a user-friendly API, and then how to integration of OSNMA formally into this. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Very important work. We are again tight with the time, but I would allow one quick question to Muvahida, if there's any. Yeah, there's one.
Thank you for presentation. So I have a question about BB sampling. In what way your shield understands which part of this huge IQ data to grab and then analyze later?
So basically, BB samples are recorded in 3 different frequencies from septentrion receivers perspective. So and you can use and you can actually filter out. So there you can actually very clearly see that which frequency that BB sample is coming out. And then you use it to generate the STF messages, and then those can be used because then we need to convert it into binary basically. So, but we have an algorithm for that, fortunately, and then you can further use it. So we have tested it in MATLAB and in Python as well. So it's kind of very easy to use. Yeah, thanks.
Great. Thank you so much, and hopefully we could have FGI Shield type of monitoring in smartphones also soon. Then we move forward, and yeah, thank you. And next up we have Jaakko Yliaho from SharpNav talking about the Nordic PNT solution. Jaakko.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Heidi. Yes, I'm Jaakko, and I'm going to present a company called SharpNav, a Finnish startup, and our solution to GNSS interference problems. The company is relatively new, a Finnish-based LEO PNT constellation company, which I am working in as an engineer and a researcher. First, a very quick recap to GNSS and the interference. The technology has existed some decades already. First, the USA built their own, the Soviet Union wanted theirs, then followed Europe and China with some regional additions. So there's clearly some geopolitical aspect in this, who have built these constellations. The systems are mainly on the medium Earth orbit, so about 20,000 kilometers away or more. So when the signal reaches the receiver on ground, it is already very weak. LEO, on the other hand, is much closer to the Earth and to the receiver. These are fairly new, at least on the positioning side. There have been some systems already available a few years, but mainly these are still developing and are being built. The new design makes it possible to implement a completely new signal structure, although they are quite similar to the existing GNSS signals already available. One additional feature is that lower satellites on the lower orbits are moving pretty fast, and this gives some nice features for the positioning resiliency. And maybe one of the key issues, at least towards the intentional interference, is the potential for stronger signal power while the satellites are much closer to the receiver. As we saw already on the previous presentation, the challenges we are facing, at least in the Nordic and Eastern Europe region at the moment, is interference. It might be non-intentional, but there's also a lot of intentional interference in the air at the moment.
The legacy GNSS systems incorporate only pretty limited bandwidth for transmitting additional data within the navigation signal. And as said, obstruction, urban environment, or indoor environment make it difficult to receive the weak signal. One of the key issues SharpNAS nav is fixing is fighting the jamming and spoofing. And this is the intentional interference that are generated to make it more difficult for a GNSS receiver to receive the signal or calculate the actual position of the receiver. And this challenges maritime operation and also flight traffic quite heavily in this region. Low Earth orbits and satellite positioning systems from them provide some possible solution for this problem. There are already quite a high number of satellites in the low Earth orbits, but these are mostly Earth observation and communication satellites. Some positioning satellites already exist and fly in LEO. Dedicated LEO PNT constellations, as I will also present our solution, are emerging. And it seems that the geopolitics is also part of this game, although the systems are in many ways built more by commercial companies and not necessarily state actors. But what does LEO PNT bring to the picture? The stronger signal is one key element to fight the intentional interference. Higher transmit power can be achieved by increasing the transmitter power, leveraging the lower free space path losses by bringing the satellites closer to the receiver, or providing only smaller aerial coverage with one satellite, so more power per area is transmitted. There are also some tricks that can be done with the modulation or pseudorandom code selection that boost the receiver's possibility to actually acquire the signal even in under interference. And since the systems are designed from ground up for the LEO, they can be made with today's requirements, for example, secure by design, building the authentication into the navigation message and also to the ranging code. The highly dynamics of the satellite bring faster convergence time for accurate positioning, but also provide high dynamic environment for the signal to travel, for example, mitigating some multipath effects. And one of the interesting features is also the ability to embed more data into the navigation signal, so providing a possibility to send the user correction data, for example, for more accurate position. By using some of the tricks like increasing the signal power, choosing the modulation and PRN codes, the signal strength could be improved up to 20 decibel. That means 100 times stronger compared to the existing GNSS systems, which means that the jammer effective radius could be decreased to 1/10. So this is a significant benefit of the signal power boost. Spoofer radius follows the same path. And the authenticated signal makes it more easy to detect intentional interference. And then to the SharpNav company solution to these things. Our approach is Nordic first, so building a constellation to serve the Nordic countries, the Arctic region, and maybe Northern Central Europe. And this is achieved by using satellites on highly inclined orbits that circulate mostly from the receiver point of view in the Nordic or high latitudes. Our approach is also to use dual frequency, but also dual band, utilizing L and C bands to provide more frequency diversity into the picture, in addition to the already crowded existing L-band signals. And this approach will make it possible to complement the existing GNSS systems, but also we also aim to provide a completely independent operations for the constellation. So without the need for existing GNSS systems or without the user required to receive both of these systems. And our deployment is phased, and we aim to build a functional system that the user is actually able to receive 4 separate satellites or see 4 separate satellites within the service region, the higher latitudes, and then scale up to the global coverage by providing satellites also in lower inclinations and latitudes. If I'm correct, I've used about my time. So thank you very much. And if you are interested, please be in touch.
Thank you, Jaakko. Very, very precise now with the time. But I do feel if there's a question from the audience, please go ahead and ask before we move forward. Yes, here's a question.
Yes. Is this going to be a paid-for service, or is there a other way of funding the deployment and operation of this constellation?
Yeah, at the moment, the picture is privately funded, so there will be also a fee for the users with some way, but it's not governmental funded as the existing GNSS systems.
Okay, thank you so much. We look forward in looking at how the SharpNav development goes. Very interesting. Then we move forward, and next up we have Guillaume Forman-Campins to talk about LEO PNT indoors. So continuing on the LEO PNT topic. The floor is yours, Guillaume.
Yeah, thank you, Heidi, for the nice introduction. I'm Guillaume Foreman. I will be presenting our work entitled A Comparative Study on Indoor Ranging Accuracy of LEO PNT Systems. Okay, so let me first go through the outline of the presentation. I will be first talking about indoor PNT and the challenges that it faces, then some indoor alternatives to GNSS that have come up, given that GNSS doesn't really work well indoors. And then I will explain some dedicated LEO PNT system design options that exist, not only for indoor PNT, but also for other PNT applications. And then, following the system design options that we have carried out a simulation campaign to test their indoor performance. And so I will be explaining the methodology and some results and conclusions that we have gotten. Right, so as an introduction to indoor PNT, we know that GNSS was originally designed to operate outdoors, so it doesn't really work indoors. I've put a couple of examples here, like for example with a soft indoor scenario, so that would be just a signal going through a window or a thin layer of concrete. You already get a carrier to noise ratio that is on the level of 35 to even 25 dBHz, which will not provide very good accuracy, which is what we need indoors. And so even if GNSS doesn't really work indoors, we have quite a huge market potential, which was sitting at $11.2 billion in 2024 and is expected to increase exponentially in the following years. So some alternatives that exist to GNSS for indoor are ultra-wideband, Bluetooth Low Energy, and Wi-Fi, among others. But these alternatives, first, they are only covering some local building that they are deployed for, and second, they will either not have very high accuracy or require the deployment of very heavy indoor infrastructure. So in this sense, this is what justifies the use of LEO PNT for indoors, given that it would offer global coverage, high accuracy, and it would not be too harsh on the receiver since it would be needing to process signals that are similar to GNSS, so hopefully that could be done. Yeah, and then so some options for dedicated LEO PNT system design that we have are first because of the higher, the lower altitude of LEO satellites, they will provide higher power, and then we can, for example, use the higher carrier frequencies than GNSS. That would bring on some substantial improvements, mainly because we will have a higher available bandwidth in these carrier frequencies. There is also a lower amount of interferences, and perhaps most importantly, in my opinion, is that we will be able to do much better beamforming, given that the separation between the antennas would be smaller, and we would be able to put more antennas in the receiver, and this would be very good for interference spoofing and multipath mitigation. Then another option that we have would be to actually lower the transmission power that we have in our satellite, so lower than GNSS that is, and that would mean that the satellite would be much easier to make and with much less cost. And this would, maybe it would give similar performance to GNSS, but it is adding another layer of security to GNSS, given that we have another constellation, and some initiatives are being done in this regard also. And we might also just as well solve the problems of GNSS, which are to provide solution indoors and in urban canyon environments. And generally, we can also provide higher accuracy outdoors. So the objective of our work is to assess all the system design options and perform a system analysis to understand whether they are compatible with indoor PNT and what kind of accuracy we can get. So for our simulation campaign, we have first tested two transmission power values. The first of which is representative of a more small satellite that would have a transmission power lower than that of GNSS. And then we would have, we have also simulated the case of having a transmission power more representative of Iridium constellations or even Starlink, even though Starlink is a bit lower than that. Then we have also assessed the carrier frequency choice that we might have. So first we have the L1 band, and then we also have C-band choices. And we have also included the UHF band because this is currently being targeted by the European Space Agency Celesti program to precisely to work indoors. So we also wanted to see the performance in this frequency. And then we have analyzed this performance for 5 different constellations. Maybe most interestingly here is that we have the OneWeb constellation operating at either 1,200 kilometers or 500 kilometers altitude. And the reason why we are doing this assessment, because you would think, okay, 500 kilometers is going to be better because you have higher received power, but at 1,200 kilometers you have more visible satellites, and maybe the probability of having a satellite that is going through an elevation angle that has low path losses, like such a window, for example, maybe having a higher probability of this is actually better indoors, so we chose to also analyze this. Then we have a couple of indoor scenarios that we generated. I will explain them a bit more in detail in the next slide. And to assess the performance, we are assessing the carrier-to-noise ratio that we get indoors, also the dilution of precision, the coverage indoors, and the positioning accuracy that we might be getting. So as per the simulated indoor environments, we first considered the very easy case of a one-story building without any furniture inside. It's just the building entry losses that we are considering here. And this would have indoor path losses that are ranging between 10 and 25 dBs, which can be typically categorized as soft indoor. And then we have the second case, which is much more difficult, which are 3-story buildings with interior walls and furniture. And we have modeled all the path losses that we will have according to the 3 GPP and ITU models that we have for that. And we have also considered the fact that this building may be placed in a rural, in an urban or a dense urban environment. So we might have also some blockage and some reflections from the buildings next to where our receiver is located. And yeah, so some results that we got for this. Particularly for the soft indoor case. I'm only showing some examples here because we have a lot of results, but we have one paper for this if you want to check them all. So here what I'm showing is the positioning accuracy on the left and the coverage, the indoor coverage that is on the right. And I'm showing this for soft indoor case in a rural, urban, and dense urban case. And this is using the low transmission power, and we have put the LEO carrier frequency either at L1 or at the C-band. So we see here that GNSS is still kind of working. It does not give full coverage, but when we are actually using the 4 constellations of GNSS, we get almost full coverage in these scenarios. So GNSS is still working pretty okay. Then again, the positioning accuracy is not incredibly good, but still on the between 6 and 8 meters. So still somewhat okay, but of course the LEO PNT constellations are working far better. We have 100% coverage if we are using the L1 band, and much reduced, much improved positioning accuracy depending on the constellation. But then again, this is also showing that if we are using the C band and we have this low transmission power, the coverage is starting to be reduced. We can see these lines. They are still not so far away from 100%, but there is some coverage loss and also some positioning accuracy loss in the matter. And then if we go to the deep indoor results, here we see that GNSS does not work at all. We have no coverage whatsoever, given that the building entry losses, they are much harsher in these environments. But LEO PNT is actually presenting quite similar results to the soft indoor case. We get, then again, full coverage at the L band and pretty good positioning accuracy. For the best constellation, we have around 3 meters of positioning accuracy, which we consider to be quite all right. And yeah, here then again, the C band is struggling quite a bit. So this is telling us that if we are to use the C band, we really do want the higher transmission power than GNSS. So we need the stronger satellites, such as those of Iridium or Starlink, for example. All right, so some system design takeaways from all the simulations that we've done is that if we are to use the C band, which we might benefit quite importantly for outdoor applications. We also want this constellation to be serving an indoor application. Then we do need to use the higher end 67 dBm transmission power satellites, which are going to be quite more costly. But if this is what we are targeting, this is what we need to do. But then again, if we are using the simpler case of the L1 frequency band, then simple 50 dBm EIRP suffices to offer full coverage and good positioning accuracy. If we look at the choice of the 300 megahertz carrier frequency, of course, we had a very, very high carrier to noise ratio. So this would be a very good solution indoors. There is some problems that need to be faced for this kind of bands, but in these simulations, yeah, we get it pretty good. And then, interestingly, if we compare the one-way constellation operating at 1,200 kilometers or 500 kilometers altitude, it's actually a 1,200 kilometer case that is better indoors, precisely for this reason that I was saying, that the probability of having the signal coming through a low path, low losses path is higher, and this turns out to be better than actually putting the constellation at a lower altitude, even if the overall power of the satellites is going to be higher. And so yeah, overall the choice of a higher altitude constellation seems to be presenting better results. And just some conclusions. We have performed a systematic analysis on the design options for LEO PNT indoors, also assessing how well it works indoors, if it also has to work outdoors, so that we can have all the applications really in one constellation and what that needs. We designed 2 indoor scenarios to test this, and we have also assessed the carrier frequency that we might be using for that. And yeah, one final remark is that if we use a satellite constellation with around 300 satellites, and we use the low satellite cost, providing a transmission power of 50 dBm with L1, and also if we are using the 1,200 kilometer altitude and not the 500 kilometer one, we can reach very good indoor performance while keeping also improved outdoor performance with respect to GNSS. So yeah, thank you very much. If you have
Thank you so much. Do we have a question to Guillem on the indoor LEO PNT simulation results? There is a question.
For both indoors environments, what kind of environment do you assume? Like, do you benchmark this on the materials like concrete, or is this like metal? So like
yeah, thank you for the question. Depends on the elevation angle a bit. Like, we did assume that we have windows on the sides and everything, but yeah, basically it's standard concrete that we assume, and then the windows, there were 2 kind of windows that we could assume. One which is like thermally efficient, which actually has much higher path losses than the, let's say, older window, and we did assume this like higher path losses window. But right, yeah, it's basically this kind of glass and then just concrete, and that's it.
Okay, thank you once again, Guillem. And then we move on to the last presentation in this GNSS resilience session, and we focus on GNSS spoofing detection in this. We have Abdullah Al-Noman Chowdhury to give the last presentation. The floor is yours, Noman.
Hello. Thank you, Heidi, for your mentioning me. And thank you everyone for waiting whole days. And it's the last presentation of the day. Hopefully everyone had a very wonderful day. And later on we have a poster session as well. So I am Noman. I am from University of Vasa, which is situated in Vasa. So I am working as a research PhD researcher there at the university. So today I'm going to talk about machine learning based GNSS multi-class spoofing detection using a real data, TechSPAT dataset. So we all had a presentation about GNSS today, whole day. So what is GNSS and why it really matters? So GNSS stands for Global Navigation Satellite System, which has many constellations all over the world. So we have some global constellation, including GPS, GLONASS, Beidou, Galileo, etc. GNSS is not only a map on our phone, it's used in many cases in our daily-to-daily life, as we know, from smartphone to aviation to autonomous driving, agricultural and energy power sector, and also emergency responses. So it's a very crucial and needed for our daily-to-daily life. But every good thing comes with some vulnerabilities. So GNSS also comes with some threats. It's because the GNSS constellation are situated very high from the Earth surface. So the signal traveling from the GNSS satellites to the Earth takes a long time. By the time it reaches to the Earth, it's weak and it's very easy to be interfered or intentional interference. So if we divide the threats mainly into two, shortly in two section, which is denial of services and deception of services. So denial of services include the interference, which could be the intentional and unintentional. Intentional could be jamming, and unintentional could be multipath, and etc. And the deception is like spoofing, which is what is I'm today going to present is spoofing, which is which can be many types, some replay types, mikoning, or forced signal generation. So if we look here, we can see how the sinister, if we call, how the signals are being interference. If we see the GNSS constellation here and the receiver, which is a ship here, so the receiver is receiving the signal from the GNSS satellite, but GPS jamming is the jammer is interrupting the signals that are receiving from the satellites. But in the spoofing case, it seems like the position error, because the sinister make some signal, mimic some signal. Seems like it's coming from a GNSS satellite. So it's deceiving the receiver. So if we look at the research trend and studies right now, this GNSS jamming or spoofing studies have been dramatically increased in recent 5 to 8 years. From the systematic literature review, we have found that it's sharply increased from 2020, and it's still increasing until today. So which marks the importance of GNSS protection. So there are many machine learning techniques have been utilized in GNSS spoofing detection. There are many commonly used machine learning methods like random forest, SBM, and decision tree, etc. And also deep learning methods have been employed. And recently we have seen some reinforcement learning algorithm have been using in these detection technologies. But today we are going to introduce XGBoost, which is an efficient assemble learning method, extreme gradient boosting, which is a high performance machine learning algorithm based on an assemble of decision trees. So how does it work? It is actually a combination of many weak trees. So it doesn't work single-handed. It employs many small trees sequentially, such as tree 1, tree 2, tree 3. So it learns from the previous mistake and it corrects in the next tree. So that is how we can get many weak learners and then one strong decision at the end as an output. Why XGBoost is good for GNSS? Because it captures non-linear spoofing signatures, and it's also robust to noise and heterogeneous features. Works well with limited data, and also it's very fast to train, and also it's good for deployable and receiver side. Okay, so here is the overall machine learning method framework that we have been utilized. So we have utilized the publicly available real spoofing and GNSS dataset, which is text-bat GNSS logs, which combine many different type of spoofing and also the ground truth. And then we have this feature extraction, and then we have this model deployment on those features. And then the model successfully showing the spoofing class. It acts as a multi-class, not just a single spoofing type detection. So from the literature, we can see how many, which kind of GNSS features have been using to detect GNSS spoofing. So we can see that carrier to noise ratio, pseudorons, Doppler, these are highly utilized by many researchers in their GNSS spoofing detection studies. By following their studies and also analyzing our data, we have included this data set in our model, which we can see we have from CS to DS8 different file of text-bat data set we have utilized, and we have also checked which features are mostly affected. So here DS7 is stealth and also DS8 is replay type of attack, which are very difficult to catch because they are almost seem like a mimic of real GNSS signal. But if we look at the time push and abrupt takeover and this kind of spoofing type, those are more easier to detect as anomaly. So here in our model, from the data set, we have we included multiple spoofing scenarios, and each file have 8 parents per file, and these are the features that we included: Doppler step, IQ, carrier to noise ratio, etc. And here is the XGBoost model. How does it works? This is the basic structure of how the model works, where we can see many weak decision trees are combined into one strong spoofer detector. Each tree learns from a simple spoofing related rule, and then the trees are trained sequentially to correct the errors for the next one. These in a symbol captures non-linear spoofing signatures. And as we have the multi-classification, so at the end it produces probabilistic spoofing awareness. So the output is a probability for each spoofing scenarios. And from the result we can see it shows very promising output. As we can see, it is very good in catching the comparably easier spoofing type, which is DS1, DS2, DS3, and DS4. But it also hard on DS7 and 8, which is a replay and steal type of attack, which are almost seems like a GNSS signal. So in our future work, we would like to go beyond this classification and we will explore the reinforcement learning algorithm. Why? It's because GNSS needs to know when to trust GNSS. Receiver needs to know when to trust GNSS, when to switch to other sensor if there's any attack, and when to trigger mitigation, because detection alone is not enough, and how to adapt to the involving attacks. So GNSS attacks spoofing attacks are always involving. So which is a big fail for the classification model, because they are pre-trained on the data. So reinforcement learning can adapt and see how can it involve and detect the spoofing in real time. So what is reinforcement learning? Reinforcement learning is like a human, almost we can call. It's like learning by doing. So it actually define agent interacting with the environment and learning from its mistake. So it requires very limited data, and which is very crucial for GNSS, because GNSS spoofing has a very less data set. Or even if we have enough data set, maybe it's not enough because these attacks are involving all the time. So what are the rules that could take in from RL? It could adapt spoofing our receiver control, dynamic trust management of GNSS, and it can also do end-to-end detection and mitigation loop. Here is our some recent activities. Our paper on reinforcement learning for GNSS spoofing detection, a multi-class DQN approach with TextBat, has been accepted to ICASP 2026 just a couple of days ago, which we have a presentation on Spain, Barcelona on May, which is also a multi-classification model. As we have told that we would like to move on to an adaptive model from the classification model. And we have also a poster after this session. So a poster on systematic literature review on GNSS spoofing and jamming studies. So if you are interested in what kind of studies have been done or are being done currently, you are welcome in our poster. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Roman. Do we have a question from the audience before we conclude the session? It was very clear, so thank you. And as said, you have the poster presentation, so if anyone's interested in that, you can check that out. But thank you so much, everyone in the GNSS Resilience session, and now the posters are starting to appear there, so let's continue with enjoying the poster session next. Thank you.